But you're here, Dr. Angela, Enoch replied. His name was Enoch, born in 1991, coincidentally on the day when Tony Stark's parents were killed by the Winter Soldier. His family had long been plagued by a hereditary disease, a condition passed down through generations that modern technology still couldn't explain. Although not fatal, it left individuals weak and frail for life. Imagine a normal person being unable to lift even 10 to 20 pounds, such a feeling was utterly frustrating. As a result, Enoch's family established a company called Umbrella, focusing on the development of pharmaceuticals and medical devices. Today, the company was under Enoch's leadership. A few days ago, Enoch suddenly acquired a genetic devouring system, with the ability to absorb and evolve using genetic samples. The system only required energy. Thus, Enoch began searching Missouri for the flower of the Celestials, a plant left behind by Ego, Star-Lord's father, capable of parasitizing planets during consumption. I'm just a doctor. Don't expect me to perform miracles, Angela said helplessly. She was Enoch's personal physician, holding PhDs in both biogenetics and medicine. At that moment, someone knocked on the car window. Angela rolled it down, and a burly man in a black suit approached. Boss, the Red Umbrella team has started the search. I'm here to confirm the target. Enoch nodded and pulled out a tablet displaying an image of a blue fruit encased in floral petals. Jason, instruct them not to touch it once they find it. Notify me instead. Understood, Jason replied with a nod and began directing his team. Umbrella operated 3 departments in the U.S., red for armed forces, white for pharmaceutical research, and blue for biological development. Although Umbrella wasn't as powerful as the fictional version in the games, it still had numerous collaborative projects with the government and medical institutions. After giving the instructions, Enoch waited in the car for news. Angela glanced at him through the rearview mirror and curiously asked, "The woods in summer are dangerous. Why not have them bring the flower back for you?" "I had a dream, it can cure my illness," Enoch said, staring at the security personnel outside the window. "Oh, my God," Angela exclaimed dramatically, "since when did you become superstitious?" Enoch glanced at his watch. "Give it a few more minutes, and you'll see." Minutes later, Jason came running out of the woods. "Boss. We found the target." Enoch stepped out of the car, with Jason holding an umbrella to shield him from the sun. Angela followed suit. Under the blazing heat, Enoch walked into the woods, following the trail cleared by the Red Umbrella team, until he reached the flower of the Celestials. "Tactical knife," Enoch said to a security team member, once handed the knife. He cut through the outer mesh of the flower bud, then sliced into the blue blossom. As the sap oozed out, Enoch dipped his finger into it. "Enoch." Angela immediately pulled out a handkerchief. "What if this unknown plant is poisonous? Your body is still weak, what if you're poisoned?" she continued fussing. But Enoch's consciousness was suddenly flooded with another vision. He felt a faint connection to the blue planet beneath his feet. Although the sensation was weak, the growing strength within his body convinced him. Contact with celestial genetic material detected. Devouring successful. Genetic devouring system activated. Genetic ability, Celestial 1% plus. Seeing the 1% celestial ability, Enoch noticed a plus sign next to it. He mentally activated it. Would you like to continue consuming energy to evolve the celestial ability? At 10%, full body abilities will be unlocked. At 100%, abilities will multiply tenfold, and so on. The energy required for different abilities varies. Please choose wisely. Use the excess energy in my body to evolve the celestial gene, Enoch instructed. This not only enhanced the gene but also strengthened his physique. Returning to reality, Enoch pushed Angela's hand away. "I'm fine now." Angela looked at him in astonishment, realizing he was no longer the frail man he once was. "Trim the fruit and preserve the flower root to bring back," Enoch ordered Jason. "Understood," Jason replied, opening a briefcase and swiftly processing the fruit and root. The flower root wouldn't die easily, and Enoch intended to take it back to cultivate, harnessing its energy to dominate the earth. But how long would it take to fully evolve the gene? Back in the car, Angela couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. "You're healthy now. Superstitious, remember?" Enoch teased. Angela clenched the steering wheel in frustration. "Well, now Angel's sister doesn't like you anymore." That nickname had been given to her by Enoch when she used to care for him, and he would often call her Angel Sister. "Head to the airport. We're flying back to New York today. In a few days, we'll head to Malaysia," Enoch said. Based on Umbrella's investigations, he confirmed that an alien-occupied rocket would crash in Malaysia, the ship carrying the Venom symbiote. Enoch intended to directly devour the symbiotes to gain Venom's abilities, such as limb regeneration and underwater breathing. Just then, Angela's phone rang. She handed it to Enoch. "It's Agent Coulson." Enoch took the call. Coulson asked, "Hello, Mr. Enoch. Would you have time to discuss a procurement deal at 8 p.m. tonight?" Okay, 8 p.m. at Umbrella's headquarters, Enoch agreed. Even if Enoch wasn't a transmigrator, as the CEO of Umbrella, he was well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's existence, especially given the company's collaboration with the government on specialized medical supplies. At Missouri's airport, Umbrella's private jet was already waiting, with the flight path to New York approved. Upon arrival, Angela and Enoch drove to Umbrella's headquarters. The building had few staff on site, mostly administrative personnel and underground laboratory workers. In the top-floor office of the headquarters, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Stark's logo on one side and a Canal's sea view on the other. At 8 p.m., Coulson arrived as scheduled. After passing security, he took the elevator to the top-floor office. Enoch looked at him and said, "Healing spray, hemostatic powder, and stimulant drugs are being used up quickly. Looks like the terrorist activity in Afghanistan has been intense lately." "That's correct," Coulson replied, his pupils shrinking slightly. He hadn't expected S.H.I.E.L.D's classified operations to be deduced so accurately. Enoch snapped his fingers. "Okay, no problem. Pleasure doing business." Coulson stood up with a smile. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Enoch." After concluding the deal, Coulson left the Umbrella building and began reporting Enoch's movements to Director Fury. Target Enoch departed for Missouri at 9 a.m. and returned to Umbrella headquarters by 5 p.m., totaling 8 hours, he wrote. Coulson knew Enoch's actions wouldn't escape S.H.I.E.L.D's notice, especially since the Red Umbrella security team consisted of retired soldiers and elites. Coulson put away his phone, pondering the impact of Enoch's family's peculiar hereditary disease on the U.S. Watching Coulson drive away, Enoch realized Tony Stark's story was about to begin. Tony would soon head to Afghanistan to sell weapons, where he would also create the Mark I. Although Enoch had met Tony several times, he knew Tony wouldn't heed any warnings. Back in his office, Enoch resumed handling emails as usual. Suddenly, an email from Stark's domain caught his attention. Opening it, he read, "Mr. Enoch, I'm Virginia Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's assistant. I'd like to purchase some unique health maintenance medications for Tony. He's been in the lab all day and is constantly in suboptimal health. Also, I had to deal with some personal trash for him yesterday." Reading the email, Enoch couldn't help but laugh. Was Tony feeling a bit drained? For Pepper to come seeking medication, it seemed the lab's suboptimal health excuse was just a cover. The real reason likely involved some close encounters with reporters. Just as Eno was about to reply, his phone rang. He glanced at the number. Sure enough, it was Tony Stark. "Hey, Eno. About that email Pepper sent earlier, that's not true, you know. I'm in my 30s, in prime health, strong as ever." Tony's voice came through the line. Okay, I get it. Got it," Eno quickly interrupted. "I was just recommending some health supplements to you." "Right, exactly," Tony agreed. "Pepper only sent that because I wasn't in my best shape that day." Eno couldn't help but laugh. "Wait a second, what's that laugh supposed to mean? Are you doubting me?" Tony countered. "I suggest we schedule a model car party and see who lasts longer. Except, you're not even of legal age yet, right? Wouldn't that make me a bad influence on a kid? I turned 18 3 months ago, Mr. Tony Big Shot Stark," Eno said, kicking back and listening to Pepper's exasperated tone in the background. "Well, in that case, too bad about the party. But I'm curious, your family members seem to all have a soft spot for their first significant others. Are you the same way?" Tony asked. "Who doesn't like someone who's entirely their own?" Eno replied with a grin. "Don't tell me you've got a thing for someone else's partner. If I spread that around, would your Playboy image need a new title?" Tony teased. "Hold on, I would never." Tony immediately denied. "Besides, I think the term Playboy doesn't fully encapsulate my complexities." Pepper seized the phone from Tony's hand. "That's enough, Mr. Eno. Once the supplements are ready, send me an email. I'll have someone bring a company card to pick them up." "Got it," Eno agreed. Back at Tony's luxurious Malibu oceanfront mansion, Pepper hung up the phone and turned to him with a look of disapproval. "What were you even talking about with someone who just became an adult? Parties? Model cars? You think he's just 18 in terms of maturity?" Tony shot back. Eno is the CEO of a private company that controls a significant portion of cutting-edge pharmaceuticals and medical equipment globally, Tony explained further. His company's headquarters in New York hosts treatment programs for numerous high-ranking government officials. They're well-connected. I've heard they're currently working on genetic and transgenic engineering. If they succeed, human lifespans could easily break the century mark, and physical fitness could increase by at least 50%. Pepper still looked unimpressed. "And yet, you're actively being a bad influence on him. Eno has been running his company for years since his parents passed away. He dropped out of school to take over. Yet in public, he only ever brings Angela to events. No one's ever heard any scandalous playboy rumors about him, Pepper countered. So, you're calling me a playboy? Tony raised an eyebrow in mock indignation. If Eno didn't have that genetic disorder, maybe he'd be like me, Tony began, then caught himself, realizing how it sounded. I mean, he could be, not that he would, not necessarily, you know what I mean. Oh, for heaven's sake, Pepper groaned, massaging her temples, you're hopeless. Fine, ruin your own health. See if I care. With that, she turned on her heel and left, clearly exasperated. Hey, Pepper. Tony called after her, but she didn't look back, he shrugged helplessly. Back at the Umbrella Corporation building, Eno noticed the office door creaking open slightly. How long have you been listening? He called out. Angela stepped inside, carrying a DNA collection device from the basement lab. Since the part where you laughed, she replied, setting the device on the desk. Eno wrapped an arm around her waist. Any objections to what I said? Angela looked up at him. Have I ever objected to you since I joined Umbrella? Her parents had died on the battlefield, and she had dedicated herself to saving those hurt by war and disease through the power of medicine. When she graduated, Angela had unhesitatingly accepted Umbrella's offer, though she hadn't expected that in addition to her knowledge, she herself would also end up claimed by Eno. Looking at Angela in his arms, Eno leaned down, brushing his lips lightly against hers. After a moment, Angela pulled away, discreetly wiping the moisture from her lips. It's late. Let's collect the samples and put them in the lab equipment for analysis. Eno nodded, rolling up his sleeve. Angela used a swab to collect DNA material from inside his mouth, then drew a small sample of blood with a syringe. She secured the samples in a container, kissed Eno on the cheek, and said, I'll go set these up for overnight processing. The data will be ready by morning. After Angela left, Eno opened the dark web on his laptop, searching for any information on Banner, but finding news about the elusive Bruce Banner, aka the Hulk, was like finding a needle in a haystack. Months earlier, General Thaddeus Ross had instigated a major armed conflict. Eno knew this was the spark that led to the Hulk's emergence. By now, Banner was likely hiding somewhere remote, seeking peace and a cure. With no new leads, Eno shook his head. It seemed he'd have to collect Hulk's blood during the inevitable battle between Hulk and Abomination. Later that night, Angela emerged from the basement lab and found Eno in his office, planning to work late again. Eno closed his laptop and stood, heading for the door. I hate working late. Eno's residence wasn't far from the company, a 2-story villa just 2 kilometers away. Usually, the pair would walk to and from work, but tonight, for the sake of his health, Eno had Angela drive them home in a sports car. On the way, Angela focused on the road and asked, Are you really going to push forward with the genetic engineering project? It could result in massive losses, you know. Let it lose money, Eno said, leaning back with his hands behind his head, gazing out the window. For generations, my family has made this project its goal. And now, I have new objectives to achieve. Objectives? Can I know what they are? Angela asked. Eno turned to watch the bustling city streets pass by. If I told you that in a few years, a giant purple alien would snap his fingers and wipe out half the life in the universe, would you believe me? Angela hesitated before asking, Is this another one of your dreams? Just treat it as one, Eno said as the car pulled up to their villa. He stepped out, looking at the 2-story house that served as their temporary home. In this expensive part of Manhattan, owning such a property was an unattainable dream for most people. Angela unlocked the door with a fingerprint scan, but before she could react, Eno scooped her up in a bridal carry. She let out a surprised yelp as he carried her upstairs and dropped them both onto the bed. Looking at Angela's smooth, exposed shoulders, Eno rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. The day after tomorrow, I need to go to Malaysia. You'll stay home this time. You just recovered, and now you're running off again. Angela said, concerned, and to Malaysia, of all places. Do you know how much your life is worth on the black market? I know, but I have to go, Eno said firmly. The power of the symbiote wasn't overwhelming, but its capabilities were unparalleled. Fine, Angela relented, though worry lingered in her eyes. Bring a full team of Red Umbrella security personnel with you. Anything else after the day after tomorrow? Eno asked as Angela checked her phone. In a week, the civilian medical spray will officially hit the market. There'll be a press conference. That product's launch will dominate the wound care industry, she reported. Eno checked the progress of his genetic evolution system and frowned. It hadn't advanced. It seems the system needs far more energy to evolve. Relying on the natural bioenergy my body produces is nowhere near enough. The next morning, Eno woke up with a start. Springing out of bed, Angela groggily opened her eyes and mumbled, You stayed up so late last night and still have this much energy? Don't turn into another Tony Stark-style playboy. As Eno's genes became stronger, every aspect of him improved. standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Ino admired his streamlined musculature and couldn't help but muse, the evolution of genes truly is nature's finest choice, it only moves toward perfection. One more thing, Ino turned back to look at Angela, who had closed her eyes again. Whether or not I end up like Tony depends on your effort, Angela. Genes, the root of all life, your personality, appearance, strength, agility, intellect, all are determined by them. Genes evolve under environmental influences, though the changes are subtle, naturally evolving genes generally progress toward superior traits. Organisms that evolve incorrectly are ultimately eliminated by nature. A few hours later, Ino was seated in his office, munching on a sandwich. Angela was in the underground lab processing the data reports collected from the instruments overnight. Tony's medication had just been picked up by his driver and bodyguard, Happy, who had also left a message for Ino, let's grab a drink sometime. It seemed the plot of Iron Man 1 was about to kick off, but knowing Tony, even if he was forewarned about the dangers, he probably wouldn't listen. Re-eyeing the landline on Ino's desk buzzed, it was Angela calling from the lab. Ino, come to the lab quickly. Your genes are incredible. All right. Ino hung up, stood, and walked toward the private elevator by the bookshelf, which led directly to the underground lab. In the lab, Angela was seated in front of a computer. When she saw Ino enter, she immediately spoke up. The lab equipment didn't run for long last night. During the first phase of surface scanning, as soon as we reached the second phase of deeper analysis, your gene cells all initiated self-destruction. It's as if they have self-awareness, acting as a collective. For the sake of the collective, they unhesitatingly trigger self-destruction when under threat. On Angela's computer monitor was the real-time surveillance footage from the previous night, clearly showing Ino's cells undergoing self-destruction during the second phase of the test. Ino nodded. Anything else you discovered? Yes. Angela switched the screen to another energy monitoring display. Your cells, even when separated from your body, still receive energy supply from an unknown source. I suspect it might be quantum channel energy, which only ceases once the cells self-destruct. Ino wanted to test if he could control cells detached from his body. Angela, collect another sample of my cells and observe them under the electron microscope. Got it. Angela retrieved a small tool about the size of a fingernail, pricked Ino's finger, and placed the sample on the microscope platform. The two of them watched the cells on the monitor. As Ino observed, the detached cells all self-destructed. In the next moment, the cells on the screen released all their energy and perished. This. Angela stared at the monitor in shock before turning to Ino. Can you control them? Ino nodded to confirm. That's right. Angela's excitement was evident. Then we could use the source code of your cells to cultivate organisms or conduct genetic engineering. I don't want to create life. I want to evolve it, Ino replied, his gaze steady on Angela. I want to advance biological evolution and develop biotech. Creating life pales in comparison to the potential and longevity of evolving life. The soul is the primary tier of existence. Ordinary life will never compare to elite entities. Biotech. Angela murmured, her mind turning. External biological armor. That's just one possibility, Ino said, pulling out a notebook and starting to sketch. If genes are the foundation of life, we can't yet create a fully gene-evolved organism. But we can begin by developing biological tech armor that either overlays the body or becomes symbiotic. After that, I have two more projects in mind, Valkyrie and Angel, Ino continued, but these will have to wait until I return from Malaysia. Without the substance of venom, it would be challenging to create external symbiotic biotech armor. Angela stared at the sketches Ino was making, showing external wings and armor, her heart filled with awe and admiration. Are you going to Malaysia because there's something crucial to completing this genetic engineering there? Angela asked. Exactly, Ino nodded. Before he could say more, Angela suddenly stood up and ambushed him, covering his lips with hers. After a moment, she pulled away, her voice full of concern. Be careful. Seeing the deep worry in her eyes, Ino embraced her and gently patted her back. Don't worry. Venom's capabilities far exceed what was shown in the movies. If the key issue of Venom's material transformation ability could be solved, the symbiotic entity could overcome its weaknesses to sonic waves and fire. After all, everyone fears sonic waves and fire to some extent. Venom is simply more susceptible to them. Ino picked up the cell sample Angela had just collected, took another small portion, and handed it to her. Observe this for now and record the data. We'll compare it again after I return from Malaysia. Understood. Angela took the sample. Ino returned to the top floor office via the elevator. For the trip to Malaysia, Ino needed soldiers from the Red Umbrella Division. The division's leader, Jason, was an orphan who had grown up supported by funding from the Umbrella Foundation. He had been trained and nurtured in the Red Umbrella Division from a young age. Ino dialed Jason's number. Prepare the private jet for tomorrow's trip to Malaysia. This time, you'll stay behind to guard headquarters. This. Understood. Jason, though filled with questions, chose to focus on his duties. Hanging up the call, re-eyeing Eno's phone buzzed. It was Tony Stark calling. Answering the phone, Eno heard Tony's voice. "Hey, Eno. I got the meds you sent me, but I think you made a mistake." "Oh. Did I?" Eno twirled a pen in his hand, his tone calm. "I don't think so. Pepper told me yesterday that the issue seemed quite serious." "Hold on," Tony said. Footsteps and the sound of a box being opened came through the line. "I just want to ask, are these so-called kidney-boosting pills and kidney patches, which your family apparently crafted last century, really meant for health and fitness? Even though they're still effective to this day, I don't need them. I'm throwing them out." Thump, the sound of something hitting the trash echoed. "Unbothered," Eno replied, "as long as you don't pick them back up, or let Pepper see them again." From Tony's end, Pepper's voice rang out, "My God. Did you just throw away the medication Eno prescribed for you?" Tony retorted, "Why can't I? I don't need it. Do you want me to stick those patches on both sides of my back?" Pepper picked up the discarded items and placed them back on the table. "Okay, let's set that aside. Your private jet has been waiting for 4 hours. When are you finally heading to Afghanistan?" Then Tony's unmistakably self-assured voice came through Eno's phone. "If a private jet isn't meant to wait for me, why would I even own one?" Eno suddenly remembered. Did Pepper just say Tony was heading to Afghanistan? "Tony, you two can save your lovey-dovey talk for after you hang up. If you've got something urgent, I suggest you deal with it first." "Wait a second," Tony interjected. "Why do you assume we're being lovey-dovey and not arguing?" "Well," Eno twirled the pen in his hand thoughtfully, "there's a saying, hitting is affection, scolding is love. Of course, it only applies to everyday relationships, not when things get serious." "Alright, that's a new one for me. Jarvis, make a note of that," Tony said. "Noted, sir," Jarvis promptly replied. After the call ended, Eno stared at his phone for a moment before placing it on the desk. Iron Man was about to be born. Preparations for the shrapnel removal surgery could be made, with Stephen Strange as the lead surgeon. If that name doesn't ring a bell, 9 years from now, he'll be known as Dr. Strange. Right now, though, he's just the lead surgeon at Umbrella Hospital's headquarters, where many government officials and corporate elites come for surgery. Time flew by, and when evening came, Eno, embracing the mindset of, "I'm the boss, I can skip overtime if I want," clocked out early. He returned home to enjoy a candlelit dinner with Angela, and as the night deepened, their clothes gradually found their way to the floor. The following morning, Angela, yawning and visibly exhausted, drove Eno to the private airport. "If you're this tired, why didn't you let me drive myself?" Eno teased. Angela, giving Eno a glare for how he'd worn her out the previous night, countered, "If you suddenly started driving yourself, those agents from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division would definitely start investigating you." "True enough. Sooner or later, they're going to pick up on something, but for now, I'd rather keep the headaches to a minimum." As the sports car pulled into the private airport, a private jet was already waiting on the runway. Standing beside it were 2 rows of heavily armed tactical teams, each piece of equipment costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. After a quick embrace in the car, Eno stepped out and boarded the private jet. Angela watched the plane take off, silently wishing him well. This trip was a true venture into the unknown, and there was a considerable chance that someone from the black market might hire mercenaries to assassinate Eno over something as trivial as a cake. On board the private jet, Eno idly picked up a Rubik's Cube and began solving it with one hand. Even with just 1% of celestial genetic capability, his body recovered remarkably quickly. Despite his exertions the previous night, a brief sleep had left him feeling completely refreshed. With several hours of flight ahead, he passed the time fiddling with the cube and playing single-player games on his laptop. Meanwhile, at the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D., an immediate report was filed regarding this event. Agent Hill pushed open Director Fury's office door and said, "Director Fury, Eno has left the U.S. on a private plane. After coordinating with the FBI, we've confirmed his destination, Malaysia." Seated in his chair, Fury, one of the most senior members of S.H.I.E.L.D., folded his hands in thought. Having risen through the ranks from a low-level agent, Fury's career was a testament to perseverance. His activities over the past 3 days have been more frequent than in the last decade. "Have we uncovered any reasons?" "No," Hill replied, her fit physique and mature demeanor exuding professionalism. 2 days ago, he abruptly visited Missouri, and now, on the 3rd day, he's en route to Malaysia. Agent Coulson attempted to probe for answers but came up empty, though he did gather some insights into the situation in Afghanistan. Fury took a deep breath, pondering his next steps. "Have our field agents stay vigilant. If Eno encounters any danger, ensure his safety at all costs. Too many international organizations want his head, rivaling even Tony Stark. Understood. He'll turn to leave, files in hand. Fury massaged his temples. The Umbrella Corporation was a cornerstone of America's infrastructure. Eno held the designs for advanced medical equipment and the formulas for top-secret pharmaceuticals. If anything happened to him in Malaysia, it would disrupt the market for these critical resources, causing severe repercussions not only in the US but globally. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, Tony Stark was busy selling missiles. After closing a deal worth over $500 million, he planned to ditch Rhodey and ride back in his flashy, fun V Jeep, only to be ambushed by terrorists, setting the stage for the birth of Iron Man. A few hours later, Eno's private jet soared through the skies, finally nearing its destination. Members of the Red Umbrella team awaited him at the airport, ready to escort him in 2 large black SUVs. Eno's plan was straightforward: head directly to the rocket crash site. Time was of the essence, and swift action was needed. Boarding one of the SUVs, Eno found himself accompanied by a total of 13 team members, 6 in each vehicle, with 2 up front and 4 seated with him in the back. Slipping on his headset, he gave his instructions: follow the address displayed on the vehicle's electronic screen. Head to the destination as quickly as possible. Understood, the driver answered. It was already 5 p.m., and they estimated reaching the site by nightfall, just in time for the rocket carrying Venom to land. They had to act fast to contain the 4 symbiotes and ensure safety. The SUVs sped down the rural roads without hesitation. Eno quipped, "Well, soldiers, my life is in your hands now." "It's an honor, boss," the team replied in unison. Clad in red-layered tactical armor and equipped with state-of-the-art gear, they were ready for any challenge. As the vehicles continued, they paused briefly for a quick fast food meal. Night descended, and suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot through the SUV's window. "Boss, unidentified object crash landing a few kilometers ahead. Potential danger," one of the Red Umbrella soldiers reported. "That's the target. Accelerate toward it," Eno ordered. "Yes, sir." The 2 SUVs roared forward. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the rocket hit the ground, and its inner protective casing secured the 4 symbiotes. The SUVs halted less than a kilometer from the crash site. Eno decided they'd proceed on foot from there. "Boss, should we leave a team here to protect you while we secure the target, or?" the soldier asked. "We're all going together," Eno stated firmly. "Understood. Stay cautious." The rear compartments of the SUVs opened, and the soldiers quickly disembarked, scanning the surroundings with precision. "Boss, the area is secure," one soldier reported after their sweep. Eno stepped out of the vehicle, issuing further instructions. "2 of you scout 30 meters ahead. 2 others stay 50 meters behind. The rest, form a defensive perimeter around me." "Yes, sir." The team swiftly moved to execute his orders, forming a protective formation while advancing toward the crash site. Not long after, 5 gray jeeps arrived nearby, carrying 30 armed mercenaries. They quickly assessed the abandoned SUVs. "Bulletproof combat vehicles," one mercenary noted. "Check for footprints in that direction." A few mercenaries moved to examine the road beyond the barricade. "At least 10 individuals," they reported. "So the intel was accurate," their scar-faced leader said, tossing his cigarette aside. "All right, let's take him out. If we succeed, we'll be set for life." Back on Eno's side, they were now just 600 meters from the target. "Boss, thermal imaging shows 30 individuals advancing toward us," one Red Umbrella soldier reported. "They're well armed but lack night vision or thermal gear. However, they might have flares." Eno quickly formulated a plan. "Regroup behind me and engage freely with tactical fire." "Yes, sir." The 2 soldiers scouting ahead retreated to join the others, creating a unified group of 10. Meanwhile, Eno continued alone, advancing rapidly toward the crash site. The operation began. Eno and the Red Umbrella soldiers split up, moving in different directions. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Just as Eno was about to catch sight of the spaceship, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from behind. Without hesitation, Eno quickened his pace, racing toward the spacecraft. The enemy numbers were several times those of the Red Umbrella soldiers. Under such circumstances, even an elite unit couldn't hold out for long. At 100 meters, a sudden flash and a steady stream of illumination lit up behind him. This was the enemy's counterattack. The Red Umbrella soldiers were being cut down. Eno's heart raced with urgency. The spaceship was right there. 50 meters. The relentless sound of gunfire continued. Finally, he reached it. Eno kicked open the damaged hatch with a powerful strike. Inside were 4 symbiotes, black, gray, blue, and yellow. Upon seeing a potential host, they lunged toward Eno immediately. Without a host, they wouldn't survive for much longer. "Bond with me." I am the strongest. I can give you power, one of the symbiotes cried out. It will take control of you. Don't trust it. Bond with me instead, another retorted. Gene detected and ready for assimilation. Assimilation initiated. Assimilation successful. New ability acquired, Venom 40%. Eno was stunned. The four symbiotes fell silent in an instant, their consciousness erased and merged into a single entity, an ability called Venom. Eno felt a surge of power as he fully mastered this newfound strength. Activate ability, Venom transformation. Whoosh! Eno's height expanded from 1.8 meters to an imposing 2.3 meters. His body streamlined, with defined, muscular contours. Though his form blended black, gray, blue, and yellow tones, he didn't like it. If I can control cells, I should be able to change the color of my transformed form as well, right? He thought to himself. Instantly, his arm turned to a matte black. Let's adjust the face, make it look like a mask. No mouth, no nose, just a rectangular visor and sharp facial angles. Whoosh! The Venom mask shifted, erasing the eyes and mouth, leaving behind a cold, angular visage with a single, piercing eye slit. This is the killing machine I envisioned, Eno nodded, satisfied. What abilities does Venom at 40% offer, he wondered. Venom transformation abilities, underwater breathing, immunity to illness, limb regeneration, replication of any textile material. Weaponized body parts, environment-based invisibility, energy and memory absorption from enemies. Immunity to psychic and mental attacks, enhanced resistance to sonic and fire-based attacks. Subsymbiotes, vacuum survival, liquid state, material possession. Wait, what's a subsymbiote? Eno asked, puzzled. Subsymbiote ability, by combining host cells and Venom's abilities, a subsymbiote can be created and bonded to any organism. The host retains a hive mind connection, allowing control over the life and death of all subsymbiotes at will. Warning, excessive division of subsymbiotes will weaken the primary symbiote's abilities. Use sparingly. Got it. Subsymbiotes are weaker but entirely under Eno's control. At that moment, the last surviving Red Umbrella soldier transmitted a signal, boss. Only one Red Umbrella soldier left. They have some kind of unknown special device. Ack. The signal abruptly cut off. Special device? Eno's hands transformed into dual blades, ready for confrontation. Activate thermal imaging. Show me heat signatures, he commanded. The Venom mask emitted a faint red glow, granting him heat vision capabilities. Eno crouched slightly. With a sharp whoosh, he leapt onto a tree trunk ahead, then another, advancing rapidly. The distance to the enemy continued to shrink, 50 meters. He spotted them. The Red Umbrella squad was annihilated. Only 10 enemies remained. How could this have happened? Suddenly, the forest grew unnervingly still. Eno heard the distinct whirring of fans and motors, drones. Looking up, he saw a hovering drone through the canopy. So it's you. The mercenary captain cursed. We borrowed this top-tier tech from the US, and still lost so many people. Well, fewer people means bigger shares for us, another mercenary sneered. Spread out and chase him. No need for stealth. Bring me his head, now, the captain barked. Boss. The micro-surveillance drone just went down. What? How did it crash? Standing in the dense forest, 50 meters away, Eno heard every word clearly. That drone. It was him who took it down. Using Venom's weaponization ability, Eno had formed liquid darts to destroy the micro-surveillance drone. The slaughter was about to begin. The mercenary captain shouted in panic, how the hell don't you know? What use are you? I have no idea. The mercenary froze mid-sentence, realizing something was wrong. He quickly yelled into the comms, raise your weapons. Where's the thermal imaging? Locate the target now. I can't see him. But there's, sudden wind. The voice fell silent again. What wind? Explain, damn it, the captain screamed, on the verge of losing his mind. They were down to 8 men now. Eno had already eliminated 2 of the loudest mercenaries, who had foolishly exposed their positions. In the darkness, Eno's matte black form blended seamlessly into the environment. The Venom-enhanced suit made him invisible to thermal imaging. Leaping from tree to tree, Eno struck again. Squelch. Another mercenary fell, lifeless. The captain shouted desperately, thermal imaging isn't working. Do we have any flares left? Throw them all. There's none left. We used them all. Squelch. Yet another one down. 6 left. The captain finally snapped, screaming, fire at will. Gunfire erupted wildly. Perched on a tree, Eno coldly observed the chaos. Random firing only made them easier targets. Enough. He'd familiarized himself with Venom's transformation abilities by now. Summoning liquid projectiles, he unleashed them with precision. Squelch. X5. In an instant, all but the captain were dead, their heads pierced cleanly. They died in utter silence, quick and efficient. The captain, out of ammunition, collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. Monster! Monster! The shadow of Eno loomed before him, a towering figure at 2.3 meters, with a matte black, streamlined body. His faceless mask bore only a rectangular visor, and dual weaponized blades glinted in his hands, his eyes slit glowing red. The captain wet himself in fear, fumbling to draw a sidearm from his holster. Bang! 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 He fired wildly. Useless. The bullet sank into Eno's body as if hitting a semi-solid liquid, leaving no trace. The captain began to doubt if he'd even fired at all. But he wouldn't get an answer. Squelch. With a single strike, Eno decapitated him. The captain's last thoughts, as terror consumed him, were, what kind of intel was this? Surveying the scattered corpses, Eno extended his hand, releasing over 40 small venom droplets. They quickly engulfed the bodies, dissolving them without a trace. The enemies were absorbed. Through the droplets, Eno could digest and retrieve any useful information directly within his mind. After processing the intel, he discovered that this group of mercenaries had taken a contract from the black market. However, the micro-surveillance drone had been supplied by none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. The mastermind was clear: Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council and the current head of S.H.I.E.L.D. After absorbing the energy, Eno checked his gene system. Gene assimilation system. Celestial 1% plus, Venom 41% plus. 40 plus bodies had only yielded 1% energy. It seemed ordinary humans were of little use, conversion efficiency was low. Whatever. Eno looked up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. It was time to return to New York. Angela would be worried if he stayed out too long. Soon enough, others would come to investigate this scene. He leaped high into the forest canopy and, with just a few strides, reached the parking area by the roadside. There were 2 large SUVs at the front and 5 jeeps parked behind them. Without hesitation, Eno shifted back into his human form and climbed into one of the jeeps at the rear. Gripping the steering wheel, a liquid matte black began to spread from Eno's hands, covering the entire vehicle. Before long, the jeep was completely coated in matte black, with the symbol of Venom's mask appearing on the hood and doors. Vroom! Eno slammed the accelerator. The jeep's engine roared like a rocket, surging forward and smashing into the cars ahead. With a sharp pull of the handbrake, a quick turn, and a perfect drift, the jeep spun around and sped back in the direction it had come from. Before long, it disappeared from the scene. 2 hours later, the rhythmic sound of rotor blades filled the air as searchlights beamed down onto the vehicles at the crime scene. Police helicopters hovered above, and a team of special forces began to inspect the abandoned vehicles. Among them was Agent Coulson. The team combed through the forest, but aside from bullet holes in tree trunks and remnants of flares, there was nothing of substance, only scattered weapons and ammunition. Holding a flashlight, Coulson continued deeper into the woods. Suddenly, he spotted the wreckage of a drone up ahead. He crouched down, feeling a strange sense of familiarity but unable to place it. Raising his flashlight, he pulled out his phone and took several photos of the battlefield debris and the discarded weapons and ammunition. "Agent, we didn't find any survivors or bodies, just weapons and ammo," the leader of the Malaysian operations team reported as he approached Coulson. After thinking for a moment, Coulson gave his orders: "Keep looking. If we still don't find anything, we'll wrap it up. I'll report back in the meantime. Thanks for your hard work." As the team leader left, Coulson examined the bullet holes in the tree trunks, trying to reconstruct the firefight in his mind. The trees in the area had clearly been subjected to intense gunfire. What he didn't know was that this very spot was where the mercenary captain had ordered his men to fire at will. After taking more photos of the battlefield, Coulson exited the forest and walked to the roadside. He sent the photos and then dialed Director Fury's number. "Director Fury. Director Fury, I've arrived at the scene, but there's no sign of Eno. All that's left are discarded weapons, ammunition, and a forest riddled with damage." In S.H.I.E.L.D's top-floor office, Fury stared at the battlefield photos displayed on his computer monitor. The trees had been riddled with bullets, but there were no bodies, no wreckage, nothing. Not even a scrap of clothing. Where the hell did they go? There are footprints everywhere. At least 30 or 40 people were here, but now there's not even a shred of fabric left. How the hell are we supposed to investigate this? And where the hell is Eno? If Eno remained missing for a few more days, the world could spiral into chaos. The boss of Umbrella Corporation had vanished. Who could predict the downstream effects? Armed groups could start raiding for medicine, and competitors in the pharmaceutical industry would undoubtedly make aggressive moves. Eno, with his unpredictable mind, had run off to God knows where. Bang! Fury's office door was suddenly pushed open. Agent Hill strode in briskly. Director Fury, the FBI has just reported new intel on Eno. He's currently on a flight, Malaysia Airlines flight KT-1569, heading to New York. Fury froze in surprise. What? Wasn't he missing? How is he on a flight? He looked at Hill for confirmation. How many people? Hill nodded. One. Just him. Have Coulson return. Let the others wrap things up. Fury ended the call with Coulson, stood, and retrieved a handgun from his drawer. Donning his leather coat, he spoke to Hill on his way out the door. Get everything ready. Tomorrow, we'll prepare vehicles and head to the airport in New York. Hill nodded, holding a folder as she asked, under what pretense? Escort him home. By the time Eno arrived in New York, it was early the next morning. Sitting on a commercial flight, he had subtly altered his facial features using Venom's abilities to avoid being recognized. As a high school dropout who had taken over the corporation at a young age, his face was highly recognizable in the public eye. As the plane landed, he noticed several black S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles parked just off the runway. Internally, he thought to himself, time to put on a show. Straightening his clothes and adjusting his sleeves, he undid the facial alterations just as the plane came to a stop. As passengers disembarked, Eno spotted Fury and Hill approaching. He greeted them with a smile. Hey, Director Fury. Nice weather today. And as always, that eye patch makes you look sharp. Fury approached with a faint smile, patting Eno on the shoulder. Let's grab a cup of coffee, shall we? The two of them headed to a cafe just outside the New York airport. One glance was enough for Eno to recognize it as a S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house. The place had likely been cleared out and secured by their personnel. Inside, Fury and Eno picked a table to sit at. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Hill, stayed outside. What'll you have? My treat today. Fury gestured grandly, offering to cover the tab. An iced coffee will do. Not too bitter. I don't like bitter things, Eno replied, pulling out his phone to text Angela, letting her know he was back. Curious, Fury asked, mind telling me who you're texting? Angela, Eno replied casually, putting his phone down after sending the message. Oh. I see. Fury gave him a knowing look. Your girlfriend. Ding. Eno's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Angela calling. Excuse me, I need to take this, he said to Fury before answering. Eno. Where are you? Are you hurt? I'll come pick you up. Angela's anxious voice warmed Eno's heart. I'm at a cafe outside New York airport. Just head here directly, he replied. Angela hung up after confirming. Eno set his phone back on the table and looked at Fury. She's on her way now. And to clarify, she's my girlfriend. Not a little girlfriend, because I don't have a big girlfriend. She's welcome to join us, Fury said, all the while observing Eno closely. He noticed Eno's relaxed demeanor and the loose, cloud-patterned attire he wore, something that seemed to be a long-standing habit rather than a deliberate choice. A S.H.I.E.L.D. server brought over their coffees. Eno took a sip and nodded in approval. Not bad. Neither too bitter nor too sweet, with a nice, rich flavor. Thank you, sir, the server replied politely before leaving. Fury took a sip of his own coffee but seemed distracted. Finally, he got to the point. Eno, according to Intel, you took 12 Red Umbrella security members to Malaysia. But now, they're Red Umbrella security personnel, not soldiers, Eno corrected him. Then it shows you took 12 Red Umbrella security members to Malaysia, but why did only you return? Where are they? Fury asked directly, cutting to the most critical question, eager to hear Eno's explanation. Forcing Eno to spill the truth was impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't hold that much authority over Umbrella Corporation. Even if they pressured him, the president would immediately intervene to protect the rights and freedoms of a major U.S. taxpayer company's boss. Who would dare infringe on such a powerful figure's privacy? So, Eno leaving whenever he pleased was entirely within his rights. Eno tilted his head in thought, then looked at Fury earnestly and said, they've retired to live a peaceful life. Yeah, right, like I'll believe that, Fury cursed internally. If those elite soldiers had truly retired, would they have left behind nearly $1 million worth of equipment? Next time something like this happens, don't gift it to the Malaysian government, just let me know where you left it, and I'll happily go collect the trash, thank you very much. Looking at Eno sitting across from him, Fury felt utterly powerless. Compared to dealing with middle-aged men, seniors, or other societal figures, Eno was clearly harder to handle. Fury could never quite grasp Eno's true intentions. Even when he thought he had figured him out, Eno's expressions and gaze were often deceptive. Rubbing his temples with both hands, Fury sighed and said with some frustration, we just want to understand what exactly happened over there. If there was danger, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States could have been your strongest shield. Do you understand what I'm saying? Eno nodded, taking a sip of iced coffee. I understand. But this is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go check. Besides possibly finding weapons they had used, what else could S.H.I.E.L.D. dig up? Fingerprints? Impossible, they wore tactical gloves, leaving no traces. Since that night, the 12 Red Umbrella operatives had simply vanished into thin air. Fury furrowed his brows even deeper upon hearing this. He truly felt stuck, though fortunately, he still had Natasha as a backup plan. At that moment, the screech of car brakes sounded outside the cafe, followed by a car door slamming shut and hurried footsteps. Angela entered, dressed in a white lab coat, and practically threw herself into Ino's arms, like a swallow returning to its nest. Fury's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Ino, fully aware of Angela's excitement, exaggeratedly allowed himself to be knocked backward, collapsing weakly onto the cafe's cushioned seat. Angela, now sprawled over Ino, froze when she noticed Fury watching. Realizing her actions might have exposed Ino's enhanced physical condition, she quickly sprang up, helping him to his feet. Sorry, I got a little too excited, she said, feigning embarrassment. No problem, Ino responded, waving his hand cooperatively. Observing their interaction, Fury's narrowed gaze softened slightly, though he wasn't about to let this chance slip away. He made a mental note to review the surveillance footage later. Ino settled back into his seat, casually draping an arm around Angela's waist. At that moment, Agent Hill entered the cafe and took a seat across from Ino. Do you have any more questions? Ino offered the last sip of his coffee to Angela, who picked up the cup. If not, Ino continued, I'll be heading back with Angela to get all. Before he could finish his sentence, Angela, having just finished the coffee, jabbed her fingers into his side in a subtle but sharp reprimand. Agent Hill chuckled softly, amused by their antics, while Fury felt an almost tangible wave of emotional damage. If you're not willing to talk, then I have nothing more for now, Fury said, lifting his coffee cup in a small gesture before downing the rest in one gulp. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the moment. Fury glanced at the caller ID, it was from the intelligence division. Excuse me for a moment, he said to Ino, stepping aside to take the call. Believing he was out of earshot, Fury answered, Director Fury here. What is it? Director. Tony Stark has gone missing. Colonel Rhodes just reported it. Tony. Fury's voice rose in surprise before he quickly realized he might have been too loud. He glanced back at Ino and Angela, who were still bantering like a flirtatious couple, then turned away and lowered his voice. How could Tony go missing? Wasn't he under heavy guard? What about Colonel Rhodes? According to the report, Stark ditched Rhodes, shoving him into another vehicle before driving off alone. Damn it. Fury swore, ending the call. Tony Stark's father had been one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders, and the secrets he left behind remained unsolved. Tony himself was of critical importance, not just as a genius inventor, but because his advanced weaponry was vital to the military. Pocketing his phone, Fury returned to Ino. Something's come up at HQ. I have to go. Safe travels, Fury, Ino replied nonchalantly from his seat. Hill followed Fury out of the cafe. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle, Fury addressed Hill in the passenger seat, Tony Stark is missing. We'll review the full intel back at HQ. Hill nodded briskly, her professional demeanor unshaken. By the way, Fury continued, has Agent Romanoff been embedded at Umbrella Corporation yet? Hill glanced at her watch. As of 9:15 this morning, she officially started at Umbrella's headquarters as Ino's personal secretary. Angela oversaw her hiring, there were no issues. Fury nodded. Have her gather as much intel as possible. I want a detailed report on Ino's activities today. Hill nodded again, already sending Natasha the updated mission details. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Angela held back her questions until they were out of the monitored area. Once inside their car, she finally asked, Are you hurt? Or, no, are you okay? Of course, I'm fine, Ino replied, brushing a strand of her hair aside and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Not only am I fine, but I've made significant progress. I'll explain everything once we're back in the lab. All right. Angela nodded, starting the car. The engine roared to life, and the two sped off toward Umbrella's headquarters. About 30 minutes later, Angela parked in front of their destination. Stepping out, the two entered the grand lobby. Wasting no time, Ino led Angela toward the elevator, their destination clear, the top floor office. Just as the elevator doors began to close, a striking figure stepped inside. She wore a leather miniskirt and a fitted top, her fiery red hair cascading in waves. Her lips sported a bold shade of red, one that Ino, a self-proclaimed simple guy, couldn't name. Isn't that Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow? What the hell is she doing here in my company? Ino thought, his mind racing. Angela noticed his expression and quickly explained, This is the secretary I hired for you today. I can't handle the role while I'm always in the lab. "Hi, boss," Natasha greeted with a smile, raising her hand in a casual wave. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the top floor. Angela stepped out first as the doors opened. Natasha also intended to follow, but Eno stretched out an arm, blocking her path, nearly startling Natasha into instinctively grabbing the hand in front of her and executing a judo throw. She looked up at Eno, who was blocking her, maintaining a smile and waiting for an explanation. Internally, she thought, "Trying to hit on me in front of your girlfriend? You're fired. Go to the front desk on the first floor, ask where the finance department is, and then collect your severance pay before leaving." Eno, politely, pressed the button for the first floor for her and stepped out of the elevator. Outside, he pressed the "closed door" button. Bye-bye, his actions were seamless and swift. Natasha stood inside the elevator, dumbfounded, unable to process what had just happened until the elevator reached the first floor and the doors opened again. I got hired. I got fired. So quickly. Stumbling out of the elevator in a daze, Natasha still found it hard to believe. She was a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and yet she had failed a mission on the first day. Crack. In her disbelief, Natasha accidentally snapped the pen she was holding. How was she supposed to report this? Stepping out of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, Natasha looked up at the top of the building. The entire top floor was Eno's office domain, and only Eno and Angela had access. As his now ex-secretary, she used to be able to enter, but now she was fired. Natasha wandered to a nearby park, found a bench to sit on, and pulled out her agency-issued phone to investigate Eno's profile. No way. She wasn't going to give up. She planned to find another opportunity to try again. Failure was not something Natasha allowed in her life. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D would never expose her agent identity. There was no trace of her records to be found anywhere in the country. There was no reason Eno could possibly know she was a S.H.I.E.L.D operative. Carefully reviewing the dossier again, she read through Eno's details: male, 18 years and 3 months old. Appearance. Looking at the photos of Eno growing up, Natasha found it hard to believe that this guy would fire someone in such a manner. Life resume, XXXXXX. After reading through the profile once more, Natasha irritably put away her phone and covered her face with her hands. This guy was a hardcore recluse. Apart from essential activities, Eno either stayed inside the Umbrella Corporation building or was with Angela. Every single one of his outings had one of 5 motivations: going to work with Angela, leaving work with Angela, traveling or vacationing with Angela, attending company business events with Angela, or, most recently, his sudden trips to Missouri and Malaysia. How am I supposed to approach him? Natasha rubbed her temples. Practically every time Eno left the building, Angela accompanied him. It's like, has a secretary when needed, and a secretary when not. There was absolutely no chance for her to make contact. In the end, Natasha could only call Director Fury. Director Fury, the mission failed. Her tone was as if the entire world owed her something. Agent Romanoff? What happened? Fury asked. Natasha glanced at her watch. At 9:15 this morning, I started working as Eno's secretary, and then I got fired. That's it. Does the target know your identity? At this point, Natasha began to suspect whether Eno had access to S.H.I.E.L.D's internal files. Impossible, Fury immediately dismissed. Your records only exist in paper form. There's no way they could be compromised without us noticing. Natasha remained silent. Fury thought for a moment before adding, perhaps the target grew suspicious and removed a perceived threat. Or maybe, your charm was seen as a threat in itself. Natasha. Fury continued, let's not count the mission as a failure just yet. For now, shift your focus to other tasks. We'll revisit the Eno situation later. Right now, we still don't know if Tony is dead or alive. Understood. The scene shifted to the top floor office of the Umbrella Corporation. Angela looked at Eno's smooth and efficient actions, her tone puzzled. She seemed very competent as a secretary. And, she added, she had quite the figure. If I weren't feeling well, what I mean is, if I were physically unwell, you know what I mean. Eno reached out and pinched Angela's cheek gently. In a soft voice, he said, she's not my type. You're the only one who's perfect. Ugh. Angela's face instantly flushed red. Flustered, she grabbed a folder to shield her cheeks. Haha. Watching Angela's rare bashful reaction, Eno chuckled and took her hand. Let's head to the lab. I've got something cool to show you. Leading Angela into the office, they took a private elevator that descended to her personal laboratory. It was the only access to the underground lab. Beep. Arriving at the underground lab, Eno pulled Angela aside and said, now, watch my abilities. Venom transformation. Whoosh. In an instant, Eno, who stood at 180 centimeters, transformed into a 230 centimeters Venom, his face mask exuding menace, his frame towering and muscular. But Angela seemed completely unaffected. "You're not surprised?" "Surprised," Angela nodded. "But since it's you, Eno, there's nothing to fear." Watching Angela's calm demeanor as she curiously poked at his transformed form, Eno sighed and reverted back. Yet Angela immediately protested, "Don't change back so soon, I haven't finished examining you. Then study yourself." "Huh." Before Angela could react, Eno's left hand morphed with a metallic shing into a blade, which he swung at his right hand. Splurt. With a clean cut, his right hand flew off. Retracting the blade, limb regeneration activated. Eno's severed right hand instantly grew back. He caught the detached hand midair. Then, Eno pressed the severed hand against Angela's arm. Symbiotic venom. Whoosh! For a moment, Angela's body was enveloped in a rippling, matte black liquid before it quickly receded. It appeared her body was surprisingly compatible. "What's this?" Angela asked excitedly as she clenched her fists, feeling the surge of power. "I have the same abilities as you." "Exactly. You can customize your form, even decide what to wear. Goodbye to clothes, then. I can wear whatever I want, whenever I want." This might just be every girl's dream, to wear anything she wished at a moment's notice. Looking at Angela's graceful figure, Eno thought to himself, full-body black leather outfit. Whoosh! In an instant, Eno was treated to a delightful sight in the underground lab. This was amazing. Eno realized he could directly control the symbiote on Angela. "You! Change it back, change it back." Angela suddenly felt the constriction on her body and immediately reverted her symbiote suit. "Just kidding, just kidding." Eno waved his hand dismissively. Angela would only ever wear something like that for him, never in public. "Well, you should design a combat suit you'd like to wear. I've already got one in mind." So fast. Let me take a look." Angela walked over to the original table, picked up the drawings of the wings Eno had designed, along with the Valkyrie and other equipment blueprints, and then began to merge them. Finally, she pulled out a newly redrawn blueprint and handed it to Eno. Eno took it and examined it. The equipment was labeled, Valkyrie Angel. The design was clear. Besides the close-fitting protective suit, there was also a combat skirt designed to guard against splash attacks. It had flowing embellishments, and the back had a reserved section for skeletal armor. It seemed like there were still some components that hadn't been installed yet. At that moment, Angela walked over wearing the Valkyrie Angel gear depicted in the blueprint. She spun around in front of Eno and said, "Well, how does it look?" "The reserved section in the back is for the wings. It's a shame we haven't developed biological technology wings yet. But my bio-nanotechnology has made a breakthrough," Angela said excitedly. "If we combine it with your venom ability, we could achieve flight using bioenergy alone," she continued to explain. Bioenergy is the natural energy within living organisms. You can think of it as the stamina of every living being. Yes, stamina. If you have strength, you can fly. If you don't, you can't even walk, Angela added. "It looks great," Eno said, stroking his chin as he admired Angela. Who needed Natasha, the Black Widow, when Angela was right here? Back when he used to watch Marvel in his previous life, he was never particularly fond of Natasha's character. Angela, now entirely focused on her research, paid no attention to Eno. She began experimenting in the lab, using her venom ability to separate a small amount of venom for analysis. She aimed to perfectly integrate her nanobiotechnology with the venom transformation, which would greatly enhance the compatibility of future venom-based suits. "Alright, you keep researching. I'll head upstairs." Seeing Angela engrossed in her work, Eno turned and walked toward the elevator, heading back to his office on the top floor. Sitting in his office chair, Eno began to contemplate. Earlier, when he returned, he had heard from Fury about Tony's disappearance. This meant that Tony was already in that cave, probably for quite some time now. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI were both searching for him, and Afghanistan was in chaos. Suddenly, in the expansive top-floor office of the Umbrella headquarters, a large golden portal, about 2 meters high, appeared to Eno's right. The edges of the portal emitted spark-like particles. Through the golden circle, Eno could see a dojo-like space on the other side. Without a doubt, Eno knew this was the Ancient One's magical portal, inviting him over as a guest. But why would the Ancient One invite him for no reason? Did she look into the eye of Agamotto? Eno stood up and calmly walked into the portal. In an instant, he disappeared from his office and arrived at the Ancient One's Magic Academy. Standing in the dojo, Eno saw the Ancient One sitting on a meditation cushion, dressed in her usual white robes. Her face appeared aged yet oddly youthful. In front of her was none other than the Eye of Agamotto. "You seem to know a lot. I can sense from your eyes that you are aware of many stories," the Ancient One said, her tone slightly approving as she observed Eno's composed demeanor. But Eno was aware of the truth behind her words. You seem to know a lot, was just a surface observation, indicating the Ancient One didn't actually know much about him. Ino smiled and sat down on a cushion. Perhaps. Lately, I've been having dreams of all kinds. The Ancient One chuckled lightly and suggested, would you like to explore the realm of the soul? I often offer this experience to those who visit. Indeed, anyone who visited the Ancient One or became her student in magic would usually experience her famous astral projection technique. It seemed to have its own unique benefits. However, Ino wasn't fond of such experiences. The levels of the mind and soul aren't of much use to me, not even with the Mind Stone, Ino replied. And I dislike the feeling of losing control. You know about the Infinity Stones. At this point, the Ancient One finally grasped a piece of useful information about Ino. Correct, Ino confirmed, pointing to the Eye of Agamotto in front of her. For example, that one. Ino had little immediate need for the Infinity Stones, but there was one he urgently sought, the Tesseract, or Space Stone. It contained immense and nearly limitless energy that his gene-devouring system required. While the other Infinity Stones also held vast power, Ino estimated that the Space Stone's energy was the most substantial. The Ancient One glanced at the Time Stone inside the Eye of Agamotto, then back at Ino. Finally, she said, in the river of time that flows into the future, your presence does not exist, and yet you are always present. No matter what, you are in the future, yet I cannot see you. Why is that? Ah, so that was it. Ino finally understood why the Ancient One had invited him over, because she was puzzled. She couldn't comprehend why Ino existed in the future timeline while remaining invisible to her. Ino didn't rush to answer. Instead, he countered with a question of his own, what else have you seen? The Ancient One replied earnestly, I can see everything, except for you. Ino nodded, indicating he understood. The Ancient One could see the futures of others, but she was bound by the laws of foresight. Revealing such knowledge would alter the outcomes. At this point, Ino stood up, dusted himself off, and said, perhaps I'm just an anomaly. But I'll stay true to my path. Now, send me home, and don't tell me you don't offer return trips. The Ancient One smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with the answer she had received. She opened another portal for Ino, leading back to the office he had just left. Ino stepped through but, just before the portal closed, added, Dr. Strange is still working for me. If you ever need something, perhaps you can come find me. The portal shut, leaving the Ancient One on the other side. Her eyes widened momentarily, but she remained calm. Ino's last remark mirrored what she had once said in Avengers, Endgame to Bruce Banner, you're 5 years too early. In other words, I know everything. Back in his office, Ino poured himself a cup of milk tea from the automatic dispenser, then sat down to browse the day's news. Today's headlines included, Tony Stark missing. Where has he gone? Stark Industries faces turmoil. Major investors rumored to be moving in. The tragic genius of Tony Stark, a look at his legacy of arms dealing and charity. Seeing the flood of news about Tony Stark, Ino knew that word of his disappearance had spread far and wide. But in just a few days, Tony would return safely, bringing with him the miniature arc reactor and the Mark armor designs. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the phone on Ino's desk rang. He glanced at the screen, it was Aldrich Killian. If the name didn't ring a bell, he was the founder of AIM, the bioresearch organization that had recently garnered significant attention. If you're not familiar with this organization yet, let me introduce you to the mastermind behind the extremist virus in Iron Man 3, the man behind the Mandarin. This is Aldrich Killian. Back in the late 2000s, when Ino was just 5 or 6 years old, Killian had met Tony Stark during the Millennium Science Conference in Bern, Switzerland. Killian had approached Tony, brimming with enthusiasm and cutting-edge technology, hoping to collaborate. Instead, Tony toyed with him, leaving him waiting for an entire day. That experience, understandably, drove Killian over the edge. Thinking about this, Ino answered the phone. What is it? He had no interest in getting tangled up with Killian. Besides, the extremist virus technology was still far from perfect, far from the version Ino desired. He planned to let them continue developing it, improving it until it was ripe for the taking, just fattening the calf before the slaughter. Ino, you're the boss of Umbrella Corporation. We're practically peers in the industry. Our technology is nearing completion, how about joining us? Killian's voice came through the line. Ino. Was this guy out of his mind? Umbrella Corporation, an industry leader, a unicorn in the medical field, joining someone else. And this guy was already getting a swollen ego because of some minor achievements. No wonder Tony had dismissed him so readily 10 years ago. I suggest you stop bothering me, Aldrich Killian. Maybe you've released a few decent pharmaceuticals recently, but you're still far from reaching Umbrella's standards. Honestly, if it weren't for a government-organized industry gathering, Ino wouldn't even have saved his number. But Killian quickly interjected, no, no, no. What we've released to the public is just the tip of the iceberg. Our real biotechnology is something you couldn't even begin to imagine. It's perfect, it's beautiful, it's the pinnacle of human ingenuity, the key to human evolution. If you were to join us, you'd see how magnificent it truly is. Killian went on and on, bragging about his capabilities and technology, completely unaware of how much he was annoying Eno. Go play with your biotechnology on your own. Umbrella doesn't need it, Eno replied coldly. What a lunatic. As if Eno didn't already know exactly what the extremis virus was all about. Once he got his hands on it, he could refine it, maybe even revolutionize it, but definitely not use it the way Killian intended. Fine, suit yourself. But just you wait. We've recruited someone new, you wouldn't believe who it is. With her on board, our technology will become even more incredible. Killian hissed through clenched teeth. Had Eno hit a nerve? Rejected by Tony, dismissed by Eno, it must have been tough for Killian. Still, Eno couldn't resist a bit of mockery. Oh. Who is this amazing recruit that has you so excited? MOE, beep, beep, beep. Killian had hung up abruptly, cutting himself off mid-sentence. That was just plain stupid. But still, MOE? Who could that be? Someone Killian held in such high regard. No matter. First things first, block Killian's number. Eno's phone was already set to reject calls from unknown numbers, so blocking him was simple enough. With that done, a few days passed uneventfully. During this time, Umbrella Corporation held a product launch for a revolutionary treatment spray, priced at $99 for a 150 milliliters bottle. It boasted antibacterial, cleaning, cell-activating, and tissue-repairing properties. For any wound that didn't require stitches, this spray was enough to handle it. The launch caused an immediate sensation. Orders for Umbrella's treatment spray skyrocketed, with billions of bottles sold in no time. And this was just the first wave of orders, not to mention the fact that the spray was a consumable product. The revenue from the first batch alone brought Umbrella Corporation tens of billions of dollars, completely overshadowing AIM's recovery serum released months prior. Of course, this was just the appetizer. Once Angela delved deeper into the venom technology and organized some of the scientific data for their Los Angeles-based underground research facility, the development of bionic prosthetics wouldn't be far off. That would truly revolutionize the lives of the disabled. Compared to that, the treatment spray was just a minor product. A few days later, Eno received an unexpected message, an invitation from none other than Tony Stark himself. Tony had personally asked Eno to visit his home, and Pepper wanted to meet Angela as well. Apparently, Tony had just disembarked from a transport jet and was heading to his Malibu home in Los Angeles. For him to invite Eno so soon after returning, wasn't he supposed to be announcing the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division? Eno responded via text, "Sure, give me a few hours." Tony immediately replied, "Okay." The distance from New York to Los Angeles was significant, and even with a private jet, it would take several hours. But first, Eno needed to call Angela. He dialed the underground lab's line. "Angela, Tony has been found. He invited me to his place, and Pepper wants to meet you as well. Are you free to come along?" Angela's response came swiftly. "All right, I'll be right there." She was always straightforward. Wearing her lab coat, she took the elevator up, and as she stepped out, her clothing shifted instantly, morphing into casual attire as if by magic. Ah, the Venom symbiote ability, clothing replication. Leaving the Umbrella Tower, Angela drove toward the private airstrip. On the way, she asked, "Tony went missing a few days ago, and now that he's been found, why would he invite you over so soon?" That was something Eno was curious about as well. While he and Tony had a decent relationship, they weren't exactly close friends. So why was Eno Tony's first choice upon returning? "I'm not sure. Maybe he has something to discuss," Eno replied. Soon, they arrived at the airstrip. Eno boarded his private jet, and a few hours later, they landed in Malibu, Los Angeles. From there, they drove to the address Tony had provided. The luxurious mansion sat on a sprawling estate, with panoramic ocean views and lush green lawns. As they approached the entrance, JRVS's voice greeted them. "Mr. Eno, Dr. Angela Ziegler, identity confirmed. You may enter." The AI assistant granted them access to Tony's mansion. Tony, having been notified by JRVS, came to the door himself. To Eno's surprise, Tony greeted him with a rare hug. Tony wore a sling on one arm, and a reactor hung from his neck. Through his t-shirt, Eno could see the glowing arc reactor embedded in his chest. After a brief embrace, Tony stepped back and said, "As you can see, I've got a bit of an injury." "I'd say the bigger issue might be there," Eno remarked, pointing at the arc reactor in Tony's chest. "No, that's not an injury," Tony replied, leading Eno toward the living room. It's a part of me, an organ, you could say. Pepper, sensing that Tony wanted to discuss something important, pulled Angela along to the kitchen to prepare something. Eno sat on the living room couch while Tony went to the wine rack. You drink, right? Don't tell me you've never been drunk. Eno watched as Tony opened the bottle of wine with one hand, using the edge of the table, his teeth, and sheer determination. Finally, the bottle cap popped off. I've had plenty to drink, but I've never really gotten drunk. How about you open that bottle, and we give it a try? Eno suggested, pointing toward a bottle on the wine rack. Tony followed Eno's gaze. Sitting on the rack was a bottle of vodka from the Great Bear Nation, a potent liquor known as the Water of Life. Without hesitation, Tony raised the whiskey bottle already in his hand. We're drinking this tonight. Heh. Watching Tony pour the whiskey, Eno got up, walked over to grab a glass, and casually took the bottle as well, joining Tony on the couch. Taking a sip, Eno asked, So, what's the rush in calling me over? I like how straightforward you are, Tony said, holding his glass and pointing a finger at Eno. Then, taking a moment, he continued, I don't want to be in the weapons manufacturing business anymore. With that, he took a sip of his drink. Sure enough, Eno could tell, this was a turning point for Tony. He'd finally realized that no matter how much charity work he did, it wouldn't change the fundamental truth. As long as he sold weapons, he was indirectly responsible for the harm they caused. Sure, he might convince himself that keeping weapons out of the hands of bad people was enough. But the reality? It made no difference. Leaning back against the couch cushion, Eno asked, So, what's the plan? Selling toy guns? Publishing comic books? Tony mulled it over for a moment. First, I'm shutting down the weapons manufacturing division, he said, turning toward Eno with an exaggeratedly serious expression. Maybe I'll start a company in the medical field instead. Ha! Good one. I can't picture you switching industries like that. But hey, thanks for the medicine, Tony added with a wry smile. My medicine? Eno raised an eyebrow. What, the kidney supplements? Oh, come on, not that, Tony said, setting his glass down and fishing an empty pill case from his pocket. He tossed it onto the table. Eno glanced at it. A stimulant? Military grade? This stuff was only supposed to be supplied to the armed forces. How did Tony have it? Rhodey gave it to me ages ago. I just stuffed it in my pocket. Let me tell you, when I was trapped in that cave, this thing was a lifesaver, Tony explained, picking his glass back up and taking another sip. They didn't search you. They let you keep something like that? Eno asked incredulously. No way those terrorists would have left him with something so potentially useful. Tony froze mid-sip, clearly caught off guard by the question. Finally, he muttered, I hid it, in my underwear. Pfft. Eno spat out his drink in laughter. Okay, go ahead and laugh, you little brat. You wouldn't understand an adult's level of composure, Tony grumbled, downing more whiskey to drown his embarrassment. He knew Eno would laugh. Of course he would. Eno's gaze drifted to the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. That thing, it wasn't irremovable. Modern medical technology could easily extract it without significant risk. And let's not even get started on the argument that the suit's power source had to rely on the reactor in his chest. After all, the war machine armor Tony gave Colonel Rhodes had an external arc reactor. No, the real reason Tony clung to it was because he'd found his life's other half. That reactor was a part of him now. You know, Eno ventured cautiously, Umbrella's medical division could perform the surgery. Practically zero risk. No, Tony refused immediately. I'll figure it out myself. Classic Tony. He'd rather let the palladium poisoning kill him than willingly remove the reactor from his chest. Either he solved the problem on his own, or he'd die trying. That was Iron Man. After seeing Iron Man 3, one line likely stuck with you, maybe even puzzled you. So if I were to wrap this up in a bow, I'd say my suit was never a distraction or a hobby, it was a cocoon. And now I'm a changed man. Take away my house, my toys, my tricks, but one thing you can never take away, I am Iron Man. To Tony, the arc reactor and the Iron Man suit weren't just tools, they were extensions of himself. Removing the reactor was like tearing out a vital organ. That's why, even as the palladium poisoning worsened, Tony refused to have it removed. He could have easily built a separate arc reactor to power the suit. But he didn't. Because to him, it wasn't just about functionality, it was about identity. Watching Tony's adamant refusal, Eno wasn't surprised. Alright, but if you ever change your mind, Umbrella's hospital would be thrilled to grab the headlines for saving Tony Stark. And the money wouldn't hurt either. Tony nodded, swirling the whiskey in his glass as his expression grew more contemplative. Aren't you curious why I'm so determined to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? Eno raised his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement, letting Tony continue. Back then, I thought it didn't matter. I thought as long as I kept my weapons out of the wrong hands, everything would be fine, Tony began. He took another sip before continuing, but I was wrong. In Afghanistan, I saw my weapons in the hands of terrorists. And sure, I never approved those sales. But so what? Tony's voice carried a bitter edge. Eno interjected, you still indirectly caused the death of countless innocent people. Exactly. Tony agreed, nodding emphatically. And this time, I paid the price. I was attacked with my own weapon. So now, I'm shutting it down. Even if Stark Industries stock plunges, I don't care. Eno could tell Tony was resolute. His experience had taught him that weapons were safest in his own hands. In this world, the only person you could truly trust was yourself. Still, Eno offered a reminder. Just don't forget to keep a stash of those Stark-made antiques. The moment you announce this, the investors' pockets are gonna take such a hit that they'll want your head. They're not going to let you just walk away. They'll hold grudges. They'll want revenge. And you know what that means, Eno added, drawing a finger across his neck in a mock throat-slitting gesture. Tony didn't seem fazed. He tugged at his t-shirt, revealing the arc reactor beneath. With a smirk, he said, not worried. I've got this, and my little toys. They hurt me, sure. But they didn't break me. They just helped me figure out what I need to do. Pulling his shirt back down, Tony raised his glass. Eno chuckled. Well, cheers to you finding your path in life. Clink. Their glasses met. Tony grinned. Feels good. No regrets. How much have you two had to drink? A voice suddenly rang out. Turning around, they saw Pepper and Angela entering the room, their eyes wide at the sight of the empty bottle. If it were just Tony drinking alone, Pepper wouldn't have minded. But drinking with Eno? That was another story. She always worried about the young dropout. I told you, I'm an adult, Eno said defensively. But he has a press conference to attend. You expect him to show up reeking of alcohol? Pepper scolded, gesturing toward Tony. That's actually a great idea. I'll do it, Tony said, raising his glass in mock agreement. Oh, for the love of. Pepper groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. Don't worry, Eno said, patting Tony on the shoulder. Can't wait to hear your low-key speech later. Tony gave a thumbs up. Of course. I'm always low-key. As Eno and Angela left, Tony let Pepper drive him to the airport. In the car, Angela turned to Eno. What was that about? Pepper seemed upset. Eno smirked. We were just talking about our bosses. Clearly, she wishes she were a few decades younger so she could follow you around. Oh, so that's what you talked about. Eno had assumed they would discuss topics like corporate management. Angela asked, why was Tony in such a rush to find you this time? Well, Eno summarized, for emotional solace and gratitude. Tony's actions had shown Eno just how hard this genius pushed himself. By the way, Eno suddenly said, did you notice the LED light on Tony's chest? Angela nodded. I was curious about that. That's a compact arc reactor, also known as the arc reactor. It outputs 3 billion joules of energy per second. You mean a miniature version of the one beneath Stark Tower? Exactly. Tony's version was still rudimentary, lacking palladium batteries. This one only used 1.6 grams of palladium. If someone asked Eno whether he wanted one, he'd just shrug. It was nothing compared to the energy he could harness once he controlled planetary resources. If he could tap into even a fraction of a planet's energy, he could store and utilize both global and solar energies. Compared to such enormous power, the arc reactor seemed insignificant. Angela observed Eno. You don't seem very interested in the arc reactor. Not really. Eno nodded. Give it some time, I'll have something far better. Particle storage and quantum transmission would soon outclass all known technologies. Quantum transmission practically eliminated distance, consumed almost no energy, and operated in near-zero time. However, that method could only be applied to his systems and abilities. It wasn't suitable for everyday energy consumption. And honestly, using such advanced methods for trivial tasks would be a waste. After a few hours on a private jet, Eno and Angela finally returned home. Seated on the couch, they leaned against each other while watching TV. Before Eno could excuse himself for a shower, Angela suddenly pulled out a tablet and showed him a 3D model along with schematics. Wings? Eno was surprised. You've already designed the exoskeletal wings? Angela rotated the model with the stylus. Since it's all powered by bioenergy, my only focus was perfecting the propulsion direction and aesthetics. Eno studied the schematics and model carefully. The wings were anchored to the scapula, capable of 180-degree omnidirectional movement from the back. Each wing contained 5 light prisms. Was this what Angela meant by bioenergy propulsion direction? Hand me the stylus, Eno said. Angela hesitated for a moment before reluctantly passing it to him. Eno first removed the light prisms from the wings, leaving only the skeletal framework. The structure itself was sound, Angela's design was solid. But the movement and redirection of the bioenergy through the light prisms had some issues. Instead of using 5 light prisms per wing, why not switch to light feathers? Thousands of light feathers could dynamically adjust energy propulsion in all directions. With only 10 prisms, control might be easier, but it would lack versatility. Ino's hand danced across the tablet screen. Angela watched the wings evolve into something more refined, feeling both frustrated and resigned. I worked so hard on this design, and you make it perfect in one glance. Soon, Ino finished sketching the light-feathered wings. Here you go, Ino handed the updated schematics back to Angela. Now hurry up and transform so I can see it in action. Though, with your current bioenergy reserves, you'll only manage gliding, not full flight. Angela reviewed the tablet while replying, it's not that quick, I need time to understand the details and principles. Fine, go figure it out. Meanwhile, I'm going to shower. Ino took off his loose shirt, revealing his toned upper body as he headed for the bathroom. Angela watched him leave, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. For those asking how much I'll write about Overwatch characters, I only write about logical and relevant ones. Don't worry about understanding the story, others are just minor roles. Soaking in the bathtub, Ino pondered the issues with his gene system. If he waited for the cosmic cube's charging system, who knew how long that would take? What now? For now, he'd pushed the venom enhancements as far as they could go. After some thought, he decided it might be worth ordering a large arc reactor from Tony. After all, he only needed it to power his system. Ino realized he didn't need a compact arc reactor, just a large one capable of providing fusion elements. Sure, it would burn through cash, but he could live with that. The saying, poor people in Marvel rely on mutations, rich people rely on technology, was, in his view, complete nonsense. His biotechnology relied on both evolution and technology, and it was outrageously expensive. The sound of the shower door sliding open pulled Ino from his thoughts. Angela, wrapped in a long bath towel, stepped inside. Ino lay back in the tub, arms draped over its edges. What's this? Feeling defeated over your design and unwilling to accept it, Angela tilted her chin up. Don't blame me for not warning you, you're going to lose in this area too. How would you know without trying? Naturally, no conclusion was reached. Angela ended up being carried back to bed, tucked in tightly by Ino. She slept like a rock. Later, in the kitchen, Ino grabbed a bottle of water of life from the wine rack. Sitting on the balcony, facing the canal and the Statue of Liberty, he took a swig. A bit spicy, but otherwise, no effect. Glancing at the bottle, Ino wondered if it was counterfeit. His enhanced physique rendered things like alcohol virtually ineffective. Even drinking a bottle of poison or cyanide wouldn't have any impact on him. The next morning, Ino awoke to a flood of news. Tony had shut down the Stark Weapons division, and Stark Industries stock had plummeted by over 50%. If not for knowing Tony personally, Ino would have shorted a few shares himself. He made a call, but Pepper answered instead. Good morning, Mr. Ino. Tony is still sleeping. Shall I wake him? No need. Let him sleep. I'll call back later. Understood. Hanging up, Ino recalled Tony's penchant for sleeping in. It was still only 7 or 8 a.m., way too early for him. At that moment, Ino felt a small hand sliding across his abdomen. Turning his head, he saw Angela half asleep, her leg draped lazily over him. Even in her unconscious state, she behaved like this. Angela's hand continued wandering for a bit before she woke up fully, blinking as she noticed Ino watching her. Eyes still half closed, she leaned in for a morning kiss. Unfortunately for her, Ino stopped her with a palm to her face. You haven't brushed your teeth. Stay back. Angela. After merging with Venom, my body doesn't get dirty. She flipped over, straddling Ino and playfully punching his chest. You're accusing me. I haven't even complained about you not brushing your teeth yet. Fine, fine, Ino laughed. As long as you're not complaining. Angela, then let's try again. Ino. How about we brush our teeth together? You. After finishing their morning routine, Angela and Ino headed to Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. On the way, Ino mentioned needing Tony to build a massive underground arc reactor. Angela asked, what's it for? Umbrella doesn't need that much energy. It's for me, not Umbrella. Ino pointed to himself. My genetic evolution requires an enormous amount of energy, beyond anything this planet can comprehend. No wonder, Angela mused as she drove. Your genes are so powerful it's terrifying. Not even sci-fi movies would dare take it this far. What about your research? Ino inquired. Other than gaining some inspiration from observing the traits, I can't go too deep. Still, it's been beneficial. This was precisely why Ino studied his own genes. The inherent firewalls and complexity made research nearly impossible. Even without firewalls, the sheer difficulty of understanding his genes was insurmountable. Otherwise, celestial genes would have already been replicated. Why else would Ego have needed so many alien offspring to help him dominate planets? In the end, only Star-Lord carried half of his genes. As they spoke, the two arrived at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. Taking the elevator to the top-floor office, Eno sat down and pulled out his computer to begin modeling and drafting plans. While sketching, he asked, "You should delve deeper into Venom's properties, it will come in handy later. There are many areas to explore in terms of its regenerative and extensibility potentials, far less complex than the gene project from before." Angela nodded, taking notes on her tablet. "So, what was the name of your previous gene project?" she asked. Eno thought for a moment before deciding to stick with the original name. "We'll just call it the Celestial Gene Project." Angela found the name fitting and decided they would refer to the previous gene work as Celestial Gene. Eno continued, "Let's not get into Venom's limb regeneration capabilities for now, though you've seen that, but organize the research on its extensibility and send it to the Los Angeles experimental base. Have them work on biomechanical prosthetic limbs. Let them research biomechanical hands, arms, legs, fingers, toes, and the like. Once this technology is realized, combined with your nanotechnology, we'll have a new frontier in innovation." The reason for developing biomechanical prosthetics rather than pure limb regeneration was simple: the latter was currently unachievable. Angela's expertise in nanobiology, however, was unparalleled. Creating a perfect prosthetic limb, then integrating it with Angela's nanotech, would undoubtedly lead to groundbreaking advancements. This technology wouldn't just revolutionize prosthetics, it would lay the groundwork for creating artificial human bodies in the future. As for whether this violated ethical norms, well, there wasn't much to debate. "If you lose an organ, let's see if you'd refuse a synthetic replacement," Eno remarked. "And if you're disabled, let's see if you'd reject a prosthetic limb." Angela nodded, faithfully recording the conversation on her tablet. At Umbrella, there was no need to worry about data leaks. The internal network was isolated, with major equipment disconnected from the internet and only linked through physical data cables. No matter how skilled a hacker might be, they were powerless without a network connection. Even the best cybercriminals feared a global blackout. Watching Eno sketching on his computer, Angela asked, "What are you working on?" "Redesigning the appearance," Eno replied, his hands never pausing. "Since we finalized the luminous wings last night, I figured my Venom transformation should at least look decent. A matte black muscle-bound form paired with light wings. Too much of an eyesore." Angela glanced at Eno's redesigned model and nodded approvingly. "Alright, I'll head to the lab now." Angela gathered her tablet and walked toward the elevator, heading down to the underground lab. In the office, Eno's phone suddenly rang. Ring ring. He glanced at the screen, it was Tony Stark. Answering the call, Tony greeted him with a yawn. "Pepper told me you were looking for me this morning." "Sorry, I just woke up." Eno switched to speakerphone, setting the device on his desk so he could continue his sketching. "I noticed your stock prices took a dive, so I've got a business proposal for you. I want to build a giant arc reactor next to Umbrella Tower." "Okay, hold on." Tony chuckled. "Are you spying on me?" "Just kidding. Why do you say that?" Eno asked. "Because just last night, I made a breakthrough with the design for a giant arc reactor," Tony said. "Perfect, then," Eno replied. "Build the latest model, and tell me how much it'll cost, I'll wire you the funds." "No, no, no." Tony suddenly objected loudly. "Your medication helped me a lot. Consider this my gift in return, okay?" "My meds cost next to nothing," Eno retorted. "You're giving me an absurdly good deal here." "If you don't accept it," Tony said firmly, "then I won't accept the order either. Stark Industries will refuse the project altogether." "Alright, fine," Eno said, leaning back in his chair and stretching. "It's not like you're short on cash, even with Stark's weapons division stocks plummeting." The weapons division was just one part of Stark Industries, albeit the largest. Since a billionaire was offering free work, only a fool would refuse. "Okay then," Tony said cheerfully. "I'll send a team over today. I've got other matters to handle, so I'll talk to you later." "Got it." After hanging up, Eno finished his new model. The revamped design no longer resembled an alien creature but instead embodied a fusion of biology and technology, with a distinct cyberpunk and futuristic aesthetic. Adding the luminous wing model to the body design made the overall effect even more stunning. From a small panel on his desk, Eno pressed a pair of buttons. The office curtains automatically closed, and the lights brightened. Eno stood up and moved to an open area of the office. Venom transformation. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Eno's height shot up to 230 centimeters. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, examining his new form. The previous matte black was replaced with a sleek silver, accented with subtle gold patterns, a look of understated elegance. Gone was the bulky, muscular appearance of the old Venom. Instead, it now resembled a form-fitting suit of armor. Eno nodded in satisfaction and shifted his shoulder blades slightly. Swish. Luminous wings, unfurled. The effect was divine, like a god descending to earth. Perfect, Eno muttered, stroking his chin. By American superhero standards, even if he turned to villainy, he'd still amass a legion of die-hard fans. After all, with looks like these, people would follow wherever they led. He deactivated the transformation. Gene Devour System. New Venom ability, Luminous Wings. Eno carefully reviewed the system, noticing that developed abilities were recorded within it. This meant Angela could use them too. Having reverted to his original form, Eno walked back to his desk and reopened the curtains. He then sent Angela a message: try using the Luminous Wing ability within your Venom transformation. Huh. Alright, Angela replied. Before long, an excited voice came through. I haven't even studied this yet. How is it already usable? Eno chuckled as he sat in his office. This must be the Hive effect. As long as I grant you permission to inherit abilities, your Venom offspring can learn them too. But you still need to study it thoroughly, or you won't use it effectively. Understood. I'll get on it, Angela replied enthusiastically before ending the call. Gene Devour System. New Venom abilities, Hive effect, Hive consciousness. So that's how it worked. Eno finally understood. The system required him to fully comprehend and establish a complete set of parameters for each ability. Later that evening, Tony's construction team arrived at the Umbrella campus to plan the scope and specifications of the project. Since Umbrella Tower's basement housed the underground lab, Eno had them build the massive arc reactor beneath the adjacent annex. Within days, the giant arc reactor was completed, with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Its output depended on the amount of fusion elements added, such as the palladium Tony currently used. Palladium, an indispensable material in aerospace, military, and nuclear energy industries, was exorbitantly expensive. But for Umbrella, the cost was trivial. Eno stood beside the underground arc reactor in the annex building, watching as blue streams of cold nuclear fusion energy surged rapidly through the circular passageway. He placed his hand on the surface of the reactor, preparing to establish a quantum transmission channel between the system and the arc reactor. Initiating energy communication. Gene Devouring System. Gene abilities, Celestial 1% plus, Venom 41% plus. He planned to push both abilities forward in their evolution. As Eno removed his hand, he noted that while the Celestial ability might evolve slowly, the Venom ability would likely show some effects soon. Leaving the arc reactor behind, Eno returned to his office, only to receive an unexpected call. It was from Obadiah Stane, also known as Ironmonger, the very man responsible for Tony Stark's abduction in Afghanistan. He answered the call. Hey, Eno, how've you been? Feeling better lately? Obadiah's tone was overly friendly, clearly trying to build rapport. Eno walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing sideways at the Statue of Liberty. Not bad. What's the matter? Oh, straight to the point as always, Obadiah remarked with a chuckle. Obadiah then continued in what he thought was a casual tone. Alright, I'll get straight to it. Tonight at 8 p.m. at the Disney Concert Hall, Tony will be presenting a donation to the Firefighters Foundation. He's hoping you could make it. I'm personally extending the invitation. Eno immediately saw through the lie. There was no way Tony knew anything about this. If he attended, the event would undoubtedly serve to boost Stark Industries' public image. After all, Eno's reputation as a philanthropist, praised as a savior and a saint, was impeccable in the eyes of the public. This wasn't an insult, but rather a reflection of American culture. Umbrella Corporation, under Eno's leadership, was seen as a force for good while also being profitable. This was precisely why Umbrella tied its public image so closely to the people. In the presence of absolute power, the people themselves became a source of power. If Obadiah wanted Eno at the event, Stark Industries stock would undoubtedly rise significantly. But that didn't mean Eno shouldn't go. In fact, attending would make things much more interesting. Alright, no problem. I'll be there later, Eno replied. Ha ha ha, of course, Obadiah said with a laugh. A big shot like you has to make a grand entrance. As the call ended, Eno muttered under his breath, idiot. Obadiah Stane, Ironmonger, was the quintessential example of someone drunk on their own power. Before Tony's misfortune in Afghanistan, all the weapons Stark Industries sold were Tony's creations, and all the sales channels relied on his connections. The board of directors merely held shares, and while Obadiah had been involved with Stark Industries before Tony took over, he was far from being in control. Could he overthrow Tony, the rightful heir? If Tony hadn't survived his ordeal, perhaps Obadiah might have succeeded. Eno glanced at the time, still early in the afternoon. Returning to his desk, he informed Angela to accompany him to the evening event. After all, what's a gala without a proper companion? As night fell, Angela drove them to the Disney Concert Hall in a sleek R8 supercar from a certain automaker. The two-seater, with its transparent mid-engine design, boasted a top speed of 316 km per hour. Its silver-white exterior was striking, exuding sophistication. Obadiah Stark? Angela asked curiously. If you know what's going on, why are you still going? Because it's fun, Eno replied, resting his arm on the window and humming a tune. How could I ignore such a performance? Ha! Angela burst into laughter. You're something else. After a short drive, they arrived at the Disney Concert Hall. Outside the grand entrance, doormen and security guards held back a crowd of reporters armed with cameras and microphones. The moment the reporters spotted Umbrella Corporation's license plate, they swarmed in excitement. The security team quickly stepped in, dispersing the crowd and creating a protective path for Eno. Stepping out of the car, Eno accepted the keys Angela handed him and passed them to a valet. With Angela elegantly linking her arm through his, the two strolled toward the concert hall. Walking down the red carpet, reporters shouted their questions. Mr. Eno, is your attendance here related to a potential collaboration with Stark Industries? Mr. Eno, what's your relationship with Tony Stark like? Reports say Tony personally invited you. Is that true? Does Umbrella Corporation have any new research breakthroughs to share? Eno saw no need to respond to such questions. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, Tony Stark was in his lab, applying a fresh paint job to his latest Mark armor. This specific suit was equipped with Tony's newest arc reactor and palladium core. On the television, a news anchor announced, at 8 p.m. tonight at the Disney Concert Hall, Tony Stark will present a donation to the Firefighters Foundation. Umbrella Corporation CEO, Eno, is also expected to attend. Could this signal a collaboration between Stark Industries and Umbrella Corporation? Let's find out. Tony stared blankly at the screen, turning to Jarvis. Am I dreaming? Did I approve this event? Did I invite Eno? Jarvis replied, no to all of the above, sir. Scratching his chin, Tony glanced at his watch. How much longer for the paint job? 5 hours, Jarvis answered. Then don't wait for me. Back at the Disney Concert Hall, Eno and Angela entered the grand, glittering hall filled with music and opulence. Obadiah approached Eno, holding a small glass of wine and wearing a white scarf draped around his neck. Though he exuded an air of maturity, his eyes betrayed envy and resentment. Hey, you're early. Tony might be a while, he's feeling a bit under the weather, Obadiah lied smoothly. I'll head inside first. I prefer quieter spots, Eno replied evenly. Sure, security can guide you in. Or would you like me to show you the way? No need. You stay here and entertain the guests. With Angela still on his arm, Eno walked into the dazzling hall, grabbing 2 glasses of wine before settling into a quiet corner with a small 4-person table. Eno handed 1 glass to Angela. What do you think of this kind of setting? Angela took a small sip of her wine, casually glancing around. Whatever you think, I think the same. Seems we're always on the same page about these things. Neither Eno nor Angela enjoyed such ostentatious displays. She'd rather be in a lab, and Eno preferred something more straightforward. Hello, Mr. Eno, came a polite voice from beside him. Looking up, Eno saw Agent Coulson. Hello, Agent Coulson. Coulson smiled. Your memory is much better than Tony Stark's. How are the agents doing with Umbrella's medication? No issues? Eno asked, sticking to standard workplace pleasantries. Your products, as always, are impeccable. Good to hear. After exchanging a few words and finishing his drink, Coulson left. His main task tonight was Tony Stark, but seeing Eno warranted a respectful greeting. Seems like their Homeland Security Agency is quite comprehensive, Angela remarked, deliberately shortening S.H.I.E.L.D's old name to avoid its length. Of course, Eno replied, watching Coulson's retreating figure. Wherever there's trouble, they're there. Our ties with them run deep. Angela nodded, making a mental note to research this Homeland Security Agency further. Hello, Mr. Eno, Ms. Angela, came another voice, this time soft and feminine. Turning, Eno saw an unfamiliar woman with wavy brown hair. She was decent-looking but not his type. And you are? Christine, said the woman, handing him her business card. Eno glanced at it, a reporter from some broadcast network. Without a word, he passed the card to Angela, knowing she'd dispose of it later. What do you want? I'm just such an admirer of yours. Could I interview you? The woman held only a pen and notepad, which Eno found respectful, no intrusive cameras or aggressive tactics. At least she had manners. Eno gave her a chance. No problem, 10 minutes. I have other things to do afterward. That's fine. Just a few minutes will do. Christine, delighted, slung her small bag across her stomach. Under Angela's wary gaze, Christine sat down beside Eno with pen and paper in hand and asked, "You're widely regarded as the kindest and most conscientious company owner in society today. What do you think about that?" "Well, I just did what I should do, running a business without compromising my conscience," Eno replied. Christine quickly jotted it down in shorthand, her body inching closer to Eno. She continued, "Are you here this time to collaborate with Stark Industries? Or does Umbrella Corporation have a close relationship with Stark?" Eno took a sip of his drink. "I'm here privately because I have a good relationship with Tony. It has nothing to do with business." "You and Tony have a good relationship?" Christine seemed excited, her voice raising slightly. Eno nodded, lifting his glass in acknowledgement. "Is there a problem with that? I think he's a murderer by proxy. He sells weapons to terrorists, harming innocent people," Christine exclaimed, pulling out a stack of photos and placing them in front of Eno. "These are all the evidence I've collected. Every single one is manufactured by Stark Industries." Eno glanced through them. Indeed, even the latest missiles were among them. "You should deliver these to him personally," Eno said, handing the photos back to Christine. "Perhaps the full truth hasn't come to light yet, but Tony has certainly made his share of mistakes. He's a devil. You're the angel," Christine declared, putting the photos away. She even pressed her leg against Eno's. "Compared to him, I believe everyone prefers Umbrella Corporation over Stark Industries. Umbrella is the true shield that protects the people. We just need to pay a bit of medical fees, and it shelters us from the storm." Her tone was reverent, almost fanatical. "Ahem." Angela interjected, removing one of her high heels and using her long legs to step between Eno and Christine. "Tony Stark is here. He's over there. Your interview should be wrapping up." Christine glanced at Eno, then at Angela, her gaze full of envy. She suddenly adjusted Eno's collar, grabbed her bag, and ran off. Looking at Angela's stocking-clad foot, Eno spread his hands helplessly. "This isn't my fault." Angela withdrew her foot and took a sip of her drink, nonchalant. "That Natasha earlier, I thought she was all right. But this one? No good. Probably chaotic. When did I ever say this one was all right?" Eno retorted helplessly. "And I didn't even say Natasha was all right. You were the one who thought she was fine, I didn't. I don't care, I'm going to pick for you." Looking at Angela, who was clearly a mature young woman but acting a bit spoiled, Eno chuckled. "Fine, you pick." Obviously, she couldn't handle him herself anymore and wanted to find a partner, yet she insisted it was all about her making the choice. Eno smiled, drained the last of his drink, and glanced toward the bar. He noticed Christine confronting Tony, discussing the matter of Stark Industries selling weapons to terrorists. After a while, Tony finally managed to shake her off. Turning around, he spotted Eno. Eno raised his empty glass, gesturing toward the unopened bottles lined up on the bar. Tony gave an "okay" gesture and mimed two little figures walking with his fingers, signaling he'd be over in a bit. Eno nodded, signaling his understanding. In the end, Tony grabbed a bottle of liquor and headed outside first. "What were you two signaling about?" Angela watched intently, her expression full of angelic confusion. "3 consecutive? He said he was going to find Pepper first and then come back with her," Eno explained, setting his empty glass aside and waiting for Tony to return. "Impressive." A short while later, accompanied by the elegant music of the Golden Hall, Pepper walked in, holding Tony's arm. Tony still had the bottle of liquor in his hand. Reaching Eno's table, Tony placed the bottle on the table and sat down next to him. Pepper, meanwhile, took a seat beside Angela. As soon as Tony got comfortable and reached for the bottle, Pepper snatched it away. "I'll pour." "You're not allowed to drink so much." "Oh no," Tony grumbled, dissatisfied. "I'm in such a bad mood today, and now you're taking my drink away too." While Tony was complaining, Eno had already slid his glass over. Pepper smiled warmly, poured Eno a drink, and pushed the glass back to him. "Fine," Tony muttered, realizing no one was paying attention to him. He rubbed his chin and slid his glass over as well. Clink. Tony raised his glass and clinked it against Eno's. Eno took a sip. "You're in a bad mood because of the photos she showed you." "I can guarantee," Tony said, taking a drink himself, "I absolutely did not approve those orders. But a few days ago, your company in Obadiah could have approved them," Eno pointed out. Tony nodded angrily. "Exactly. A few days prior, Stark Industries had announced Tony's removal from the board of directors. While he still retained profit-sharing rights, he no longer had decision-making power. From then on, any action simply required the approval of the board or Obadiah. Watching the two heads of massive corporations converse, Angela and Pepper chose to sit quietly nearby, engaging in low-key chatter. Pepper kept the bottle ready to refill their glasses as needed. "So, what do you plan to do now?" Eno asked, spinning his glass slowly. "Are you going to confront Obadiah later?" Ask him why he crossed the line. Running both legitimate and shady businesses at once? Tony froze. That was what he had intended to do, but hearing Eno articulate it made him feel like it might be a foolish move. Still, Tony said, what he's doing is blatantly disregarding limits and mocking the rules. Come on, that's a dumb move, Eno said bluntly. What's done is done. Instead of focusing on how to deal with what's next, you're planning to confront that idiot. Is he going to help you? No, he'll just piss you off even more. Even if he admits it, yes, it was him, yes, the board kicking you out was his doing, so what? All that'll do is make you angrier. Though, to be fair, it might help you hit back harder. That part, I'll admit, could be useful. With that, Eno downed his drink in one go and pushed his glass toward Pepper. Tony stared at the ice cubes swirling in his glass, lost in thought. Pepper, watching as this 18-year-old rendered Tony speechless, dazedly poured Eno another drink. Eno took his glass back. After a long pause, Tony finally reacted, raising his head and joking dramatically, "Why do I feel like my father just showed up? Where is he?" As he spoke, Tony turned his head, looking around the room exaggeratedly. "I'm not that old," Eno said, raising his glass toward Tony. "You're almost twice my age." Clink. Tony raised his glass and clinked it against Eno's again, slurring slightly, "You're young, but the things you say make you sound like you've lived a lifetime. Use a voice modulator or something, make me think you're a wise old grandpa." This playboy could be considered a cocky genius. He adapted quickly, and he understood even faster. After a brief moment of contemplation, he grasped what Eno had said, let it go, and probably understood the deeper meaning as well. Everything Eno said was true. He himself didn't like to dwell in regret over the past because Eno never regretted the things he had done. Rather than lamenting the past, it's better to surpass today. You guys, stop drinking. Pepper slapped the cork back onto the bottle and shoved it under the table. What puzzled her, though, was how Tony got tipsy after just a few drinks, while Eno seemed completely unaffected. Sensing Pepper's curious gaze lingering on him, Eno realized he needed to put on a bit of a show. Using his abilities, he flushed his face as red as if he'd had far too much to drink. Then he slowed his movements, deliberately acting a touch sluggish. "So, when does this party end? I think it's about time I head home." Seeing Eno's current state, Pepper finally understood. He just held his liquor well. She picked up the glasses from the table. "You can leave whenever you want. This party's in Tony's name, but you'll need to use the side exit or else the reporters will block you in." "All right, Pepper. I'll take Eno and head out first." Angela, standing nearby, got up and stepped out from beside Pepper. She walked over to Eno, put an arm around his shoulder, and helped him up as they followed Pepper toward the side exit leading to the garage. "Goodbye, Angela." "See you," Angela replied. Sitting in the R8 sports car, Angela waved goodbye to Pepper as they started the engine and drove out of the underground parking lot. The reporters swarming the main entrance would be left waiting in vain for Eno. Once they'd left Disney Concert Hall, Eno, who had been lying back in the seat pretending to sleep, opened his eyes again, erasing the flushed color from his face with his ability. Phew. He stretched lazily, letting the coastal breeze from the car's speed wash over him, clearly in a good mood. Angela, driving the car, glanced at Eno and smiled. "You didn't notice Pepper's expression when you told Tony off earlier. She looked both incredulous and thrilled at the same time, and, in the end, I think she even admired you." "I saw it all, plain as day." Eno was momentarily at a loss for words. "Pepper, she's kind of maternal, right?" Angela finished his sentence for him. "Well, not exactly." Eno tried to rephrase. "She gives off this vibe of wanting to take care of me, but considering who I am, she ends up feeling a bit inferior. So it creates this weird dynamic where it's like she wants to, but doesn't dare to. Honestly, I can't really put it into words." Pepper did indeed exude a sense of wanting to look after Eno, perhaps as a reaction to seeing Tony's lack of dependability. After saying this, Angela didn't respond immediately. Eno turned his head to look at her. "Oh, so you dare mock the boss, huh? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson." How exactly she'd teach him a lesson wasn't specified, but later that night, Angela went straight to take a shower when they got home. Watching Angela drive Eno away earlier, Pepper had lowered her hands and sighed. If only Tony could be as capable as Eno. She couldn't fathom how someone as young as Eno could have gone through so much. Her thoughts weren't of envy or mere amazement but carried a tinge of heartache. What are others doing at 14 or 15? Enjoying the carefree days of school, probably. What about at 18? Experiencing the freedom and adventures of college life, most likely. Eno had experienced none of that. Pepper returned to the ballroom through the side door. Tony was sitting in a chair, holding a glass of wine, watching the dancing crowd as if lost in thought. When he noticed Pepper return, he downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, steadied himself, and stood up, extending a hand toward her. "Let's go home." At this moment, Pepper sensed something different about Tony, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She walked over, holding on to Tony's arm as they left the ballroom together. They stepped across the red carpet, where Obadiah was busy boasting to reporters about the bright future of Stark Industries. Tony walked up to him, clapping him on the shoulder. Obadiah turned around. "Oh, Tony, you look like you had a good time." Tony, however, cut straight to the chase. "Were the weapons sold by you? I only need a yes or no." Obadiah's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Tony would confront him so bluntly. Knowing there was no point in pretending, Obadiah admitted, "It was my signature." Then, he added, "Tony, we have to make money somehow. The board is watching. We can't just stop producing weapons and start selling baby bottles, can we?" Tony had his answer, but remembering Eno's words, he clenched his teeth, suppressing his rage, and said, "I told you where the line was for being an arms dealer, and you all promised me. If it hadn't been for someone telling me my weapons were in the hands of terrorists, I might have actually believed you." Seeing that Tony was ready to completely sever ties, Obadiah dropped all pretense. Reporters called out, demanding photos. Obadiah draped an arm over Tony's shoulder, turning him toward the cameras to make it look like they were sharing a private moment. In reality, Tony whispered, "That's right. I was the one who forced the board to sign you out, though, to be fair, some of them were more than willing." After saying this, Obadiah walked over to the reporters to check how the photos turned out. What surprised him, though, was Tony's calm demeanor. Tony simply nodded, then walked over to Pepper, put his arm around her, and left. The next day, Eno saw the latest news broadcast at home. Colonel Rhodey stood before reporters, stating, "Unfortunately, during yesterday's training exercise, an F-22 Raptor crashed, though thankfully, there were no casualties. As for the incident in the Gamma region, the origin of the intervening force remains unknown, but we can assure you that the United States was not involved." Watching the report, Eno realized that Tony had gone to exact his revenge the very next day. He had traveled to the war-torn regions of Afghanistan, using his latest Mark armor to obliterate all armed forces and Stark Industries weapons in the area. Meanwhile, Ironmonger Obadiah sat at home, watching the same news, his frown deepening. At Tony's home, Tony Stark was busy repairing his latest Mark armor. Pepper walked in while he worked. Seeing her, Tony said, "Hey, are you busy? I need you to do something for me." He put down his tools, walked to a desk, and picked up a USB drive. "I need you to go to my office, hack into my server, and pull all the shipping manifests. All you have to do is plug it in, it'll do the rest." Pepper took the USB drive but didn't leave. Instead, she placed it back on the desk. She looked at Tony intently and said, "I'll bring back the data, and then what? What are you going to do with it? Like this armor? Full of bullet holes. Was that you in the news earlier? Why are you still doing this? Eno told you yesterday, you should be thinking about how to deal with him in the future, not running around playing vigilante in this suit." Tony explained, "I'm not out here avenging or punishing evil. I'm just doing what I have to do. They broke their promises, crossed every line, and sold weapons. Do you have any idea what I saw out there? Corpses. Everywhere. And I feel like it's all on me." At this moment, Tony was visibly angry, not at Pepper, but at Obadiah and those traitorous board members. Pepper looked at Tony, seeing his unwavering seriousness. She took a deep breath and said, "This could cost you your life, and I can't just stand by and watch you. I can't be the one enabling this, pushing you closer to danger. That would be harming you." Tony sighed, moved over to a chair, and sat down, fiddling with a tool in his hand. "If I didn't have this belief, I might have already been dead by now. In Afghanistan, I faced dangers far worse than this. But those were physical threats. This is something else. It's in here," he said, gesturing to his heart. "It's mental, emotional. I know deep down I have to do this. I can't let Obadiah keep running wild. It's time to teach him a lesson." Tony looked at Pepper with an earnest and resolute expression, delivering his final argument. Even Eno said, "If something's wrong, act fast to correct it and strive to surpass it in the future. You get the evidence, and I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life behind bars. No mercy." Hearing Tony quote Eno's famous words, Pepper's eyes trembled slightly. Finally, she reached for the USB drive on the desk, holding it up in front of Tony. "This is your last chance. If you're wrong, I'm resigning." With that, she left the lab, heading toward Stark Industries Tower. Watching her leave, Tony spread his hands helplessly. Why is there never a reward for me when I do the right thing? Beside where the USB drive had been, there sat a gift Pepper had given Tony, the first-generation arc reactor. Engraved on it were the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." Back at the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters in New York's Hamilton district, Angela had just finished transmitting the extended observation data and various reports on Venom to the underground lab in Los Angeles. The head of the lab called her immediately, his voice filled with excitement. "This technology is unbelievably challenging. It's nearly impossible. Do you realize how fast human neural signals transmit? Biomechanical prosthetics can't keep up. Not to mention, even a single hand involves countless interconnected mechanisms. Major muscle groups, minor ones, bones, nerves, everything has to work together. And powering all of this? With our current tech and energy resources, it's utterly unfeasible. What? Charge for 5 hours to run for 2 minutes." The Umbrella Corporation's experimental team were true doers. As long as they didn't cross any ethical or moral lines, Eno would let them work freely. Over the phone, Eno calmly said, "Just focus on your task. I'll handle the rest of the technology. All you need to do is leave space for the batteries in designated spots. I'll send you the specifications shortly. Your only concern is solving the issue of biomechanical prosthetics. Tell me, can you do it or not?" After Eno finished speaking, the lab personnel carefully examined the freshly printed materials. Switching his phone to speaker mode, Eno waited for a response from the scientists. After a long pause, someone on the other end suddenly shouted in excitement, "What kind of technology is this? I've never seen anything so miraculous. How does it achieve coexistence between biology and machinery? How can one material exhibit so many different states?" Prepared for such reactions, Eno smirked and leaned back in his chair, sipping on his milk tea with his feet propped up on the desk. "Now, tell me, can you do it? The data and instructions are all there. And just so you know, quitting isn't an option at the Umbrella Corporation." But before Eno could finish his warning, the other side responded confidently, "We can." "Good." At Umbrella's experimental base, the benefits and salaries were extraordinary, as were the family welfare packages. But these perks came with a price. No one could quit. Want to resign? Pick one of Earth's 4 major oceans, and you'll get to experience a whale fall firsthand. Whale fall, when a whale dies and its body sinks to the ocean floor, nourishing countless marine creatures. Ending the call, Eno began pondering his next moves. The Ironmonger would soon make his debut. Taking him down would be easy. The tricky part was dealing with the aftermath. Not long after, the Hulk would also face his first major battle at a school. To get his hands on Hulk's blood in advance, Eno could use the Venom symbiote to play the role of a superhero and intervene. Besides, the Hulk at that stage wasn't Bruce Banner, it was just the Hulk. Before the two fully merged, they were essentially separate entities. Beep. The sound of the only elevator leading to the underground lab echoed through Eno's office. The elevator doors opened, and Angela stepped out. She saw Eno staring into the distance, deep in thought. Walking over, she placed her hands on his shoulders and began massaging them. "What's got you thinking so hard?" Feeling her hands on his shoulders, Eno closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Probably tonight, though I'm not sure of the exact time. I'll have something to take care of, but don't worry about me exposing my identity." Angela's hands paused for a moment, and she hesitated. "Are you going to use the Venom transformation?" "Yeah." Eno nodded casually. There was no reason to hide it. Unlike Pepper, Angela supported and trusted Eno unconditionally. Still, out of concern, Angela asked, "Who's the opponent? Is it dangerous?" Scoffing lightly, Eno chuckled and patted her hand without opening his eyes. "Just a can of canned meat. I'm not even worried about that right now. I'm just organizing my thoughts. There's a lot to handle. Did you really think I was stuck on a problem?" "All right then," Angela said, relieved, exhaling softly. Leaning down, she pressed her face close to Eno's, nuzzling against him before wrapping her arms around him. "For a second, I thought that purple potato villain from your dreams was showing up early." "That's still a long way off," Eno said, taking in the sweet scent of Angela. "But even if he does show up, he'll be lucky if he doesn't flee with his tail between his legs." Angela let out a soft nasal sound, By the afternoon, Pepper arrived at Stark Industries in her car. She took the elevator to the top floor and entered what used to be Tony's office, now temporarily unoccupied. Plugging in a USB drive, she followed Tony's instructions step by step, unlocking a trove of hidden files. Missile schematics, Afghan orders, Zone 16 Industrial Park's counterfeit mechanical armor, and a video of Tony's abduction. "Oh my God!" Pepper gasped, quickly covering her mouth to stifle a shout. She hadn't expected Tony to have gone through all of that. Suddenly, Obadiah entered the office. Though suspicious upon seeing Pepper, he couldn't directly force her to leave the computer without giving himself away. After a tense exchange, Pepper managed to leave with the USB drive containing incriminating evidence against Obadiah. As soon as she left, Obadiah rushed to the computer, checking the file access logs. It showed everything had been viewed and copied. Shit. Enraged, Obadiah stormed out, only to see Pepper walking away with Agent Coulson. Unable to hold back his fury, Obadiah stomped toward the large arc reactor, furiously confronting the research engineers. Can you people shrink this damn thing or not? Why is there no progress after all this time? One of the researchers, dressed in white, pointed at the reactor and replied, this technology is already at the pinnacle of the field. Further miniaturization is nearly impossible. But Tony did it. Why can't you? Obadiah grabbed the researcher by the collar, shouting. The researcher adjusted his glasses calmly, I'm not Tony. Obadiah, who always looked down on Tony, refused to believe these researchers couldn't match him. Did he really think 3 mediocre minds could outmatch a genius? Frustrated, he shoved the researcher aside and stormed off to his private office to retrieve a special high-tech weapon, a device capable of paralyzing a person for 15 minutes. By evening, at the top floor of the Umbrella Tower in Hamilton, New York, in Eno's office. Eno's executive chair was turned away from the desk, facing the canal instead. He sat in the chair with Angela perched on his lap, holding a tablet and carefully examining a new design Eno had created. She ran her hand over the image of the armor on the screen. How did you come up with this design? I feel like it aligns with the aesthetic preferences of the vast majority. Even if you transformed into a villain, I think you'd still have a legion of loyal fans. Eno chuckled at her comment. After all this time we've spent together, it turns out even our thoughts are in sync. As for the design, think of it as a tribute to the most beautiful race in the universe. Are you complimenting yourself? Angela teased, still looking at the design. Let's just say I am, Eno replied with a sly smile. Suddenly, across the canal, bright lights flared. Drones filled the sky, flying toward their direction and then soaring over the Umbrella Tower. Red and white flashes flickered across the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows behind them. Eno, holding Angela, turned around. With his superhuman vision, he could see several kilometers away where an explosion had occurred, right at the Stark Industrial Park. It had begun. Eno stood, lifting Angela off his lap and setting her down. Angela seemed to sense he was about to leave. She asked softly, can I help? Or should I go take a look? Eno thought for a moment before shaking his head. You haven't undergone any training. If it were a melee fight, you could observe without issue. But even if Obadiah is garbage, he's still using advanced heat weapons. You'd still have a chance of getting hurt. As he spoke, Eno suddenly remembered there was a telescope hidden beneath the bookshelf. He retrieved it and tossed it to Angela. Use this. Combined with your current vision, you'll be able to watch the action unfold from here. Angela caught the telescope and whispered, be careful. Eno didn't reply, turning instead and walking down the hallway. When he reached the end, he pulled open a window dozens of floors high and leapt out. Venom transformation. Light wings unfold. Bioenergy glide mode activated. Under the cover of night, Eno shot through the brilliantly lit city like a blade, heading straight for the battlefield. At the FBI Intelligence Center, a group of agents gathered around a monitor. My God, that mech from the other day is back. Quick, we need to. Wait. What is that? On the screen, Tony was blasted into the air by a missile fired from the Ironmonger suit before crashing back down. At the moment, Tony was using the first-generation arc reactor he built in the Afghan cave, which was never designed for combat. To make matters worse, his suit was an energy hog, and he had left with only 49% power. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodey approached the monitor, stunned by what he saw. What is that? The agents were staring at Eno, who was streaking toward the battlefield at near supersonic speed. The towering, 7 feet 6 inches figure clad in gold and silver armor with radiant feathered wings left them speechless. One of the communications officers murmured in awe, is that a god? Rhodey stepped away, pulling out his phone to call Tony, who was still in the heat of battle. Who is that? Do you know them? Why is there another player in this fight? Tony, still recovering from being launched into the air, asked, who? What are you talking about? Jarvis interjected, Sir, Colonel Rhodey is referring to the individual approaching at near supersonic speed. They will arrive at the battlefield in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Tony exclaimed, Rhodey. I have no idea who that is. But you'll have to wait, right now, I need to deal with this oversized tin can. With that, Tony extended his arms and ignited his thrusters, shooting into the sky. Inside the Ironmonger suit, Obadiah laughed maniacally, Tony. Don't think you're the only one who can fly. My armor is superior to yours. His mechanical legs transformed, propelling him skyward with a roaring burst of energy. Back on the ground, Eno landed with a powerful impact, skidding across the surface for dozens of meters. Watching the two figures ascend, he muttered, a bit late, aren't I? He knew the ironmonger would eventually fall due to its electronic systems freezing, though the suit's thick plating would protect its internal circuitry, allowing it to recover just in time. Clang! A long sword materialized in Eno's hand. He leapt to the top of the Zone 16 arc reactor building, waiting for the ironmonger's descent. Thousands of feet in the air, Tony knocked on the now frozen ironmonger. "Why don't you go work on your icing problem?" As the ironmonger plummeted rapidly, Eno tightened his grip on his sword, leaping toward its trajectory. Tony landed safely atop the Zone 16 arc reactor. The ironmonger, just before hitting the ground, suddenly reactivated with a burst of white smoke, slowly descending. Obadiah gritted his teeth, snarling, "Tony. You must die. Stark Industries grew with me, you're just a piece of trash trying to take the company because of your father." He turned around, but a cold voice came from behind, "You should worry about yourself first." "What?" Obadiah exclaimed in shock. Slash! A scream echoed as blood, mixed with lubricating oil, spurted from his left arm, splattering onto the grass. "Ah!" Obadiah cried out in pain, struggling to open his eyes. Through his agony, he saw a silver figure. Gritting his teeth, he activated his flamethrowers to escape. Boom! Flames burst from the legs of the ironmonger suit, white smoke spreading everywhere. Clang! With a single swing of his sword, Eno severed the legs of the ironmonger suit. Clang clang! Boom! The massive machine collapsed heavily, unable to support itself. Inside, Obadiah cowered in fear. Raising his sword again, Eno prepared to end Obadiah's life, possibly taking the arc reactor back for further research. Obadiah shouted desperately from within the ironmonger, "Wait." He opened the faceplate, clutching his bleeding left arm as he struggled to speak. "Why are you helping Tony? How much is Tony paying you? I can pay more. I'll even give you shares. Everything you want." Obadiah gritted his teeth and continued, "Tony is an idiot with no future. Together, we could control this country." Swish! Blood sprayed into the air as Obadiah's head flew clean off. Eno showed no hesitation, severing his head from his body. Gazing at the headless corpse kneeling inside the mangled suit, Eno stepped forward, retrieving the arc reactor. In his heart, he thought, "There's no way I'm returning this to Tony." Clutching the arc reactor, Eno looked up at the sky. A faint buzzing sound grew louder, distant drones were approaching. His shoulder twitched, and shimmering energy wings unfurled. In one swift leap, Eno soared 100 meters into the air, using bioenergy to propel himself further. His armor's color shifted instantly, blending into the darkness of the night, making him undetectable by the drones. After Eno left, several drones arrived at the crime scene. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was embracing Pepper Potts. Pepper, still shaken, said, "This time you were right. Obadiah, Eno once said, 'The past is the past,'" Tony reassured her. "We should focus on the future, surpassing today." Pepper gradually calmed down, and Tony realized how effective Eno's words were. Just then, Rhodey's voice came through Tony's earpiece. "Tony. Are you there?" Tony responded, "What's up?" Rhodey sounded serious. "We detected that Obadiah reactivated the engine system when he landed." "What?" Tony looked around frantically. His Mark suit was out of power and couldn't function. He had already removed it earlier. But he's been killed by an unidentified entity, and now that entity has disappeared. Obadiah's body is in Sector 17. Tony paused, searching for the ironmonger's remains. Finally, he turned to Pepper, hesitating before saying, "Obadiah is dead." He figured it would eventually be broadcasted in the news, so he chose to tell her now. Pepper tried to console him, "Obadiah deserved it. He sold weapons to terrorists, kidnapped you, he almost killed you." "No, that's not what I mean," Tony said, scratching his nose, his tone complicated. "Even though I wanted him gone, his suit's armor protected the circuits, allowing it to restart its systems at the last moment. If that's the case, I shouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. I'd be, well, you know." Seeing Pepper nod in understanding, Tony continued, "But he was still killed, not by me, but by an unknown entity. He's like me, keeping a low profile. He was fully armored in silver with golden accents, had these incredible wings, and he's the one who killed Obadiah. Of course, I'm not shirking responsibility. I mean, even if he hadn't killed Obadiah, someone else would've," Tony added. Internally, he thought, "Why did I bring Pepper to see a dead body? One I've seen so many times before." To Tony's surprise, Pepper nodded, "All right." Together, they walked toward Sector 17. "My God!" Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in shock as they arrived at the scene. Inside the ironmonger suit, Obadiah's headless corpse knelt, surrounded by FBI agents who had cordoned off the area. Colonel Rhodey approached them. Tony looked at him, exclaiming, "Hey! You didn't tell me the body would be like this." Rhodey replied, "I didn't think you'd bring Pepper along. Agent Phil Coulson emerged from the crime scene, flashing his credentials. The left arm of the suit was completely severed, the cut so smooth it reflects light. The flight mechanisms on the feet were also sliced clean through. Obadiah's head was decapitated in one strike, he didn't even have time to react. Rhodey rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What does that mean? Coulson looked at him seriously. It means this unidentified entity is extremely powerful, and its weapon is unimaginably sharp, ordinary metals wouldn't stand a chance. I already know that. Tony interjected suddenly. JRVS pulled up visuals for me. He's about 230 centimeters tall, humanoid in appearance, wearing a full suit of armor. The primary color is silver with golden accents, resembling ancient armor but with a futuristic technological vibe. His boots have a retro design but have been modernized. His helmet is similar to my Mark suit, no nose, no mouth, just a rectangular visor emitting a bluish-green glow, obscuring his eyes. And those wings? They look like energy crystals, not just for aesthetics. If my Mark suit didn't already have what it needed, I'd definitely add a pair of those, Tony described in detail. Coulson, Rhodey, and Pepper all stared at him, stunned. Rhodey couldn't help but ask, why do you know so much? Tony shrugged, JRVIS collected the data. It looked cool, and, well, I'm a genius. I memorized it instantly. Coulson internally grumbled, then why can't you remember the name of our logistics department? Finally, looking at the utterly baffling crime scene, Rhodey sighed, Tony, you should head home. The military will handle this. You've got a lot on your plate tomorrow, go get some rest and prepare for what's to come. Tony checked his watch. It was indeed late. His discarded suit had already been transported back. He nodded, okay. Pepper and I will head out. With that, Tony and Pepper left, leaving Rhodey to handle the scene. Coulson dialed S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. Director Fury, we have a new superpowered entity on the scene. Extremely strong, but everything else about him is unknown. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the phone. Gather every detail you can about this entity and send it to me. After hanging up, Fury frowned. In a world already brimming with superpowered beings, Fury himself being a partial one thanks to the pseudo-infinity formula extending his life, the emergence of Iron Man had been a revelation. But now, there was this NO, an entirely unknown entity. Back at the scene, Coulson and Rhodey exchanged information. Since the incident had already been exposed, they decided to share their findings. Coulson studied the photos Tony had provided, alongside the blurry images Rhodey had. Can we classify this entity as an Earthling? He's tall. Rhodey stroked his chin. 230 centimeters could still be explained, maybe he's a basketball player. Coulson and Rhodey exchanged glances, both realizing the height might suggest a connection to the NBA. So, what do we name him in this case? Rhodey pondered, observing Eno's descent, stature, armor, and wings. How about Descent of the Celestial? Fits perfectly. Coulson agreed immediately, labeling the case as Descent of the Celestial and forwarding it to Director Fury. Rhodey also submitted the report to the government and the FBI. Eno sprinted swiftly to the top floor of the Umbrella Corporation tower. Due to the height, no surveillance cameras caught his movements along the way. He climbed back into the hallway through a window, closing it casually behind him. Even if someone checked, the security footage from the first-floor lobby would show he hadn't left the building from the moment he went up until the incident was over. Opening the office door, Angela threw herself into Eno's arms. Eno patted her back lightly. You saw it yourself. That ironmonger is just a walking tin can. What's there to worry about? Angela leaned toward his ear. I want to practice with a sniper rifle and a handgun. Eno was puzzled. Huh. Angela explained, I haven't had professional close combat training, but I can support you from a distance. Firearms are quicker to get the hang of. Eno thought for a moment and found her reasoning sound. Alright, but you'll need to set aside time for training. How many hours do you plan to practice each day? Angela was resolute. From now on, we'll head home earlier each day, and I'll train for about 3 hours. Alright. Eno nodded. The basement of the villa where they lived was soundproof and fortified enough to serve as a shooting range. Though they didn't have firearms at home, the Red Umbrella Division could send some over. After all, the US didn't ban guns. Angela noticed the light bulb in Eno's hand and exclaimed, Is this the arc reactor you mentioned the other day? Eno nodded. Yes. This is the one Obadiah stole from Tony. After I killed him, it seemed wasteful to leave it there, so I brought it back for research. Well, Angela wasn't tech-savvy, and she knew that Umbrella's researchers would probably only scratch the surface of its secrets. Sensing her concern, Eno reassured her, Don't worry. I just need them to figure out how to generate enough power to operate biomechanical limbs. That, they could probably manage. Angela nodded. While Umbrella's underground lab team couldn't fully replicate Tony Stark's arc reactor, they were capable of developing tech that could power biomechanical limbs. After all, they weren't just freeloading off Umbrella's resources. The evening settled in, and Eno and Angela took the elevator down to the parking garage and drove home. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 In the basement of their villa, Angela held a handgun, rapidly pulling the trigger as she practiced shooting at training targets. Eno had expected her to start her training the next day, but she had gone out mid-trip to buy a handgun and immediately started practicing upon returning home. With Venom's abilities boosting her, Angela, who had barely handled firearms before, quickly transformed into a pseudo-sharpshooter in a very short time. Her neural reflexes, dynamic vision, and physical attributes had all been enhanced. She had improved from firing one shot every 2 seconds to several shots per second, with astonishing accuracy, never missing a target during practice. The handgun's recoil seemed to have no effect on her slender arms, showcasing the terrifying enhancement brought by Venom's 42% synchronization with her body. Finally, Angela stopped firing, blew on the barrel of the handgun, and winked at Eno. "Turns out I have a knack for handling a handgun." Eno. He wasn't sure if it was her words that sounded suggestive or if his own thoughts were wandering. Either way, he felt their meanings might actually align, or did they? It was late, so the two washed up and went to bed. The next morning, around 10 a.m., an unexpected visitor arrived at the Umbrella Corporation tower. In the top-floor office, Eno sat in the executive chair, curiously observing Agent Coulson, whose hairline had receded noticeably. "Agent Coulson, are you running low on meds again? Shouldn't you be busy handling Tony's aftermath or investigating the celestial being?" Coulson smiled as he took a seat. "No, the last batch of medication is still sufficient. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to request your help." Eno feigned ignorance. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs help. What could possibly require Umbrella's assistance? The situation with Tony doesn't seem to involve us. "I forgot to mention, S.H.I.E.L.D. is our new name," Coulson clarified. Eno nodded approvingly. "Nice name. Sounds better than the old one." With that, he stood up and walked over to the automatic brewing machine to prepare a drink. "Oh, let me do it for you." Coulson quickly stepped over, taking Eno's cup and making the drink himself. After taking a sip, Coulson continued, "What I'm about to discuss with you represents S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope you can keep it confidential, only Miss Angela can be informed." Eno sipped his milk tea, signaling his understanding. Coulson reached into the pocket of his suit jacket, pulling out a report and some documents, which he placed on the desk and slid toward Eno. "Last night, there was a battle in Zone 16 and 17 of the Stark Industrial Complex. However, I can't disclose the details just yet. Please understand, this is S.H.I.E.L.D's directive. When the time is right, we'll explain everything to you." Coulson continued, "During last night's battle, a creature we've never encountered suddenly appeared. This is its dossier, please take a close look. We hope you can analyze this creature's characteristics and abilities based on the information. This is extremely important to us." Eno. What does it feel like to be asked to analyze yourself? Asking for a friend. Kind of urgent. Eno naturally picked up the file and opened the first page. Subject, unknown entity, celestial. Height, 230 centimeters, weapon, suspected sword. Characteristics, ancient futuristic full-body armor, azure glowing eye sockets, faceplate, and energy crystal-like simulated wings. After reviewing the photos, Eno calmly looked up at Coulson. "This is just a person. You want detailed data on him?" Coulson nodded. "Umbrella's biological research stands at the pinnacle of the world. We need you to study his traits to ensure we're not caught off guard if we encounter him again." He added, for example, his attack methods, flight capabilities, strength mechanisms, and so on. To be honest, Umbrella could indeed investigate certain aspects. Seeing Eno deep in thought, Coulson assumed S.H.I.E.L.D. might be asking him to work for free, so he quickly added, "Of course, we'll compensate you. Regarding medical equipment orders, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI are willing to increase their budgets by 30%. RIP. At that moment, Eno felt a slight pang of guilt. Wasn't this essentially scamming S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government? But then again. Deal. Eno stood up and shook hands with the delighted Coulson. Nick Fury had deep pockets, and so did the U.S. government, might as well take advantage. After Coulson left, Eno held the dossier, deep in thought. Celestial. Sounds fitting. He opened the file on his ability, Celestial Descent, and discovered that with the host's consent, the ability could evolve further. Eno, intrigued, found the term quite satisfactory. Just then, the elevator leading to the underground lab dinged, and Angela stepped out into the office. She approached Eno, glancing at the dossier on the desk, and spotted a photo of Eno in his transformed state. "Isn't this you?" There's no way they'd recognize that it was you last night. Eno chuckled. Coulson was just here. He said. He explained the situation's cause and effect to Angela. Leaning against Eno's chest, Angela laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. You're so wicked. When they find out later, they'll probably be furious enough to spit blood. Eno disagreed. First, they came to me. I passively accepted. Second, by the time they figure it out, I'll likely be so strong they'll have no choice but to shut up. I prefer to convince people with reason. At this moment, the television opposite the office elevator was broadcasting Stark's press conference, live on national television. Reporters competed to bombard Tony with questions. After stepping on stage, Colonel Rhodey announced, Mr. Tony Stark will not be taking any questions, so please refrain from asking. Now, let's welcome Mr. Tony Stark to the stage for his speech. Tony, dressed in an expensive black suit, walked up to the podium, holding 2 small notes handed to him by Coulson. Rhodey watched him with a hint of unease and leaned in close to whisper in his ear, just stick to the script. Don't say anything else. Tony nodded. Got it. He looked out at the sea of reporters in the audience, took a deep breath, and glanced down at the notes in his hand. The words on the paper were disjointed, illogical, and clearly meant to be a cover story. He sighed deeply, then made up his mind and spoke into the microphone. Actually, I am Iron Man. Crash. The room erupted. Reporters went wild, cameras flashing like fireworks in a frenzy. Rhodey froze on the spot, completely stunned. It wasn't until the crowd surged forward that he snapped out of it, whipping his head toward Tony in disbelief, thinking, are you kidding me right now? Meanwhile, back at the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, Eno and Angela had been watching the entire spectacle unfold. Eno chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Look at Rhodey, his expression practically swallowed all of Tony's secrets whole. Angela, her expression calm and unsurprised, remarked matter-of-factly, based on your description of Tony, his behavior is hardly unexpected. Eno nodded in agreement. If Tony wasn't flamboyant, he wouldn't be Tony. Little did Eno know, as he commented on Tony's lack of subtlety, Tony himself was looking into Eno's latest feat, his divine descent. After observing for a while, Tony stroked his chin and thought to himself that this so-called godly figure had a trait similar to his own. Both were exceptionally humble. Too bad his favorite dual-wing Mark armor couldn't accommodate such low-key vibes. In the weeks that followed, the public discourse surrounding Tony's Iron Man suits only grew more intense. His armor, being advanced technological weaponry, was simply too conspicuous. International debates about the implications of his suits remained a hot topic. That was, of course, until Tony suited up once more and obliterated a group of terrorists in a war zone, leaving the battlefield in chaos. Only then did the critics quiet down. However, Eno estimated that Tony's palladium toxicity had likely risen to around 11% as a result of his continued use of the arc reactor. In the top-floor office of the Umbrella Corporation, Eno sat in the executive chair, gazing out at the street below, where posters of Tony Stark's face were plastered everywhere. He sighed. Time flies. It feels like just yesterday, at the end of 2009, when I acquired the celestial flower. And now, it's already May 2010. I guess it hasn't been that long, only about 6 months. A system notification chimed in his mind. Gene devouring system, celestial progression, 1%, 2%. 6 months, and you've only increased by 1%. Seriously? Every day I've been charging you with that giant arc reactor, and this is all I get? As he spoke, Eno felt a surge of heat and power coursing through his body. He clenched his fist and stood up, attempting to unleash a powerful air punch into the empty space before him. Whoosh! The air seemed to collapse inward for a moment, and a sharp wind roared past Eno's ears, lifting his laptop off the desk. This definitely feels stronger than just a 1% increase. Feeling the destructive force in his strike, Eno realized that his physical stats had at least doubled. With such enhanced body strength, could his light wings now allow true flight instead of mere gliding? Sitting back down, Eno began to ponder. Previously, his body had only been capable of gliding with the light wings. Now, with his strength doubled, there had to be some sort of evolution. He opened his abilities menu, Light Wings. The system provided a description. Light Wings consumes a significant amount of bioenergy, stamina, to enable brief flight. Flight is possible now, albeit short-lived, Eno muttered. But the duration of flight is now directly tied to stamina. This gives me incredible mobility. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Angela stepped out, having come up from the underground labs for a break. She noticed the overturned laptop on Eno's desk, walked over, and set it upright. The arc reactor has been transported to the underground research base in Los Angeles for disassembly and study. While we don't expect to replicate it fully, we should be able to extract plenty of useful technology. Eno nodded. He didn't need a compact arc reactor like Tony's, all he needed was a device capable of converting energy at high capacity. Tell them not to focus on miniaturization, Eno instructed. Just do their best, and prioritize the energy conversion aspect. Angela nodded, jotting down his instructions on her tablet. Suddenly, Eno remembered something. He hadn't checked on the celestial flower in quite some time. The flower's root, which he had brought back from Missouri, was now planted in the underground lab beneath the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, Angela's personal laboratory. Taking the elevator, Eno and Angela descended to the underground lab. After walking for several minutes, the pristine walls and floors suddenly gave way to a massive glass enclosure, 3 meters tall and 20 meters long. Behind the transparent glass was a soil-filled cavern, and in its center thrived the celestial flower. What had once been just a root had now grown into a plant bearing blue fruits, encased in a lattice-like outer covering. Eno accessed the display panel to view the flower's internal structure. To his surprise, the root system was completely different from when it had been in Missouri. Its roots now stretched an astonishing 1,200 kilometers deep into the earth, connecting to the planet's core, an unfathomable difference from the mere 20 centimeters it had been before. Angela stared at the display, utterly stunned. Does this mean you could control the planet? Eno closed his eyes, sensing the connection between the flower and his own powers. He realized its nature was similar to his divine descent ability. So, this celestial flower is essentially an extension of my abilities? The system chimed in. Gene-devouring system, new ability, celestial flower. Abilities total, celestial progression 2%, divine descent 42%, celestial flower 1,200 kilometers. I see now, Eno murmured. No wonder he had felt a deeper connection to the earth earlier when his abilities improved. Though faint, the bond was undeniable. Opening his eyes, Eno nodded. Yes, I can control the planet, but only when the roots extend 6,000 kilometers down. Angela thought for a moment before turning to Eno with wide eyes. Isn't that the Earth's core? Wouldn't it melt? It won't, Eno assured her. The roots aren't physical entities. The celestial flower is an expression of divine ability. While its fruits are tangible, its roots are simply manifestations of power. They're both real and unreal. Temperature and physical forces have no effect on them. You could think of the roots as a form of consciousness. When that consciousness reaches the Earth's core, I'll have control over the planet. Understand? Angela nodded quickly, her delicate face lit with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was neuroscience taken to a whole new level. Angela's research into nanobiotechnology had been at a standstill, but this could be the breakthrough she needed. Eno saw the expression on her face and knew exactly what she was thinking. Smiling, he reassured her, if you want to study it, go ahead. Even if the fruit is destroyed, it'll only temporarily halt the extension of its consciousness. Yay! Angela, as excited as a little girl, jumped into Eno's arms and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Eno, caught off guard, only reacted when he felt the warmth on his face. Thankfully, Angela didn't wear lipstick, otherwise, he'd have to find a tissue to wipe it off. Watching Angela eagerly prepare to study the celestial flower, Eno found himself momentarily forgotten. Noticing this, Angela glanced back at him, winked, and blew him a kiss. Well, that was a clear enough signal. Eno chuckled inwardly and thought, looks like tonight's going to be fun. I'll take that as compensation. Riding the elevator back up to the top-floor office, Eno stepped out just as the phone on his desk began to ring. He walked over, checked the caller ID, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. The call was from General Thaddeus Ross, the man responsible for the birth of the Hulk. After the call connected, a voice, aged yet resolute, came through the receiver. Mr. Eno. General Ross, Eno replied, irritation creeping into his tone. He had little patience for dealings with the military. What's the matter? We need you. The military needs you, Ross said firmly. Hearing this, Eno responded sarcastically, a lot of people need me. If I were to shut down Umbrella Corporation right now, by tomorrow, millions, probably billions, of people would be begging me to reopen. I might be exaggerating, but not by much. Ross's tone turned grave as he tried to reason with him. If the military could collaborate with Umbrella, we'd have access to the most advanced bioweapons imaginable. Tony Stark's Iron Man. Hulk. Our latest bioweapons could dismantle that green monster, piece by piece. And let's just say the military commission may be planning to make his life difficult soon. Desperation was evident in Ross's voice, a man who had spent decades in power but had now slipped, revealing sensitive information. It was clear how badly he wanted Umbrella's cooperation. If it were anyone else with this kind of biotech capability, Ross would have already used his authority to seize it. But this was Eno, the head of Umbrella Corporation. He couldn't afford to act recklessly. If Ross were to march soldiers to Umbrella's headquarters, his dismissal papers would be on his desk within 2 hours. That's how powerful public opinion had become. Eno didn't mince words. Listen, General Ross. Do you know why Umbrella has avoided collaborating with governments for over a century? Before Ross could answer, Eno continued, because it's stable. Would I gain anything from working with the military or the government? No. No benefits whatsoever. And you won't even share your intel. What was that you mentioned earlier? Hulk. Why didn't you finish your sentence? Are you talking about that green monster people in Brazil have been emailing me about? Ross was stunned into silence. He hadn't expected Eno to know about the recent failed attempt to capture Banner. You're probably wondering how I know this, Eno interrupted before Ross could speak. Let me make it clear, if there's any unusual or bizarre creature out there, the people of the world are my eyes and ears. I've already received several reports in Umbrella's inbox about that green monster. I don't even need to dig for information. With that, the line went silent, dead silent. Ross said nothing. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low tone. He's called Hulk. As for the detailed information, I can send it to you, but you have to agree to help me develop a way to deal with him. Eno replied calmly, I'll need all the data. But you can leave out the research on how he mutated. Ross hesitated, then agreed. Fine. Eno clarified, since you've already failed and Umbrella's research will take time, I can't guarantee I'll be able to help you, General Ross. Let's make that clear. Ross was silent again, contemplating for a moment before finally conceding. Understood. Good. Send the data over, Eno said before ending the call. The dial tone echoed as Eno leaned back and casually propped his feet up on the desk. Hulk's data wasn't of much use to him, it was just a pretext for getting involved in the Hulk situation without raising any suspicion. Whether he chose to help or not was secondary. If a god descended and beat the Hulk into submission, that would count as helping, too, wouldn't it? A trivial task, really. And, most importantly, it wouldn't implicate Umbrella. Just as Eno was settling in, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Tony. Answering the call, Tony Stark's familiar, talkative voice came through the line, full of energy. Eno, seriously, when are you going to upgrade that desk phone of yours? I could send you a state-of-the-art smart office system for free, video calls included. No thanks, Eno declined without hesitation. Umbrella's CEO office doesn't use high-tech gadgets. Here, we prioritized security. No internet, no cybersecurity threats. It's as simple as that. Brilliant, Tony admitted. No internet, no hacking. It's like saying no weapons, no wars. The first part is correct, the second part is not, Eno corrected him. Why not? Tony asked, genuinely curious. Without weapons, humans would wage war with fists, feet, and teeth, Eno explained matter-of-factly. War is a part of life. Unless you're saying no life forms, no wars. That would be accurate. Back at home, Tony ran his hand down his face, from his forehead to his chin, exasperated. Gripping his chin, he muttered, You always manage to school me. Why do you have to be 18? Couldn't you be an 81-year-old geezer? That would make me feel better. Eno smirked. Not long now. In 3 months, I'll be 19. That's one step closer to the 81 you're hoping for. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words, thrown off by Eno's quip about his age. After a deep breath, he shifted gears. All right, down to business. I'm planning to organize a year-long Stark Industries Expo 6 months from now. Would you be interested in hosting an Umbrella Pharmaceuticals Expo alongside it? We could merge them into the New York Expo since both our companies are based in Manhattan. Eno chuckled but turned him down. That's unlikely. It's not that I don't want to, but progress in pharmaceuticals is far slower than in industry. By then, most companies wouldn't have anything noteworthy to display. It would end up looking less like an expo and more like a private party. No, Tony quickly clarified. It's technically an expo, but it's basically a private show. By the way, do you have any new tech to unveil by then? Eno did a quick mental calculation. 6 months from now, the biomechanical prosthetics project would likely be ready. Instead of hosting his own press conference, why not join Tony's expo? As Tony had said, it would be a private show masquerading as an expo. Besides, biomechanical prosthetics and Iron Man belonged to entirely different realms. There'd be no competition for the spotlight. Umbrella's innovation was designed for disabled individuals, at least for now, whereas Stark's Iron Man, though no longer a weapon for sale, was still a weapon. Two separate matters. With that in mind, Eno decided to tease Tony with a bit of information. Alright, we can co-host the expo. As for new tech, let's just say that neurodegenerative patients and disabled individuals will soon be able to return to normal lives for a mere few tens of thousands of dollars. You've cracked the biological neuroscience problem. Tony instantly caught on. While prosthetics were easy enough for him to create, the real challenge with bioprosthetics wasn't the hardware, it was the neuroscience. How could a prosthetic limb connect seamlessly with the human brain? It's being worked on, not solved yet, Eno corrected quickly, preventing Tony's big mouth from spreading the wrong information. If you're saying it, that means it's going to be solved, Tony said confidently. Someone's going to owe you a huge favor. Mark my words, 6 months from now, they'll personally pay you a visit. Eno chuckled. Probably. If someone were to ask who that visitor might be, it would undoubtedly be Rodriguez, the vice president. Then it's settled. 6 months later, we'll open the New York Expo together. I'll handle the venue construction, you just need to show up. Venue construction? That's barely any expense, and you're still trying to act generous. After the conversation concluded, Eno hung up and picked up the folder on the table beside him. It was the dossier on the so-called God descending to Earth phenomenon. He opened his computer and created a new folder titled, Celestial Analysis, Umbrella. Yes, it was time to compile some data for himself. Aside from the information Coulson had provided, Eno began typing furiously on the keyboard. From the cross-sections of the cuts, there's a 70% likelihood the Celestial's weapon is a sword, with a 30% chance it's a blade. From the structure of the wings, the crystalline biomimetic wings might not have true flight capabilities, likely limited to gliding. From the body structure, the Celestial possesses immense strength, and its weaponry is exceptionally sharp. From the surface of the armor and helmet, it's highly probable that the being inside is humanoid. Well, this is basically saying a lot without saying much. Combining his observations of the first Celestial's abilities with the reports from Coulson and Rhodey, Eno compiled his current findings. And as for the last detail, he deliberately nudged them toward guessing someone around 2.3 meters tall. With this, as long as Eno didn't intentionally reveal himself, they'd never figure it out. He saved the organized data, planning to send it to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI in a month or so. Efficiency couldn't be too high, or it might look suspicious. Glancing at the time, it was already 6 p.m., an hour past the end of the workday, yet Angela still hadn't come out. He dialed the lab's phone, no answer. Eno took the elevator down to the underground lab and found Angela still busy at the experimental equipment. Walking up to her, he reminded her, the workday ended a while ago, Miss Angela. Angela jumped at the sudden sound. After calming down, she noticed Eno's slightly displeased expression. She proactively walked over and hugged him, whispering softly in his ear, then let's go home now. Hearing Angela's tone, Eno, still somewhat annoyed, replied, there's plenty of time. You don't need to push yourself so hard. If you were an ordinary person, your body would have given out by now. But luckily, I'm not ordinary, am I? Angela wrapped her arms around him, pulling him toward the elevator as she playfully added, all right, I admit I forgot to answer the phone. I'll make it up to you at home. Making it up to him probably meant wearing something nice later. Interpret that however you like. Angela drove the sports car with Eno in the passenger seat as they made their way back home. The streetlights outside flickered through the car, their glow brushing over the two from time to time. Eno shifted his gaze slightly, sneaking a glance at Angela. She seemed preoccupied, deep in thought. Was she worrying about what to wear later? After a while, Angela broke the silence while driving. Eno, can we discuss something? Eno glanced at her curiously before turning his attention back to the road ahead. Go ahead. I was thinking, about getting some help. Angela phrased it as a question, seeking his approval. Why? I've already told you there's no rush, Eno replied. But, Angela explained, there's such a massive treasure in front of me, yet the progress isn't meeting my expectations. While the time spent merging with bionic biomechanical prosthetics is sufficient, compared to the core technology of the celestial flower itself, the difference is like night and day. Well, she wasn't wrong. Even the advanced technology behind biomechanical prosthetics couldn't compare to a fraction of the celestial flower's value. Who do you have in mind? Eno probed, offering a bit of leeway instead of outright rejecting the idea. Someone I've mentioned to you before, my junior from school. Your junior? Eno tried to recall but came up blank. I don't think I remember anyone like that. Angela could tell from Eno's reaction that he had forgotten. Zhao Helen. Does that ring a bell? Wait, I think I remember now. Wasn't she the neuroscientist and cell biologist? In Avengers, Age of Ultron, she repaired Hawkeye's spinal injury and claimed that such damage would take only 20 minutes in her cradle of life. She also predicted the advancement of Tony's armor toward nanoengineering. But right now, Eno hadn't seen any news about her, meaning she hadn't developed those technologies yet. Angela elaborated further, her full name is Zhao Helen, 19 years and 8 months old, height 177 centimeters, measurements. Stop. Eno quickly interrupted her. Stick to the relevant details. Angela snuck a glance at him and muttered softly, she has a great figure. She was hoping Eno might factor that into his decision to let Helen join as her assistant. Then, Angela introduced again, this junior of mine is someone I've known previously. She's currently pursuing her PhD at my alma mater, Johns Hopkins University. She's somewhat of a genius, she completed her bachelor's degree in just 1 year, her master's in 2, and is now working on her doctorate. The field she's specializing in, bioengineering, includes neurobiology and cellular biology, and her minor is the same as mine, nanobiology. After listening to Angela's introduction, Eno gained a preliminary understanding of this unfamiliar girl. She was undoubtedly talented, someone who could be considered one of the top candidates within Umbrella Corporation, at least for now. However, Eno still said, if you want to recruit her to the Los Angeles underground research base of Umbrella, as long as she agrees to the terms of the contract, I'd welcome her with open arms. But if you're planning to make her your assistant, that's a different story. Becoming an assistant means she would have access to all the classified information in the headquarters underground laboratory. What about the celestial flower, the descent of the celestial, and the celestial gene? I can't trust her, and I have no reason to trust her. Angela's junior being her acquaintance wasn't enough to establish trust, definitely not. Even if her skills perfectly complemented Angela's, everything had to be built on a foundation of stability and security. Eno would not allow any dangerous variables to remain. Angela, driving the car, bit her red lip lightly, her face showing hesitation. If she followed Eno's strict standards of trust, it meant she would never find an assistant. Angela knew this very well. Besides herself, the only people Eno trusted were those wholly subjected to the control of descent of the celestial. Being controlled by descent of the celestial meant Eno could completely dominate their life, but this domination was not mental, it was purely biological. Eno could control the life of those bonded with the symbiotic organism, but not their minds. Thus, Eno had no reason to force someone into biological control unless absolutely necessary. The life control was merely a last resort, a failsafe. What Eno desired was also control over the mind, in other words, everything, the entirety of a person's being. Thinking this through, Angela hesitated before asking, if Helen is willing to dedicate herself fully and voluntarily accept descent of the celestial, could she become my assistant then? If that's the case, Eno said seriously, looking Angela in the eye, then it's possible. But before Angela could feel relieved, Eno continued, however, if she regrets it later, I'll have no choice but to kill her. Think carefully about this. No problem. Angela responded with absolute confidence, agreeing without hesitation. After returning home, Angela hurriedly dragged Eno into the shower for a long bath. Afterward, she dried her hair, slipped into loose-fitting pajamas, and settled on the living room sofa, legs crossed, ready to video call her junior with her tablet. Eno, meanwhile, contentedly retrieved a bottle of wine from the cellar and headed to the second-floor balcony. Sitting on a sofa, he sipped his drink while admiring the canal's nighttime view. In the living room, Angela sent her junior the semi-cross-sectional diagram of the celestial flower spanning 1,200 kilometers, along with a video recording of its root system's blue, nerve-like network after a small section had been cut. She didn't include any explanatory documents, just one image and one video. Relaxing as she watched TV, Angela prepared for the storm that was sure to follow. Soon enough, her tablet buzzed incessantly with notification tones. She opened it to see an onslaught of messages from Helen. Helen, Sr. What is this plant? Helen, what's its classification? What family does it belong to? I've never seen anything like it. Helen, what's that blue nerve-like structure after it's cut? Helen, its roots are so deep, how does it replenish energy? Are the fruits important? Helen, Sr., is it inconvenient to talk about? Helen, is this a newly discovered plant by Umbrella? Can I join in? Seeing Helen's barrage of questions, Angela couldn't help but laugh. This plant perfectly aligned with Helen's doctoral research, whether in terms of cellular biology or neurobiology, which explained Helen's eagerness to learn more. Angela replied, there's too much to explain. Let's video call. At that moment, Helen, who was pacing anxiously in her Newark hotel room with her phone, immediately brightened at Angela's reply. Newark wasn't far from New York, and she had been out conducting research when this unexpected discovery had piqued her interest. The melodious notification sound rang in Helen's ears like music from heaven. She quickly grabbed her phone, saw her senior's response, and wasted no time initiating a video call. The instant the call connected, Angela, with a knowing smile, adjusted her expression to appear calm and collected. Angela, Sr., can you explain this plant? Helen's voice came through urgently the moment the call connected. Holding the tablet, Angela replied, this is a new plant discovered by Umbrella, no, more accurately, it's a divine entity. As for whether it's convenient to talk about. Angela pointed her camera toward the coat rack near the living room door, where Eno's outerwear and shoes were placed. Well, you know how it is. Helen had long heard Angela brag about who she was living with. After all, Angela, in the eyes of most women, truly epitomized the term life's winner. For outsiders. Helen wasn't foolish. Hearing Angela say, for outsiders, immediately clued her into the hidden meaning. In other words, joining Umbrella would grant her access to research this plant. Helen reasoned as much. Joining the world's leading biopharmaceutical company before even graduating wasn't a bad deal, especially if it fulfilled her research aspirations. With this thought, Helen sought confirmation. If I join Umbrella, can I study it? Of course not, Angela said bluntly, leaving Helen momentarily stunned. Joining Umbrella wasn't enough. Then. Right now, including you, only 3 people know about it, Angela explained, and of those, only I am actively researching it. This statement left Helen salivating at the prospect. Being the sole researcher on such a treasure trove felt like having the entire vault to oneself, with no competition, just endless excavation. Swallowing hard, Helen made up her mind. If it's real, Senior, can you tell me its value and how I can join? I'm willing to pay whatever price it's worth. Angela, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, confidently replied, let's put aside its exact value for now. First, let me tell you the price you must pay. Helen, please, go on. The more Angela acted this way, the higher Helen's estimation of the plant's value grew. Angela's approach only amplified its significance in her mind. Feigning a deep breath, Angela finally declared, Eno and I have agreed, anyone who joins must dedicate their life and spirit. That's the only condition. Simple. Direct. Clear. Helen froze again. In just 1 hour, she had been rendered speechless more times than in the past several years combined. Yet, the more seriously and cautiously Angela treated this matter, the more Helen perceived the plant's value and mystery. Even with such an enormous price, Helen's curiosity and desire to understand it only grew stronger. But the cost was life and spirit. As a genius, was she truly willing to wager everything for this mysterious flower? S.H.I.E.L.D was reluctant, truth be told. But she still decided to give herself and Angela a chance. Senior, could you elaborate a bit more on its value? I can't make such a foolish decision without understanding it, she said. Angela looked at S.H.I.E.L.D on the video call, her hesitation cleared despite the faint spark of intrigue in her eyes. Angela had already prepared a contingency plan. It was a document she had pieced together in just one afternoon, which she titled, Research on Neural Consciousness Manifestation. Angela concluded, I'll send you a basic research document in a moment. It represents my findings from this afternoon. After reading it, come to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters tomorrow and agree to the only condition I propose. Otherwise, we have nothing further to discuss. Why would Angela so confidently hand over this research document to S.H.I.E.L.D? This was merely an afternoon's worth of findings, serving only as inspiration. If S.H.I.E.L.D attempted to use it without permission, Umbrella would ensure she experienced a whale fall at the bottom of the 5 oceans. S.H.I.E.L.D was a fragmentary piece of foundational research, incapable of contributing to real scientific advancements. Moreover, Angela had intentionally included misleading directions within the data to render it suitable only for observation purposes. After ending the video call, Angela sent the compiled document to S.H.I.E.L.D. She then powered off her tablet and tossed it onto the sofa. Tonight, she wouldn't give it another thought. Upstairs on the balcony, Eno was still sipping his wine slowly. Angela ascended the stairs and joined him. Hearing her footsteps behind him, Eno continued gazing at the scenery and asked, she agreed? She has no reason not to, Angela replied, wearing loose-fitting sleepwear as she leaned into his arms. The moment I saw the celestial blossom this afternoon, I thought of her. This aligns so perfectly with her expertise and interests. I know exactly how irresistible the celestial blossom is to her, it's practically inescapable. Recalling S.H.I.E.L.D's attempt to mask her reluctance with feigned curiosity, Angela chuckled. In the end, even though she knows how steep the cost is and how unwilling she feels deep down, she still hopes I'll convince her. No, she's even trying to convince herself. Listening to Angela, Eno thought to himself, is that even possible? To be so captivated that, despite knowing the cost, one deceives oneself into proceeding? Incredible. No, it's brutally honest. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Newark, S.H.I.E.L.D had just downloaded Angela's file. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she opened it. The file was titled, Research on Neural Consciousness Manifestation. At that moment, it wasn't just her fingers trembling. Her entire body shook with exhilaration. She opened the file and was greeted by a video. In the footage, Angela, dressed in a white lab coat, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, was holding a scalpel. She gently carved a small, 1 centimeter pit in the root of a tree. Astonishingly, though the tree root was indeed cut, it regenerated with a blue neural network-like structure. Moments later, the hollowed section of the root began to fill in, gradually covering the blue network until it was no longer visible in the video. What is this? How was this done? What kind of plant is this? And what is that blue substance? A torrent of questions ricocheted through Zhao Hailuan's mind. Just from watching this video, her thoughts boiled down to 3, I must study this. I must understand it. I must unravel its mysteries. After watching the brief, wordless video, Zhao Hailuan closed it and reopened the document. Written at the top were Angela's notes. Based on my afternoon research, preliminary observations suggest that this 1,200-kilometer-long flower root may serve as a form of consciousness expression. In the subsequent part of the video, I subjected the blue neural network to high temperatures, high pressure, intense radiation, and their opposites, low temperatures, low pressure, etc., but none of these factors had any effect on it. What is it doing? What does the depth of its roots signify? What does this blue neural network represent? How do the plant cells achieve such repair? What are the mechanisms behind the repair process? All of this awaits further investigation. To me, it is like a treasure, a mesmerizing, unparalleled treasure that has utterly captivated me. Date, May X, 1:49 p.m. to 6:02 p.m. Research Observer, Angela. After reading the document, Zhao Hailuan was no longer trembling, her entire body had turned crimson, as though she had been boiled alive, nearly emitting steam. She sat on the bed like a dazed duck, feeling the ferocious thumping of her heart. Only after gradually calming down did she open her eyes and glance at the newly booked hotel room and her still unopened suitcase. Without hesitation, she jumped off the bed, grabbed her laptop, slipped on her shoes, and hoisted her suitcase. She bolted out the door. Sleep. Forget it. I'll take a cab overnight. It's just the Umbrella headquarters in Hamilton, New York. I'm going right now. A few hours later, at 11:03 p.m., Angela was sleeping soundly under a thin blanket beside Eno. Eno, leaning against the headboard, checked the time and was about to call it a night. Just then, his phone lit up on the nightstand. Reaching for it, he saw a message from Jason. Jason, boss, a Dr. Zhao Hailuan is at the doors of the Umbrella Tower, claiming she wants to join us. After verifying her identity, I've confirmed she's indeed a doctor. Since you're likely asleep, I've taken her to an empty guest suite for now. Pfft. Eno almost spat out in disbelief. He had underestimated the allure of the celestial blossom to her. She had come all the way overnight to Umbrella. Was she not afraid of being stranded on the streets? At this moment, Angela groggily opened her sleepy eyes. Looking at Eno's expression, she asked softly, what's wrong? Seeing her drowsy state, Eno sighed and replied, Jason just texted me. Your junior, Zhao Hailuan, has rushed to the Umbrella headquarters overnight. What? Angela shot upright, the blanket slipping off to reveal her figure. She quickly pulled it back up and said, Johns Hopkins University is in Baltimore, Maryland. How could she have gotten here so fast? Who knows? Maybe she happened to be traveling. Eno shrugged. Jason's already taken her to a guest suite. Let's deal with it tomorrow. Wait. Angela looked at Eno. Her coming here means she's already decided to join us, and that her cost is everything. Since she's so eager, why not have Jason bring her here now? To sleep where? The side room. Are you sure? Eno gave Angela a skeptical look. Was she plotting something peculiar? Positive, Angela nodded, then let out a tired yawn. Since the decision was made, Eno replied to Jason, bring her to the front door of my villa. Jason understood. A few minutes later, Jason, the bodyguard, pulled up in a car and dropped off Zhao Hailuan. After getting out of the car, he walked to the trunk, retrieved her suitcase, and said, the boss lives here. Just knock lightly on the door, and I'm off. Eno disliked having Umbrella's security personnel stationed around his villa, and now, it seemed even more unnecessary. In the past, Red Umbrella operatives would monitor potential threats from miles away, leaving the villa's surroundings a desolate zone. Anyone who dared to approach would be deemed a target. Zhao Hailuan, dragging her suitcase behind her, stood just outside the villa's gates. The main door loomed in front of her. She had barely raised her hand to knock when the door swung open on its own. Hesitantly, she stepped inside, maneuvering past the privacy screen that obstructed the initial view. The rolling sound of her suitcase echoed as she entered the spacious interior. What greeted her was the sight of Eno, clad in pajamas, sitting on the sofa in the living room with Angela by his side. They appeared to have been waiting for her. Faced with the two imposing figures before her, Zhao Hailuan timidly raised her hand in greeting, her voice slightly strained, Hi. Eno sat with his arms crossed, one leg casually draped over the other. Despite his youthful appearance, his years as the boss had imbued him with an undeniable aura of authority and gravitas that no one could overlook. This only deepened Zhao Hailuan's unease. Could it be that her senior sister hadn't managed to sort things out with this almighty figure? If that were the case, wouldn't all their prior efforts have been in vain? With just a single word from him, everything could be erased as if it had never happened. Ino, noticing Zhao Hailuan lost in thought, tilted his chin slightly, gesturing to the sofa across from him, "Sit." Startled, Zhao Hailuan immediately abandoned her suitcase in the courtyard and hastily moved to the sofa opposite Ino, sitting down stiffly. Angela, who was affectionately clinging to Ino's arm, teased playfully, "Don't scare her, she's just a kid." Zhao Hailuan nodded fervently in agreement. If she wasn't mistaken, she was 19 years and 8 months old, 11 months older than Ino. Comparing their ages and positions suddenly made Zhao Hailuan feel as though, despite being a top-tier talent in the outside world, in front of Ino, she was nothing more than a speck of dust. It was cruel. It was crushing. It was reality. Ino chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Angela's golden hair. Then, his gaze shifted back to Zhao Hailuan, his demeanor calm and measured. The meaning was clear, warmth and affection for the person beside him, a detached neutrality for the outsider. Zhao Hailuan understood, quickly straightening her posture and preparing herself for his words. After a brief pause, Ino spoke, "Did Angela explain the soul condition to you? To join this project, both your mind and spirit must fully commit." "I understand," Zhao Hailuan responded with a firm nod. "Even if it means that leaving the project equates to death." Zhao Hailuan didn't answer verbally but nodded again, her resolve evident. "All right then," Ino nodded back. "Though this condition serves as a constraint, it's also an opportunity for you." Before Zhao Hailuan could fully comprehend his words, clang. A sword materialized in Ino's left hand, which he gripped firmly. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his right hand disappeared entirely. Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in shock, not because his hand was severed, but because of what she saw at the cross-section of the wound. The severed end of Ino's right arm lacked any trace of blood vessels, bones, nerves, muscle, or fat. Or rather, it wasn't that these things didn't exist, it was that Ino had temporarily rendered them non-existent. It had been mentioned before, ever since Ino had gained the ability of divine descent, he no longer had a single fatal weakness. This was why. Ordinarily, Ino appeared to be a regular human, but the moment he was injured, his body would transform into the form dictated by divine descent. Within a second or two, Ino's right hand reappeared, not regrown, but reconstructed. The tissues of his body shifted and reformed the limb seamlessly. Holding his newly formed hand in his left, Ino turned to Zhao Hailuan and suddenly tossed it to her. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Hailuan caught it like it was a precious artifact, immediately flipping it over to examine the severed cross-section up close. Snap! Ino snapped his fingers. Before Zhao Hailuan could react, the hand in her grasp liquefied and seeped into her body. Subdivine Descent Host, Zhao Hailuan, Angela. Send the explanation of subdivine descent to Zhao Hailuan. Also, restrict all other abilities and unlock only a select few. Sub-ability Host, Zhao Hailuan. Unlocked abilities, underwater breathing, immunity to illness, limb regeneration, replication of any textile, immunity to psychic influence, enhanced physical attributes. In an instant, through Ino's control, Zhao Hailuan gained access to the permissions for these specific abilities. Take note, these were merely sub-abilities. These functions were intended solely for survival and convenience in daily life. As a surge of information flooded her mind, Zhao Hailuan closed her eyes, trying to process it all. Yet, her lips parted wider and wider in astonishment. Yes, eyes closed, mouth agape. Ahem. After a while, Zhao Hailuan suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her voice was filled with exhilaration as she exclaimed, This is incredible. So many abilities. Humans can actually become this powerful. What kind of cells are these? Divine Descent encompassed dozens of abilities, but Ino had unlocked only a select few for her. As Angela's assistant, there was no need for her to possess more. Ino wasn't about to grant her anything unnecessary. What he needed was control, nothing more. And as for the true divine and the divine flower, those were unique. Ino was the sole host. There could be no second, not even now, with Angela or Zhao Hailuan. What they had were just fragments, sub-abilities derived from divine descent. Watching Zhao Hailuan's elated reaction, Angela yawned and said, Hailuan, you can go study those abilities first. The side room is over there. We're heading back to sleep. Judging by her excitement, Angela guessed Zhao Hailuan would likely spend the entire night researching her newfound powers. With that thought, Angela paid her no further attention, heading upstairs with Ino to the second floor to rest. Lying in bed with his hands behind his head, Ino contemplated. During the moment when his hand liquefied and entered Zhao Hailuan's body, could he avoid symbiosis altogether? Instead, could he direct the liquid to flow solely to her heart and brain, establishing a parasitic relationship rather than symbiosis? No, this wasn't symbiosis, it was parasitism. By doing so, he wouldn't need to distribute abilities, it would simply be parasitism. It would save a lot of trouble. With this thought in mind, Ino closed his eyes and began experimenting, controlling the divine liquid within Zhao Hailuan's body to flow to her heart and brain. Genetic devouring system. New subdivine descent ability, parasitism. Parasitism, the ability to inhabit only the heart and brain of the host, granting control over the host's life at will. Parasitic host, Zhao Hailuan. As expected, a new ability had been developed. Yet it didn't stop there. Ino could now sense not only his parasitic connection to Zhao Hailuan's body but also her precise geographic location. Downstairs, she remained on the sofa, still engrossed in examining herself. Although her sub-abilities had been switched to the parasitic state, Ino hadn't revoked her access to them. The next day, Ino sat in the passenger seat while Angela drove. As for Zhao Hailuan, she drove a car delivered by Red Umbrella on her own. There was no other choice, after all, the sports car only had 2 seats. When they arrived at the Umbrella Corporation Tower, it wasn't long before Zhao Hailuan caught up with them. Taking the elevator to the top-floor office, Ino sat in the executive chair and said simply, "From now on, you'll follow Angela. She'll arrange everything for you. The Flower of the Gods is located underground." The previous night, Zhao Hailuan had spent the entire time immersed in research, falling asleep directly on the sofa. When Ino found her in the morning, anyone who didn't know the situation might have thought she was being punished. Zhao Hailuan, however, nodded excitedly. At this point, a PhD degree seemed trivial, and the original intent behind her research felt almost meaningless. On the way there, Angela had sent an email to her alma mater, which also happened to be Zhao Hailuan's school. The faculty there were practically ready to escort Zhao Hailuan to the corporation themselves. Zhao Hailuan followed Angela down to the underground laboratory, while Ino began his routine tasks of handling company emails and documents. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Nick Fury had received news of Zhao Hailuan joining the Umbrella Corporation by the next morning. Given the corporation's prominence, both the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. kept a close watch on its activities. Agent Hill placed Zhao Hailuan's file on Fury's desk. Picking it up and skimming through it, Fury was most struck by her accelerated academic progression and her impressive degrees. Biocellular science, neurobiology, nanobiology, Fury muttered, reading the file. He turned to Hill and asked, "Can we predict why Zhao Hailuan joined Umbrella?" "There's no clear reason," Hill replied, holding a stack of documents. In just one night, Zhao Hailuan suddenly made her way to Umbrella Tower. After being stopped by security, she was escorted to Ino's residence. And the next morning, she followed them to the Umbrella Tower. "It's confirmed, she's joined them, and not just anywhere, but directly within their innermost circle." Fury's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. A genius like Zhao Hailuan suddenly entering the core of Umbrella indicated that the corporation was likely engaged in something highly significant, something closely aligned with her fields of expertise. Fury continued, "Based on Zhao Hailuan's academic background, has the intelligence division identified any ongoing research of significance in the field of biology?" "Yes," Hill nodded. "From the perspectives of biocellular science, neurobiology, and nanobiology. And considering Angela's expertise in nanobiology, biomedical science, and biocellular science," Hill added, "the intelligence analysis suggests this might involve advancements in human tissue technology." Fury stroked his chin, contemplating the potential scientific breakthroughs related to human tissue. However, the field was too broad, making it difficult to pinpoint anything specific. Eventually, Fury waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's keep observing for now. It's not like we can just ask them outright. Next time Coulson goes to place an order for medication, have him see if he can gather any intel. On the bright side, maybe Umbrella is working on technology to help disabled individuals." From a superficial perspective, Fury's guess wasn't entirely implausible. But on a deeper level, all technological advancements these days seem to be laying the foundation for future breakthroughs in neural interface technology and genetic engineering. Profits were merely a side effect. The narrative shifted back to the office at Umbrella Tower. While Eno was handling his usual paperwork, his phone rang. It was Tony Stark. Eno answered the call, putting it on speaker and setting it aside. "Tony, aren't you busy with clean energy projects these days? How do you still have time to call me so often?" "Come on, clean energy is just to fund my expenses. Iron Man, that's my main gig," Tony replied. The background noise suggested he was at a nightclub, with music thumping loudly. Tony continued, "But actually, I called today to talk about clean energy. Ever since I mentioned my plans for clean energy to you, I've been thinking, how do I prevent energy devices from falling into the hands of the military or terrorists? You know, like batteries, power supply systems, and so on. And then I came up with the only solution. It's my Iron Man armor. Listening to Tony's rambling, Eno continued working on his papers while responding, Tony, have you been drinking? You're not making any sense. Can you even follow what you're saying? At that moment, JRVS's voice chimed in, Mr. Eno, good day. Sir's blood alcohol level is slightly elevated. Please forgive any incoherence. Shut up, JRVS. Yes, sir. Well, it seemed Tony was indeed drunk. Eno, I want to make clean energy work, Tony said again. But with current technology, it's just not feasible. I've tried everything, but I can't solve the problems with new energy sources. JRVS interjected, Mr. Eno, I must terminate this call. Sir has a failsafe program for inappropriate language. He may call you again once he sobers up. The call ended. Eno glanced at his phone. It seemed Tony was truly stuck on the clean energy issue. Tony had tried every known element to replace the palladium in his arc reactor, but nothing worked. This frustration had driven him to drink. Ever since Stark had taken down that group of terrorists recently, Eno estimated that the palladium levels in Tony's blood had risen to 11%. From that point on, Tony had minimized his use of the Iron Man suit, but it hadn't stopped the palladium poisoning from progressing. At that moment, the landline on Eno's desk rang, displaying a call from the reception desk on the first floor of Umbrella Tower. Eno answered, and a female voice came through, Boss, there's a General Ross here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment, but his subordinates showed their military IDs. It seems legitimate. How many people? 3. Let the general come up. The others can wait downstairs. Understood. The receptionist hung up and, smiling, addressed the 3 officers in front of her. The boss said only the general is allowed upstairs. The others will need to wait here. We already handed over our weapons, and you still. One of the officers started to argue, but Ross interrupted, I'll go up alone. Here's the elevator pass. Unfazed, the receptionist handed Ross a small elevator access card. Umbrella had hosted countless visitors in the past. A general wasn't the highest-ranking individual they'd dealt with, so there was no need for special treatment, at least, that's what the receptionist thought. Ross entered the elevator and ascended to the top-floor office. Upon arriving, he saw Eno, who was busy with paperwork. Despite Ross's visibly aged face, his demeanor remained sharp. Eno gestured casually toward the chair opposite him. Though Eno's attitude seemed indifferent, Ross understood that he was the one who had arrived unannounced. Without Eno's approval, he wouldn't have even made it this far. As he continued his work, Eno said, General Ross, what brings you here today? Hulk is back, Ross said. Your informants have already seen him. Eno responded without even lifting his head. Ross nodded and, regardless of whether Eno was paying attention, repeated, he went to Culver University to find my daughter. If it wasn't for my surveillance on her, I wouldn't have discovered him by now. Surveillance? Eno finally looked up at the older man. That seems quite different from simple observation, doesn't it? This old man, desperate to turn Banner into a weapon, had gone as far as severing the relationship between Banner and his girlfriend, leaving no room for reconciliation. That's irrelevant, Ross said, his cloudy eyes staring intently at Eno. What matters is that he's back now. Do you have a way to deal with him? Eno casually pulled out a document from a nearby folder and tossed it to Ross. It was the very file that Ross had provided to him. Eno countered, tearing apart tanks, resisting missiles, needles can't even penetrate his skin. How exactly do you plan to deal with him? Suffocate him by depriving him of oxygen? Is there no weapon that can bypass the surface and directly attack his internal organs? Ross pressed further. Umbrella Corporation is a pharmaceutical and medical technology company, General Ross, Eno reminded him plainly, we don't manufacture weapons. Maybe you should go talk to Tony. Oh wait, he doesn't do that anymore either. You have the capability, Ross stated confidently. Then maybe you should ask the government for such a weapon, Eno suggested. Back when I was still a kid, Umbrella sold high-powered biological vibration pulse technology to the government. We don't make weapons, so we sold that tech off. Ross stroked the white stubble on his chin, the memory of such a weapon vaguely surfacing in his mind. It would need approval, but with his authority, it shouldn't be too difficult. Emil Blonsky, now the Abomination, had already undergone gamma pulse exposure and received a pseudo-super soldier serum. Applying for one more weapon didn't seem like a stretch. Still unwilling to give up, Ross asked, is there really no other way to restrain Hulk? With the time we have? Umbrella can't do it, and no one else can either, Eno said bluntly. But maybe you could try calming him down. If he's calm, Hulk won't come out. Ross, clearly unimpressed by Eno's sarcastic tone, stood up decisively, grabbed the elevator badge, and left. Umbrella had warned him earlier that they might not be able to help, and the short timeline made it hard to push back. As Ross left, Eno couldn't help but think, the Hulk storyline was about to unfold. If he guessed correctly, Hulk was now seeking out his ex-girlfriend, retrieving data on his body, and planning to meet up with his Mr. Blue contact from the dark web to create an antidote. In the end, that antidote wouldn't work. If anything, it would lead to the creation of the abomination. As for that university, it must be Culver University. Eno picked up his phone and called Jason, send a few Red Umbrella operatives in plain clothes to Culver University. If they spot any monsters, call me immediately. Jason responded immediately, understood. Soon after, Jason dispatched 3 youthful-looking Red Umbrella operatives in civilian attire to keep an eye out at Culver University. By the time the afternoon break rolled around, Eno had wrapped up the day's tasks. After some thought, he took the elevator to the underground lab to check on its progress. Stepping into the lab, it was evident that the commonly used scientific equipment had been abandoned by Angela and Helen. They were undoubtedly near the celestial flower, conducting their research. After walking along the pristine laboratory floor for a few minutes, Eno arrived at the cave-like area where the celestial flower was cultivated. Sure enough, both women were there. Angela, seated on a sofa and sipping coffee during a break, noticed Eno's arrival and gestured towards Helen, who was busy working near the celestial flower. Angela's expression seemed to say, "This tool of a person I found for you is pretty useful, right?" Helen, busy with her work, caught sight of Eno out of the corner of her eye. "Boss," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Eno nodded back at her, though he couldn't help but feel that her tone carried a strange fervor. Helen shuffled over hesitantly, causing Eno to look at her curiously. Finally, she asked, "Boss, could I have a small sample of your cells?" "Oh, so that's all it was." Eno, somewhat speechless, grabbed a sampling tool, pricked his finger, and handed it over to Helen. Watching her treat the sample like a precious treasure, Angela shrugged at Eno with amusement. Helen carefully placed the sample into one of the instruments and began observing it, all while continuing her other tasks with impressive efficiency. "If only I could clone myself," she muttered. "There's so much to uncover here, when will I ever finish it all?" Eno couldn't help but admire her dedication. Helen's plans included research into celestial genetic cells, biological neural manifestation, nanoneural technology, and more. She had submitted the entire proposal to Eno for approval. Taking the document, Eno borrowed a pen from Angela and immediately crossed out the section on celestial genetic cell research. Looking at Helen, he explained, "It's not that I don't want you to study it, but the genetic data is far too vast. Humanity's current technology can't handle it. Computers can't process it, nor can they store it. Attempting this research now is essentially gambling on luck. So we'll revisit it in the future. With humanity's current level of technology, any attempt to tamper with genetics was a gamble, as evidenced by Hulk, Abomination, and others. Even Captain America's serum was a product of fortunate coincidence by the original scientist." Eno then reorganized the project proposals into a hierarchy. First tier, nanoneural technology and nanocells. Second tier, neural consciousness manifestation. Third tier, genetics. Handing back the revised plan, Eno instructed, "Follow this order. The first tier lays the groundwork for the third, but the second tier may end up being unnecessary. You don't need to research it." "Why not?" Helen asked, clutching the plan with curiosity. "Because that's not a field science can reach," Eno replied simply. Once again, Helen was left in stunned silence, her worldview shaken. A field science couldn't reach, what could that mean? If science couldn't touch it, then what was the purpose of scientific inquiry? Seeing Helen's reaction, Angela stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. "No one ever said science was the key to understanding the ultimate truth of the universe. And there's no evidence that proves it is. Yes, that's the truth. The universe has no obligation to make itself understandable to you. Is science the path to understanding the truths of the universe? No one has proof. No one holds the ultimate truth. You can only say that science is one of the ways to understand the universe." Zhao Hailuan, who had been momentarily stunned, felt slightly better after Angela's comforting words, though she was clearly shaken. She consoled herself internally, realizing she had just stepped into an entirely new realm. Looking earnestly at Eno, she promised, "I will thoroughly study bioneural technology and biocellular technology. If it weren't for the boss, I wouldn't even have access to these fields." "Good to hear," Eno replied with a smile, gently patting Hailuan's head. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Zhao Hailuan blushed shyly and smiled back. After all, someone who tells you the truth is always better than someone who hides it from you. That evening, after work, Angela drove herself and Eno home as usual, while Zhao Hailuan had been assigned her own car. As they drove, Eno glanced at Angela and asked, is she staying over again tonight? Shouldn't we arrange a house for her? Hearing Eno's question, Angela's hands visibly faltered on the steering wheel. She shrank her blonde head slightly and hesitated before murmuring softly, well, she does have a nice figure. Eno pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, suddenly realizing why Angela had been so eager to recommend S.H.I.E.L.D. As the personal secretary and experimental officer of the Umbrella Corporation's boss, Angela personally inviting S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been an extraordinary gesture of respect. No, it could even be called an excessive show of respect. Although Angela had appeared confident the previous evening, there was still a hint of urgency in her demeanor. Pinching the bridge of his nose again, Eno said, feelings take time to develop. If you bring her straight to our home, what will people say about us? Let them say whatever they want, Angela replied nonchalantly. Anyway, Umbrella's official website has already announced that S.H.I.E.L.D. is your secretary and my assistant. Oh no. Eno's heart skipped a beat as he quickly pulled out his phone to check the day's trending news. From Johns Hopkins University genius to Umbrella Corporation's chief secretary and core experimental assistant, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. make it? Meet Umbrella's newly announced core member, S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you know this prodigy? Speculations arise about Umbrella's new technologies. What does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement signify? Bioneural science, biocellular science, nanobiology. What groundbreaking innovations might S.H.I.E.L.D. bring to Umbrella? Could this be the dawn of a new era of human-benefiting technology? Stay tuned. Phew. Seeing these legitimate headlines, Eno breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about being confronted with gossip like, Angela or S.H.I.E.L.D., who would you choose? Fortunately, his public image was impeccable, and no one would associate him with such rumors. If it were Tony in his place, the negative headlines would have been endless. Angela noticed Eno's relief and teased him with a smile, the great boss of Umbrella, afraid of baseless rumors. How amusing. Looking at Angela's sarcastic expression, Eno gave her a menacing smile. Wait until tonight. If your legs aren't trembling, I'll admit defeat. The next morning, S.H.I.E.L.D. was waiting in the yard, dressed in a youthful outfit of a simple top and jeans. She planned to change into her lab attire using her abilities once she got to the lab. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed as she nervously anticipated facing Eno and Angela. Honestly, senior sister was way too loud last night. I couldn't sleep at all, S.H.I.E.L.D. muttered under her breath, a hint of complaint in her tone. Angela's voice had practically been a public disturbance. Before long, Eno and Angela emerged together. Eno's expression was calm and composed, while Angela playfully winked her right eye at S.H.I.E.L.D., making her blush even more. Once they arrived at the Umbrella Corporation building, Angela and S.H.I.E.L.D. headed straight to the underground laboratory. Just as Eno was settling into his daily work routine, his phone rang. It was Tony. Hey, Eno. I drank a bit too much last night. Whatever I said, just pretend it never happened, alright? Eno smirked, seizing the moment to tease Tony. You mentioned clean energy and renewable resources, said you couldn't figure it out, and practically begged me to help you. I definitely didn't say that, Tony groaned from his home, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Seriously, the things I say when I'm drunk. Why am I calling you instead of, I don't know, chatting up some girls? That's a question only you can answer, Tony, Eno replied casually, multitasking as he handled his work. So, what renewable energy problem has got you so worked up? Tony hesitated before blurting out, how to extend the battery life of my charging dolls. Hearing Tony's obvious attempt at deflection, Eno dismissed it with a chuckle. Let me know when your charging dolls are ready. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Alright, Eno. Talk later, Tony grumbled before hanging up. Eno knew Tony was likely grappling with his palladium poisoning issue. Even if he refrained from using his mark armor, the palladium poisoning would steadily worsen day by day. On the flip side, frequent use of the armor would accelerate the poisoning significantly. To quantify it, if Tony stopped using the mark armor entirely, he might have anywhere from a few years to a few decades left, depending on countermeasures. If he continued frequent usage, he might only have a week. Ding! A notification popped up on Eno's computer. It was an email from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, Mr. Eno, are you available at 2 p.m. today? S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to procure some pharmaceuticals. Perfect timing. Eno had been meaning to hand over the fabricated celestial data he'd prepared. He could settle the equipment and pharmaceutical procurement all at once. Eno, sure, come over this afternoon. Coulson, understood. Thank you. At 2 p.m. sharp, Agent Coulson arrived at Eno's office. Before Coulson could speak, Eno handed him a stack of documents from the desk. Coulson opened the file and began reading. The data detailed the Celestials' weapons, flight capabilities, combat strategies, armor specifications, humanoid estimates, and more, all meticulously crafted. If Eno weren't a celestial himself, even he might have believed the elaborate report. The information was a mix of accurate and outdated details, with most of the correct data being from the previous generation, far from the latest developments. But, technically, nothing Eno said was wrong. Even if the Celestials appeared again in a completely different form, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have no grounds to blame Umbrella. After finishing the report, Coulson smiled, carefully tucking it away. This is incredibly detailed, far more comprehensive than what we've observed ourselves. Thank you very much. Eno maintained a natural yet trustworthy demeanor as he replied, of course. There are countless extraordinary lifeforms, even humanoid monsters. Take, for example, Captain America from World War II who was injected with serum. Coulson's internal reaction, even the serum. Though Captain America was a household name, the fact that he'd received a serum enhancement was known to very few, mostly those connected to the core figures of that era. Coulson couldn't help but marvel at how much Eno knew. Coulson tucked the documents into his arms. The follow-up orders will be negotiated by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government soon. And just like before, S.H.I.E.L.D. will still need a share of those medical supplies. No problem, Eno replied readily, unwilling to miss any opportunity to make money. Then, with a slight smirk, he added, but, Coulson, you look like you've got something on your mind. Caught off guard by Eno's sharp observation, Coulson could only admit, there's been talk that Miss Helen Zhao has joined Umbrella's core team. Naturally, we're curious about what Umbrella is planning to work on. Is there anything S.H.I.E.L.D. could collaborate on? Coulson's diplomatic tone wasn't lost on Eno. Can't you guess from Helen Zhao's expertise and Angela's compatibility with her what we're aiming to do? Eno asked in return. That's too broad, Coulson said with a wry smile. Although I came here with a task, S.H.I.E.L.D. is really just looking for a hint. Eno stretched his fingers with a grin. A blessing for people with disabilities, neuromechanical prosthetic limbs. Hearing this, Coulson stood up with a satisfied smile and extended his hand to Eno. Director Fury suspected as much before I came. It seems Umbrella is as trustworthy as ever. Whether Umbrella was truly trustworthy was another matter, but Coulson's satisfaction amused Eno. Typical of a die-hard Captain America fan. Shaking Coulson's hand, Eno replied, of course. Put plainly, when there are fewer avenues to make money, we have to innovate and develop new technologies to stay profitable. Releasing Eno's hand, Coulson smiled. If global companies thought the way Umbrella does, the word medicine wouldn't be something people fear. At that moment, Coulson's sense of justice surged, and his approval of Umbrella soared. After some further discussion, Coulson left, clearly satisfied. Once outside Umbrella Tower, Coulson took out his S.H.I.E.L.D. issued phone and called Director Fury to report on the situation and the information regarding Umbrella's work. When Fury heard that Umbrella was indeed developing neuromechanical prosthetics, he couldn't help but think, so I was right after all. The scene shifted back to Eno's office when Jason called. Boss, we've detected unidentified military forces mobilizing toward Corvo University. The convoy includes several armored vehicles, multiple squads of soldiers, and 2 fully enclosed unidentified vehicles. When are they expected to arrive at Corvo University? Tomorrow. All right. Recall the Red Umbrella team. Understood. After hanging up, Eno contacted Helen Zhao, who had already delegated her secretarial duties. Is there anything happening in Virginia? If not, find something. In the underground lab, Helen Zhao was momentarily stunned. Searching her memory, she soon replied, there is something. A few months ago, Corvo University erected a monument in your honor. They've invited you to come and sign it. The email mentioned it's fine if you don't have time, everything's up to your schedule. Perfect. Use that as the excuse. Arrange the private jet for tonight. I need to be there by tomorrow. Ugh. Helen groaned reluctantly. She didn't want to leave the treasures in her underground lab. Ugh, what? The boss's orders are absolute. Get moving. Fine. That evening, a reluctant Helen Zhao, teary-eyed, drove away from Umbrella Tower with Eno, heading to the private airport. Angela wasn't necessary for this trip, bringing her along would only raise questions. On the private jet, Helen found a window seat and pressed her face against the glass, staring longingly at the distant Umbrella Tower. Eno chuckled at her behavior. Can't bear to leave, even for a day. Helen turned around, pouting. Even sitting down for a meal feels like a waste of time. A whole day away feels like torture. Amused by her expression, Eno couldn't resist poking her cheek. How about this, would you like to hear some stories about the macrocosmos? I'm feeling generous, but it's a one-day-only offer. With several hours of flight time ahead, Eno figured he might as well entertain her. Yes, yes, yes. Helen perked up, nodding fervently like a pecking chick. I have lots of stories, the saga of the purple mad titan Thanos, the angels of justice and order, the self-aware celestials, the infinite light pathways of the Tao, and so on. Which one do you want to hear? Eno's words left Helen dumbfounded. Was there really so much to the macrocosmos? After hesitating for a while, Helen tentatively asked, can I hear all of them? Of course not. You can only pick one, Eno declined firmly. Each story could take days and nights to tell, and we don't even have enough time to finish one on this flight. Then, after much internal debate, Helen finally bit the bullet. The first one. The purple mad titan Thanos. Angela mentioned it once. Seeing that she'd made her choice, Eno began, in the universe, there is a species known as the Titans. As they advanced, their home planet ran out of resources, facing severe shortages. One Titan proposed a solution: why not eliminate half the population? Although it was one of the quickest ways to address the resource crisis, it was also the cruelest. In the end, this Titan achieved his goal and decided his plan should be applied across the entire universe. Thus began the story of the Titan known as Thanos. The storytelling went on for who knows how long. Eno was happy to pass the time, and Helen listened intently, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and wonder. Hours later, the plane landed at an airport in Virginia. However, it was still the middle of the night, so Eno decided they'd rest on the plane until morning. The next morning, Eno awoke in the private jet's sleeping quarters. Things seemed a bit off. The night before, Helen hadn't gotten enough of the Purple Mad Titan story, so they'd moved to the sleeping area to continue. Now, Eno carefully removed the arm draped around his neck and gently shifted the leg resting across his abdomen. Don't misunderstand, nothing had happened. After getting up, Eno adjusted his shirt and headed to the plane's washroom to freshen up. Even though he didn't have any grime on him, maintaining this habit made him feel better. A soft murmur interrupted him. Eno, toothbrush in mouth, turned his head to see Helen entering the washroom, fully dressed but suddenly flustered upon spotting him. After rinsing his mouth, Eno left the washroom to give her some space. An hour later, at 9 a.m., Helen, Zhao and Eno disembarked from the private jet and entered a car Umbrella had prepared for them, heading toward Corvo University. During the drive, Eno asked, have you coordinated with the university president? Make sure they keep it quiet. Helen nodded. They've agreed that all you need to do is sign the monument and take a photo with the president. That's it. Good, Eno replied. He had made it clear in advance, he didn't want to be swarmed by crowds of students. That would make it impossible to get anything done. By the way, Zhao Hailuan suddenly turned her head and asked, why is the boss going to Corvo University all of a sudden? Judging by the timing, Zhao Hailuan was sure Eno wasn't just there to sign anything. Eno would have to be out of his mind to sign something on a life monument that was finished months ago. Probably around noon, Eno said, glancing at his watch and calculating the time. I'll likely need to descend like a god and fight a green giant. Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened instantly, brimming with excitement. Will there be blood? Eno looked at her, speechless. Are you asking if it's my blood or its blood? Of course, it's blood, she replied matter-of-factly. The goal this time is to collect its blood, Eno replied with a resigned look at Zhao Hailuan. Why else would I have brought that set of test tubes in the trunk? Zhao Hailuan nodded happily, her foot pressing harder on the accelerator. An hour later, a modest sedan passed through the security check at the gates of Corvo University and entered the parking lot. Eno stepped out of the car, putting on a pair of sunglasses. He had also changed into a casual urban outfit that blended in perfectly. Zhao Hailuan exited the driver's seat, wearing high heels and clutching a folder of documents. It was baffling how she had managed to drive in those shoes. After passing the faculty building and lecture halls, the two arrived at the entrance of the administration building where the president's office was located. From a distance, they spotted an elderly figure standing on the steps, seemingly waiting for someone. He wore reading glasses, and as soon as he saw Eno and Zhao Hailuan approaching, he quickly walked toward them with eager steps. Mr. Eno, I never expected to see you at Corvo University today, months after our correspondence. I had hardly dared to hope after sending that email, the elderly man said warmly. Eno, looking at the gentlemanly figure in front of him, replied in a calm tone, Mr. Kurt, Umbrella receives a lot of emails. By sheer coincidence, I came across yours. It sparked my interest in your university, so here I am. Hearing Eno express interest in the university, President Kurt immediately began introducing its history. Our university was first established in 1894. Corvo College was formed through the merger of Corvo Military Academy and Corvo Women's Academy. Our mission is to focus on the holistic development of our students, morally, intellectually, and physically, while fostering leadership and a sense of responsibility. Very impressive, Eno nodded in approval. And this must be Miss Zhao Hailuan, correct? Kurt noticed the quiet Zhao Hailuan standing behind Eno. A brilliant doctorate graduate from Johns Hopkins University. That's truly a level above what we can offer here. Of course. Johns Hopkins University, where Angela and Zhao Hailuan had graduated, ranked first in the United States for bioengineering. It was also the university that allocated the highest experimental funding among its graduate, doctoral, and mentor programs. Without wasting more time, Eno said directly, "Let's take a look at the monument. I have other matters to attend to later this afternoon, so I might have to leave shortly. That's why I requested we keep this visit low profile, without notifying the students." "Of course, let's head over now." "Right this way." President Kurt nodded and immediately led the way toward Eno's life monument. On the way, Angela called. Eno answered the phone. "Eno, do you remember the secretary you fired the other day? Natasha?" Eno responded quickly, "What about her?" "She still wants to interview for the secretary position and hopes you'll give her another chance." "Oh, and she mentioned wanting a private one-on-one opportunity. Angela's tone carried an unmistakable hint of mischief. She obviously knew what Natasha meant by private. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that day, Natasha is a top S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, even more skilled than Coulson. Now you know how to handle this, right?" "Got it. I'll string her along for information." Stringing along, keeping her in a state of ambiguity, neither rejecting nor agreeing. Eno sighed. "My point was, you could just tell her to scram." "Fine, stringing her along works too. Do whatever you see fit." Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D's Triskelion headquarters, Director Fury frowned deeply as he reviewed the latest report brought to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. In his mind, he kept wondering, why had Umbrella's boss, Eno, suddenly decided to go to Calvo University in Virginia? Although it wasn't a midnight rush trip, and preparations had been made a day in advance to arrange a private jet, the situation still struck Fury as odd. Why there? It wasn't as if any significant event was taking place. If there were, this document wouldn't even be on his desk. But the fact that this file was on his desk meant that even the intelligence division couldn't make sense of it. Fury looked at Hill and asked, "Any relevant intel?" "None." At that moment, Hill's earpiece buzzed with an update. After finishing the communication, she turned to Fury. "Latest intel, Natasha has learned from Miss Angela that Eno went to Calvo University to sign his life monument. According to our investigation, the monument was completed months ago. Eno is only going there now, but Miss Angela's explanation aligns perfectly with the motive." Fury thought for a moment. Natasha's intel checks out. Eno is definitely there to sign it. "So what now?" Hill asked. "We wait for results, or see if any unexpected incidents arise," Fury said, looking at Hill. "What else can we do?" Back at Calvo University, Eno and Zhao Hailuan followed President Kurt to the center of Library No. 1, where they stood before a wall. On the upper left corner of the wall was the Umbrella Corporation's logo, while on the bottom right was a triangular glass compartment, empty for now, clearly meant to house Eno's signed piece. The entire 2x 3.5-meter wall was inscribed with details of Eno's life, career achievements, and the contributions Umbrella had made to society. Even Eno himself couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of technological monopolies, fame and fortune, all in one. President Kurt brought over a triangular stone and a pen, explaining, "This stone was specially crafted. It will imprint the watermark of your signature into the deepest layers of the material. With proper preservation, it should last tens of thousands of years." Zhao Hailuan stepped forward to receive the stone and pen. She knew that Eno maintained the image of a frail young gentleman in public, living as an ordinary person without much physical strength. In the past, such tasks would have been handled by Angela. Now, it was Zhao Hailuan's responsibility. Zhao Hailuan held the triangular stone while Eno took the pen and wrote the characters Eno. As he handed the signed stone back to President Kurt, it was evident that the latter was reluctant to part with it. If not for the fact that the stone was meant to be embedded in the monument, Kurt might have taken it home as a keepsake. With visible reluctance, Kurt finally placed the signed stone into the designated compartment, completing all but the final step, taking a commemorative photo. Zhao Hailuan handled the photography, while Eno and President Kurt stood in position. Click. With everything done, Eno politely declined Kurt's offer to tour the campus, citing other pressing matters. As Eno and Zhao Hailuan walked back to the parking lot, the campus seemed eerily quiet. Being a Sunday, there were very few students around, and even on the main pathways, hardly anyone was outside. But as he passed a small green lawn, Eno saw someone. Bruce Banner. He was sitting under a large tree, talking about something with his girlfriend. At that moment, Eno's phone rang. It was Jason calling. "Boss. It's General Ross. He's led his troops to surround Culver University. It's dangerous over there. I'm already back. Don't worry." Eno replied succinctly and hung up the phone. Just then, soldiers appeared all around the campus. In the distance, the roar of armored vehicle engines could be heard rumbling closer. Bruce Banner immediately sensed something was wrong. After saying a few quick words to the woman in front of him, he turned and ran. If he were caught, Banner knew he would inevitably transform into the Hulk. And once he became the Hulk, he would lose control, turning into a monstrous being governed solely by his subconscious. Ino glanced at the soldiers in the distance, then turned to Zhao Hailuan and said, "Let's head to the wall corner outside library number 2. There are no cameras there." Zhao Hailuan nodded and pulled a capped test tube from her pocket, handing it to Ino. Taking the test tube, Ino and Zhao Hailuan made their way toward library number 2. Shortly after they left, several armored vehicles sped across the green lawn, while the soldiers had already begun advancing toward one of the campus libraries to corner Banner. Inside library number 1, Banner, having climbed several floors in desperation, had no choice but to swallow a USB drive containing his saved body data. While attempting to escape, he was finally cornered on the glass skybridge connecting the two libraries. General Ross ordered the launch of tear gas. That was the trigger. The Hulk transformed. Meanwhile, Ino arrived at a secluded corner outside library number 2, a spot free of surveillance. After ensuring no one was nearby, he turned to Zhao Hailuan and reminded her, "Wait here. I'll be back within half an hour." Zhao Hailuan nodded, her gaze filled with anticipation as she awaited Ino's transformation. Ino stepped into the corner. Descent of the Celestial. Wings of light unfurled. Like a fighter jet ascending into the sky, Ino shot upward in an instant. Wow! Watching Ino vanish in a flash, Zhao Hailuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was breathtaking, and undeniably cool. Soaring to the rooftop of the library, Ino arrived just in time to see the Hulk leaping away. General Ross, gripping his walkie-talkie, commanded, "Team A, move in full force." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, 3 to 4 rifles and a mounted machine gun spewed streams of fiery bullets, striking the Hulk near the central landmark of the lawn. But the results were shocking, nothing happened. With the Hulk's resilience and strength, swallowing a high-explosive grenade wouldn't be a problem, bullets were merely an irritation. Watching the unscathed Hulk charge toward Team A, Ross immediately barked into his walkie-talkie, "Where's the .50 caliber armored vehicle? Get it up here now." Responding to Ross's command, an armored vehicle equipped with a .50 caliber machine gun approached from behind the Hulk, firing relentlessly as it advanced. This time, the bullets hurt the Hulk more, angering him further, but still caused no real harm. With a furious roar, the Hulk dashed to the left of the approaching armored vehicle and swung his left arm with immense force. Bang! The ton-heavy armored vehicle flipped over, tumbling across the lawn, crushing the grass beneath it. Watching the armored vehicle topple over, Ross immediately issued another command, "Open fire with everything you've got. All armored vehicles, engage." Bullets lethal to ordinary humans rained down on the Hulk from all directions. 3 more armored vehicles began closing in on him. The Hulk paused in front of Team A, raising his elbow defensively before charging straight into one of the armored vehicles. Bang! Another thunderous collision. Enraged, the Hulk lifted the wrecked armored vehicle in front of him and slammed it repeatedly onto the central lawn landmark. Bang! 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 He kept smashing the vehicle until it was reduced to scattered parts. Rat-a-tat-tat. The remaining 2 armored vehicles and nearby soldiers opened fire again. In his fury, the Hulk grabbed the fuel-leaking engine at his feet and hurled it at the 2 armored vehicles with all his might. Bang! Bang! Boom! Like bowling pins, the 2 armored vehicles were crushed and then exploded. The soldiers nearby quickly abandoned their rifles and fled. From his vantage point on the library rooftop, Ino noticed several students nearby pulling out their phones to film the scene. At this point, Ross was out of options and prepared to call in Emil Blonsky, better known as Abomination, to draw the Hulk's attention. He also intended to deploy 2 newly approved sonic cannons from the armory to deal with the Hulk. But Ino's patience had already worn thin. Spreading his radiant wings, Ino ascended into the sky. Ross, holding his walkie-talkie, shouted to Blonsky, "It's your turn, Blonsky. Keep it occupied." "Understood, sir." Blonsky dropped his rifle and grabbed a grenade launcher from a nearby soldier, ready to charge in. However, bang! Descending like a god clad in gold and silver armor, the celestial figure landed between Blonsky and the Hulk. Blonsky froze, staring at the figure before him, its glowing wings and a massive sword nearly 2 meters long in its hands. Hesitation gripped him, he wasn't so sure about advancing anymore. The Hulk, towering at nearly the same height as Ino's celestial form, around 2.3 meters, instinctively perceived the newcomer as a threat. And in his subconscious, he assumed Ino was working with Ross. Roar! The Hulk bellowed furiously, gripping a metal door ripped from an armored vehicle as he charged toward Ino. Ino, holding his giant sword, raised it in front of him, its tip aimed squarely at the Hulk. The wings on his back radiated an increasingly intense light, as if accumulating immense energy. As the Hulk barreled closer, Eno unleashed the energy from his wings in a flash of green and silver. Boom! Clang! Standing in the Hulk's original position, Eno slowly turned around. The Hulk, holding nothing but the handle of the metal door, stared blankly at the gaping wound stretching from his chest to his abdomen. Green blood spurted out, though it gradually slowed as his body began to heal. The Hulk tentatively reached his free left hand toward the deep wound on his chest but pulled it back before touching it. This was the first time he'd been injured so severely. Lifting his gaze once more, the Hulk locked eyes with Eno, his fury intensifying with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Blonsky, ever the reckless one, decided to add fuel to the fire. The celestial figure from earlier was gone, and now a Hulk, wounded by that same celestial being, stood before him. To Blonsky, this was simple math. If Eno a Hulk and Eno a Blonsky, then surely Hulk a Blonsky. Yeah. Banner would probably give him a thumbs up for his logic right now. Blonsky, wielding the grenade launcher, fired a round at the Hulk. Boom! Then, as if fueled by newfound courage, he approached the Hulk and said, "Hey, big green guy. You're not looking so good." The Hulk, lowering his elbow from his defensive stance, glanced at the 1.8-meter tall man before him. Without a word, he lashed out with a powerful kick. Bang! Blonsky was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He tumbled uncontrollably across the grass until his body slammed into a massive tree trunk, leaving a human-shaped imprint upon impact before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having dealt with the fly, the Hulk turned his attention back to Eno. His rage burned hotter, and his wounds were already beginning to heal. However, in Eno's eyes, breaking the Hulk and starting anew with another strike made no difference whatsoever. Nearby, by an armored vehicle, Ross's adjutant hesitated as he looked at him. "General Ross, should the soldiers open fire?" Ross stared at Eno in the distance, a being who seemed like a god descending from the heavens. He had no idea what this sudden creature was, but it didn't deter his resolve. "Call in the armed helicopters," Ross ordered decisively. "We must capture the Hulk." "Yes, sir." The adjutant immediately began contacting the helicopter units. Meanwhile, the Hulk grabbed the shattered, twisted hood of a nearby armored vehicle, intending to use it as a weapon. His glowing green eyes locked fiercely onto Eno. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Hulk charged toward Eno once again. Fighting like a complete idiot, without the slightest bit of skill, Eno muttered, shaking his head in exasperation as he watched the Hulk's brutish charge. If the Hulk knew any combat techniques or how to wield weapons, his combat power would be exponentially greater. But now, he was just a clumsy brute. Eno raised his massive longsword, positioning it upright in front of him, the tip aimed directly at the oncoming Hulk. This time, he decided to up the ante. The radiant wings of light behind him burst into a dazzling blaze of energy, propelling Eno forward like a flash of cold steel. Squelch! Green blood splattered through the air. With immense force, Eno's colossal sword pierced straight into the Hulk's abdomen, pinning him to the tree behind. The Hulk clutched the blade with both hands, green blood streaming down. His glowing green eyes narrowed as he glanced toward his girlfriend in the distance. At that moment, he made a decision, to prioritize her safety and run. This so-called god. He was outmatched this time. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Just then, armed helicopters arrived at the scene. Their targeting systems locked onto both Eno and the Hulk. The rotary cannons whirred to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the two unknown entities. Unlike ordinary rifles, the Gatling guns roared with a thunderous rhythm, tearing chunks of grass and dirt from the ground as the bullets struck. The Hulk's gaze snapped to Eno. Despite his primal instincts, he wasn't stupid. The helicopters were firing at both him and Eno, meaning this godlike being wasn't on Ross's side either. Eno gave the Hulk a faint nod. His metal combat boots pressed against the Hulk's abdomen. With a sickening squelch, Eno withdrew his massive sword. But the helicopter's gunfire had already reached them. Ding 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 ding. Bang 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 bang. The bullet striking Eno created a distinct metallic clang, ricocheting off his armor. Bullets capable of cutting a human body in half couldn't even scratch him. Meanwhile, the rounds hitting the Hulk's skin produced a dull, drum-like sound, a testament to his incredible resilience. Enraged, the Hulk initially shielded himself with his arm against the Gatling gunfire. Then he noticed the battered hood of the armored vehicle still in his free right hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it at one of the helicopters with all his might. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart. Clang! Boom! The vehicle hood struck the base of the helicopter's rotor, severing it cleanly. Without its rotor and with its Gatling gun still blazing, the helicopter began to nosedive, not toward Eno or the Hulk but backward, tilting toward the direction of Banner's girlfriend. "No!" General Ross shouted from afar, his face filled with panic. He had never imagined the helicopter would crash in the direction of his daughter. The Hulk noticed this too. Letting out a furious roar, he ignored the gaping wound in his abdomen and leaped with all his might toward her. It was a race against death itself. In a heart-stopping moment, the Hulk and the helicopter arrived simultaneously. The Hulk extended his massive arms, scooping her into his embrace as they tumbled to the ground, rolling across the dirt. Boom! The helicopter, loaded with fuel, exploded into a fiery inferno. Witnessing this, Eno swung his sword, allowing the green blood dripping from the blade to fill 2 test tubes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the massive sword liquefied and reabsorbed into his body. Holding the 2 test tubes, he activated his light wings ability. Flying. Like a razor-sharp blade, Eno shot into the sky. Once he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, he plunged back down in a perfect 90-degree dive, aiming for a spot far away from any surveillance. This way, any monitoring equipment or space-based technology would only capture him ascending into the heavens before disappearing. His mission this time was simple: obtain the Hulk's blood. With the samples secured, the task was complete. Back at the corner of the library wall, Eno had already reverted to his normal appearance. S.H.I.E.L.D was crouched there, peeking nervously at the battlefield outside. She seemed to be scanning for someone, her eyes darting anxiously. Where was that godlike being? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Seeing her trembling with excitement and clenching her fists, Eno asked in confusion, "What are you looking at?" "Ah!" S.H.I.E.L.D jumped in fright, nearly leaping out of her skin. But upon realizing it was Eno, she exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. "Boss! You were so cool just now. I really like you." Eno waved dismissively, unimpressed. "Plenty of people like me. After all, there probably wasn't a single person affiliated with Umbrella Corporation who didn't admire Eno. Granted, their reasons for liking him might vary, but the sheer number was staggering. If S.H.I.E.L.D were to line up for his attention, she'd barely even register on the list. Eno glanced outside. The Hulk seemed to have taken the woman and left. Meanwhile, Ross stood frozen, staring blankly at the devastated battlefield. The area was littered with craters, and several armored vehicles were nothing but smoldering wreckage, save for the command vehicle next to him. Dozens of soldiers had been killed or injured, and the loss of an armed helicopter, not to mention the collateral damage, was catastrophic. At the corner of Library Number 2, Eno casually tossed his phone onto the road outside before leading S.H.I.E.L.D into the building. They found a quiet spot to sit, and Eno remarked, "Wait a few hours. Someone will come to clean this up." Back at the battlefield, Ross received a phone handed to him by his adjutant. "General Ross, it's Senator Berry on the line." "Senator Berry?" Ross's grief-stricken face quickly shifted to alarm. How did the senator find out so quickly? The moment Ross answered, the voice on the other end erupted, "General Ross. Do you have any idea who's at Culver University? How dare you deploy the military in a populated area?" Senator Berry's fury was uncontainable, and he roared, "Given the damage and the public outrage you've caused, prepare to face a court-martial in a few days, General Ross." Slowly lowering the phone, Ross's face turned ashen. This time, the consequences were severe. Students had filmed the battle and uploaded the footage online, sparking a massive uproar. Why? Because just an hour earlier, President Court had posted a photo of himself with Eno on Twitter. One moment, netizens were praising Eno's visit to Culver University as a positive gesture. The next, a full-blown military assault. Or rather, a terrorist attack. The footage clearly showed 2 towering monsters over 2 meters tall locked in combat. The internet exploded. News reporters were speeding toward the scene. Traffic lights? Irrelevant. Car accidents in Virginia spiked instantly as journalists raced to cover the story. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D's helicopters were en route as well. Coulson, Hill, and Fury were all on their way. If not for Natasha's undercover status, she might have joined them too. Less than 2 hours had passed. "Thank heavens, we finally found you," said a composed S.H.I.E.L.D agent, Maria Hill, striding briskly past the resting spot of Eno and S.H.I.E.L.D before abruptly stopping and doubling back. "I'm fine, Agent," Eno greeted her casually. Hill approached, resting one hand on the table as she pressed her earpiece. "Director Fury, I've located Eno on the first floor of Library 2, in the right corner near the entrance. He's safe." It wasn't long before a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents arrived in full force. Fury, observing Eno idly passing time by reading How to Be a Great Corporate Boss, asked with a tinge of exasperation, "Why didn't you answer your phone?" "My phone?" Eno turned his head quizzically toward Fury. "You called me?" Feigning surprise, Eno patted his pockets as though searching for his phone. After an exaggerated search, he shrugged helplessly. Eno glanced at the agents with an apologetic smile. "I must have dropped it while running. But my phone has a locator on it." Turning to Zhao Helen, Eno instructed, Helen, turn on the tracker and find my phone, will you? No need, I've already got it, said Coulson, walking over with Eno's phone in hand. Handing it to Eno, he explained to Fury, I picked it up on the way here. It was lying on the ground. With Coulson confirming the situation, Director Fury nodded and said, we'll escort you to the airport and accompany you back to Umbrella Tower in New York. Thank you, Eno replied politely, taking back his phone. Despite the situation, he maintained a composed demeanor befitting the CEO of Umbrella Corporation, as though such events were merely routine. Let's go. Angela's still waiting for me at headquarters. Riding in a vehicle specifically designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect high-value individuals, Hill drove Eno and Zhao Helen toward the airport. The car was robust, capable of withstanding close-range shotgun blasts and resistant to most explosive weapons. As she drove, Hill made casual conversation, rough day for you, Mr. Eno. Eno shook his head helplessly. Who knew even a 2-hour event could turn into this mess? And it had to involve a creature I've studied before. Based on the footage, the Celestial does seem to match your research, Hill remarked, keeping her eyes on the road. However, this one appears stronger than the one in New York. Eno nodded in agreement. Indeed. I'll need to go back and analyze further. Hill glanced briefly at the rearview mirror, observing Zhao Helen in the back seat, as though trying to glean something from her expression. But Helen remained inscrutable. Soon, the convoy arrived at the airport. Fury, Hill, and Coulson exited their vehicles and boarded Eno's private jet along with Eno and Zhao Helen, setting course for New York. Once aboard, as the plane ascended, Coulson greeted Eno with a polite smile, followed by a faint smile from Hill. As for Fury, well, Fury didn't smile. Fixing his gaze on Eno, Fury asked, do you know who that green giant was? He wanted to confirm Eno's awareness before proceeding further. Feigning surprise, Eno responded with a question of his own, don't tell me you don't know. I know, Fury replied with a curt nod. Then so do I, Eno nodded back. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Fury had long since resigned himself to the fact that conversations with Eno rarely went the way he intended. Cutting to the chase, he said, the one fighting Hulk was a Celestial, right? Correct, Eno confirmed. And it's stronger than the one in New York. What's your assessment of this Celestial? Fury pressed on. Its personality, its character, good or bad. Do you think it poses a threat to humanity? Though S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence division had already formed a preliminary analysis, Fury wanted to hear Eno's perspective. Eno pondered his answer. Should he praise it or not? Overpraising might come across as self-serving, but after some thought, he decided to say, from what I observed on site, the Celestial seemed to stop Hulk before leaving. During that time, it only engaged with Hulk. Fury nodded. That much was true. The footage circulating online showed the Celestial descending to intervene in the chaos caused by Hulk, fighting him while leaving everything else untouched. The internet was abuzz with narratives framing the Celestial as a divine being who descended to curb the rampaging green monster, even assisting the military in the process. This public sentiment was something Eno had anticipated. He had always known that even if he acted questionably, his devoted fans would find ways to rationalize his actions. People's perceptions often followed appearances, and the Celestial's imposing yet godlike visage was no exception. What's S.H.I.E.L.D's current stance on the Celestial? Eno asked, steering the conversation back to Fury. Fury and Hill exchanged a glance before Fury replied, for now, we're classifying it as an unknown entity that doesn't currently pose a threat to humanity. Eno nodded approvingly at this designation. Have you identified anyone who could be behind the Celestial's appearance? Hill shook her head. We've investigated all individuals over 2 meters tall, but none match the Celestial's timing or abilities. Based on all available data, there's no one with even a close resemblance. So, does that mean? Eno asked tentatively, the Celestial isn't a person in armor, but rather a single, unified entity? Fury and Hill responded in unison, it's very likely. Perfect. Eno smirked internally. Successfully misdirected. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. was still far from piecing together the truth, that he himself was the Celestial. But what we still don't understand, Coulson interjected with a light-hearted tone, is how the Celestial descends, or rather, how it arrives. He humorously likened Eno's arrival to a mythological god descending from the heavens. Even though the Celestial stands at 2.3 meters tall, neither satellites nor radar can track its flight path, Hill added, holding a file of reports. It seems to be capable of blocking such scans entirely. We've never been able to detect it. There were only the usual recordings. How could this happen? Why didn't I know about it? Eno pondered for a moment. It seemed he did indeed have the ability to block thermal imaging and night vision devices. It appeared that Venom's evolution into the Celestial's body structure even allowed him to evade electronic satellite scans. Hill took out her phone and played a video of the Celestial piercing the Hulk with a single sword thrust. Even the machine guns on armed helicopters couldn't harm the Hulk, yet his great sword pierced through him in an instant. She continued her analysis. This shows that his strength, speed, and the sharpness of his weapon have all reached the pinnacle of biological capability. As for his defensive abilities, Hill watched the video a few more times before turning it off. Aside from enduring the helicopter fire, we haven't observed much about his defenses. Nick Fury nodded. So our understanding of the Celestial is still very limited. What if he has other abilities he hasn't revealed yet? Eno nodded in agreement as well. The Hulk's blood hadn't been fully absorbed yet, so who could say what new abilities Eno might evolve after absorbing it? After finishing their discussion about the Celestial, the S.H.I.E.L.D. members turned their attention to Zhao Helen, who was with Eno. Nick Fury asked proactively, I heard that Umbrella Corporation is researching prosthetics. Is that why Dr. Zhao joined? To be precise, nanoneurobiomechanical prosthetics, Eno explained. This is a joint project between Angela and Zhao Helen, expected to be completed within 6 months. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't get involved in socio-economic issues, so Eno's explanation didn't raise any concerns. Even if someone were brainwashed and leaked the information, it would only serve as a prelude. Nick Fury nodded. Since Eno said so, Zhao Helen's involvement wasn't an issue. After a few hours of flight, the private jet finally landed at New York Airport. After disembarking, Fury prepared to have Hill drive a S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle to escort Eno for the final stretch. No need, someone already brought a car for me, Eno declined. With so many reporters outside the Umbrella Tower, I don't want to be photographed. Hill escorted Eno all the way to the parking area and only left after he started his car. Once he returned to the top-floor office of Umbrella Tower, Eno handed the vial of Hulk's blood over to Zhao Helen, who excitedly rushed to the underground lab to begin her research. Watching Zhao Helen leave, Eno turned his attention to evolving his own genes. Currently, he had 3 abilities: Celestial, Celestial Descent, and Celestial Bloom. They were roughly categorized as follows. Celestial, a passive ability that significantly enhanced his physical and mental attributes. Celestial Descent, an active buff ability. Upon activation, he would take on the Celestial form, wielding a massive greatsword and gaining various auxiliary powers. Celestial Bloom, a minor ability with root systems extending 1,200 kilometers. Once fully developed, Eno would have control over the entire planet. Eno activated the control panel, and the office curtains automatically closed. He prepared to absorb the Hulk's blood. Like Celestial Descent, the Hulk's blood provided an active buff ability, but it primarily enhanced physical attributes. He took out another vial and made contact with the green Hulk blood. Gene Devour System. Hulk's blood absorption complete. Hulk ability, greatly enhances physical strength and potential. The system offers 2 integration options. 1. Develop a separate Hulk transformation ability, but it would conflict with Celestial Descent, allowing only one to be activated at a time. 2. Fuse it with Celestial Descent, maintaining the Celestial form's appearance, without increasing body size or reducing consciousness. Physical boosts would be at 70% of the original effect. After analyzing the options, the choice was clear. Option 1 would mean having 2 separate forms but not being able to use them simultaneously. Option 2 was more streamlined and practical. Option 2, fuse with Celestial Descent, maintaining its appearance while integrating Hulk's abilities. Option 2 selected successfully. Fusion in progress. Maintaining Celestial Descent appearance. Comprehensive physical boost applied. Fusion complete. At the moment of decision, Eno felt his genes boiling within him. A surge of power exploded through his body, filling him with an overwhelming urge to destroy something. Closing his eyes, Eno relied on the Celestial's mental fortitude to suppress the impulse. After a few moments, he let out a breath of relief and checked the system's updates. Gene Devour System. Abilities, Celestial 5%, Celestial Descent 85%, Celestial Bloom 3,000 kilometers. This was astounding. Celestial Descent, which had originally been at 42%, had skyrocketed to 85%. Celestial had increased by 3%, and the root length of Celestial Bloom had doubled. At this moment, Angela called from the underground lab. Eno, why did the root length of Celestial Bloom suddenly extend to 3,000 kilometers? Did you just enhance your abilities? Eno replied, it's nothing. Until the roots reach 6,000 kilometers, there won't be any major impact. Keep working. Angela sighed. This is 3,000 kilometers. It's already beyond the known deepest drilling depth in human history. That's a physical depth, Eno reminded her. The roots of Celestial Bloom are a manifestation of consciousness. They don't adhere to concepts like pressure. Fine, Angela grumbled before hanging up. While this depth would drive geologists insane, for Eno, it meant the planet was almost entirely under his control. Now then, with Celestial reaching 5%, could the light wings finally enable flight? Tapping into celestial descent, Eno activated light wings. Light wings enables flight by consuming biological energy. This meant that as long as he had sufficient stamina, he could fly indefinitely. After organizing his newfound abilities, Eno opened the curtains. In the distance stood Stark Tower, its massive A-shaped logo clearly visible. Let's see what Helen plans to do with the Hulk's blood, he mused, deciding to head to the underground lab. Taking the elevator down, he found Helen hard at work, while Angela was absent. When Helen saw Eno, she proactively spoke up. Angela's busy researching celestial bloom. I'm focusing on the Hulk's blood and that proposal. Boss, could you help me revise it? Following Helen's explanation, Eno walked over to the area she pointed to and picked up the proposal. Research directions for Hulk's blood. Phase 1. Develop a method to replicate Hulk's blood to prevent accidental loss and ensure a stable supply of samples. Phase 2. Conduct detailed analyses of the blood's plasma, red cells, white cells, and platelets. Phase 3. Utilize the research findings to implement various technologies. The following possibilities are under evaluation. After skimming through the document, Eno found no issues and handed it back to Helen. Follow this plan. Huh. Helen was stunned. She hadn't expected Eno to approve it so quickly. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you sure there's nothing to improve?" Eno chuckled. "Do you think I'm an incompetent boss? If your approach is correct, why should I change it arbitrarily? Do other bosses need to pretend to understand everything just to assert their presence?" Though Helen hadn't experienced this firsthand, she'd often heard her senior colleagues complain about bosses who meddled in plans without understanding them. Feeling awkward, she turned back to her equipment. "I've heard those complaints, so I wasn't expecting your reaction. I didn't mean to imply you're that kind of boss." "All right." Eno nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back upstairs. I won't disturb Angela while she's working." "Wait," Helen called out. "Give me a research direction, a goal to focus on. Do you want a short-term goal or a long-term one?" "Both." After thinking for a moment, Eno gave his suggestions. In the short term, focus on restoring physical vitality and regulating physiological functions. Let's call it an anti-fatigue or health optimization drug. As for the long term, he looked at Helen and set an ambitious target. Super soldiers. But this requires you to thoroughly master both the blueprint of the Celestial Flower Project and this other plan before you can even consider yourself a beginner, the mentor emphasized. And in the future, there will be even more samples and plans waiting for you to study. Only then will you have the foundation, they added. Faced with such daunting challenges, Hailuan showed no sign of fear. Instead, she nodded with confidence, her determination unwavering. She felt fortunate to have joined Umbrella, a decision that opened doors to endless possibilities. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to Angela, who had once jokingly promised to help her find a boyfriend. This memory caused Hailuan to unconsciously speed up her work, her cheeks flushing red. She stole a quick glance at Eno, who immediately noticed. Getting this excited just from knowing how difficult the research is, so this is what genius looks like. Eno remarked, half in amusement. With everything seemingly in order, Eno took the elevator back to his office to check the day's trending news. The headlines greeted him with relentless fervor. 1. Umbrella's boss Eno caught in battle with 2 monsters in Virginia. Is he injured? 2. Military forces storm Corvo Academy. Umbrella's Eno entangled in the chaos. 3. One moment he's at an event, the next he's in a firefight. Coincidence or conspiracy? 4. Corvo Academy's culprit, Lieutenant General Ross. Do you even know what you've done? 5. Virginia's traffic accident rate spikes, all because of this incident. Seeing these reports, Eno sighed in exasperation. The journalist's instincts were almost supernatural. Corvo Academy's incident had barely happened an hour ago, and already, the news had spread nationwide. Just then, Tony Stark called. "Hey, Eno, I heard you got caught up in some armed military conflict. You alright?" Eno chuckled, replying, "Was it Pepper who made you call, or did you actually care enough to do it yourself?" "Wow, you're annoying, kid," Tony groaned, glancing sideways at Pepper, who was glaring at him. "Fine, it was a unanimous decision. Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine." "Not a single scratch," Eno assured him. "Good to hear," Tony said. "So, should we sue Lieutenant General Ross?" Stark Industries and Umbrella Pharmaceuticals teaming up to take him down would be quite the spectacle. His career would be toast. Leaning back in his chair, Eno propped his feet on the desk. "Word is, the senators plan to put him on a military tribunal in a few days. Not that I expect anything significant to come of it." "Who told you that?" Tony asked. Fury, Eno replied. Fury. Tony sounded puzzled. You know, like braised eggs. Don't you think his shiny head looks just like one? Eno teased. Back at home, Tony had JRVIS pull up images of braised eggs and compare them to photos of Nick Fury. Sir, the resemblance is indeed striking, JRVS confirmed. Pepper couldn't hold back her laughter, running out of the room with her hand over her mouth. Tony, suppressing his own chuckles, said, All right, it's uncanny, but you better not make that public. Otherwise, every time I see Fury, or a braised egg, I'll burst out laughing. Too late. Now that you've planted the idea, what if I accidentally slip up one day? Eno joked. Then I'll just say you came up with the nickname, Tony retorted, feigning despair. Wow, you're really throwing me under the bus here, Eno teased. Hey, at least I know myself well enough to admit it, Tony said. After confirming Eno was unharmed, he added, Alright, I've gotta go. Got a party tonight. Well, I'll preemptively feel sorry for your Pepper. Later, Eno said before ending the call. Leaning back in his chair, Eno shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Tony's carefree lifestyle was something he himself wouldn't dare emulate. It was mentally exhausting just thinking about it. Still, Eno couldn't help but admire Tony's audacity. Meanwhile, in a forest park near New York, Bruce Banner carried his unconscious girlfriend Betty. After a while, Betty woke up, only to be greeted by the sight of a towering green monster, Banner's transformed state as the Hulk. The shock was overwhelming, she couldn't fathom how Banner had turned into this. Tentatively, Betty reached out her hand. Hulk noticed and slowly extended his own massive hand, gently holding hers. Only after a while did the Hulk begin to calm down. By dawn, Banner had reverted to his human form. He sat up abruptly, his hands fumbling over his chest and abdomen. Relieved to find no wounds or pain, he exhaled deeply. Though he couldn't recall what had happened, the memory of the pain and bleeding lingered vividly in his mind, etched into his very soul. Betty, awakened by Banner's movements, asked, What now? We need to head to Grayburn College in New York immediately. Dr. Blue can help, Banner replied. Who's Dr. Blue? Someone who might be able to rid me of the monster inside me. By the way, where are we? Banner asked, pulling on his trousers. Betty looked around. I'm not sure, but it feels like a forest park, not some isolated area. Elsewhere, Emil Blonsky was rushed to a military hospital. After examining his injuries, the lead doctor solemnly announced, There's no saving him. It's a miracle he's even alive. Standing by Blonsky's motionless, machine-supported body, Ross scowled. Internally, he fumed, The tribunal is only days away, but I can't let this slip through my fingers. Hulk must be captured, that creature is both my weapon and my chance. With that, he turned and left. The next morning, in Eno's luxurious seaside villa in New York, Angela was adjusting his tie and jacket in the living room. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D being Eno's personal secretary, Angela insisted on handling these tasks herself. Tomorrow's the day Ross faces the military tribunal, right? Angela asked. Yeah, Eno replied, flexing his wrist. But the military hasn't revoked his authority yet. Angela's expression darkened. Are you saying the tribunal is just for show? A way to pacify the public? That's pretty much how it works, Eno said nonchalantly. If I'd actually been injured, Ross might face harsher consequences. But since the Corvo Academy incident wasn't too severe, it's mostly about managing public perception. Would the military really demote a lieutenant general just because of bad publicity? Angela mused, shaking her head. Probably not. Eno chuckled at her frustration and ruffled her golden hair. Relax. Soon enough, he'll be paying the price, permanently. Really? Angela's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Why would I lie about that? Eno teased. Standing outside the villa, S.H.I.E.L.D watched the affectionate exchange through the window, feeling a pang of helplessness. She admitted to herself that she'd had enough of this constant display of affection, it was overwhelming. She couldn't help but mutter internally, Angela, you promised to bring me along for this. When's that happening? Please don't let it just be an empty promise. I'm so tired of being a spectator to your love story. Once they arrived at Umbrella headquarters, Angela and S.H.I.E.L.D headed straight to the underground lab. Eno settled into his office to tackle his usual onslaught of emails. However, before long, Angela called from the lab. Eno, guess where Natasha went, Angela said. She reached out to you again. Eno replied without hesitation. Let me guess, she's interviewing at Stark Industries. Angela sounded surprised. How'd you know? Are you a pig? Eno said speechlessly. Other than my Umbrella Corporation, the only other company worth her attention is Stark's, the one with War Machine. Angela smiled sweetly. It seems like Natasha is actually interviewing for their legal department. She just told me, Angela continued, mimicking Natasha's tone, it's a shame, really, a pity you don't want me. But for the sake of survival, I have no choice but to apply for a legal position at Stark Industries. Angela chuckled. She also mentioned that if there's ever a need, she could always jump ship from Stark Industries to join us. Of course, you'd have to give her a raise. Eno sighed. She makes it sound so normal, just like an ordinary person. If I didn't know she was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'd probably be as easily fooled as everyone else. You don't even need to wait for the interview results. Tony will definitely let her pass, Eno concluded. Angela nodded knowingly. She had learned enough about Tony from Eno to understand his personality. With Natasha's looks, getting through a Stark Industries interview would be a piece of cake. After hanging up the call, Eno leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the rapidly trending Calvo University incident online. Tonight was the night General Ross would face a military tribunal. With public outrage surging online, the government had no choice but to appease the masses. At the very least, Ross would be sidelined for several years. Eno dialed Jason from the Red Umbrella Department. Send some people to Harlem. If you notice any military movement or unusual activity, report to me immediately. Jason responded decisively, understood. Harlem wasn't far from Queens. Today marked the last day for Ross, and Eno was certain the man wouldn't go down without a fight. Just then, Eno's personal phone buzzed with a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Eno, we've received recent updates from the government and military. We thought it best to inform you as soon as possible. A mature and confident female voice came through the line. Maria Hill. Eno raised an eyebrow and chuckled nonchalantly. This is the first time I've gotten a call from you. So, what's so urgent that you felt the need to call me directly? Is this your way of saying you don't trust me? Apologies, Hill replied calmly, her voice softening. We were just worried you might act impulsively if you were upset. Go on, Eno said casually, leaning back in his chair. The military and certain senators have decided not to strip General Ross of his rank. Instead, they'll sideline him for a few years, Hill explained. But even though he'll be sidelined, Ross has effectively lost almost all of his military authority. You see what I'm getting at, don't you? Hill hesitated for a moment before continuing. It seems they want to use you to further weaken Ross's influence. So, we wanted to inform you in advance, hoping you might understand and not act rashly. Ah, Eno replied in an even tone. So they're just using me as a tool to deal with Ross while still trying to keep him around. Is that it? That's correct, Hill admitted. She tried to sound soothing. There will be other opportunities in the future. Ross is already old, and you're only 19. Please don't do anything reckless. Her voice carried a tone akin to that of an older sister trying to calm a younger sibling. It's fine, Eno said lightly, his tone indifferent. You know, I've heard a few sayings. I wonder if you've heard them too, Agent Hill. What sayings? Hill asked, her curiosity piqued. And please, just call me Hill. Then don't call me Mr. either, Eno replied casually. They say, what goes around comes around, and karma eventually catches up. I don't really believe in that sort of thing, but I do believe Ross will face the consequences of his actions. Hill murmured, taking mental note of his words, even if she didn't fully grasp the meaning. As long as you're not angry. Do you really think 19 is too young for me? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. starting to judge by age now? Does it matter? Eno asked, amusement lacing his voice. Hill thought of Nick Fury's age, then Natasha's, before finally conceding. No, it doesn't matter. Good. That's all then. I'm hanging up, Eno said. All right. Goodbye, Hill replied. After ending the call, Eno stared at his phone, shaking his head. They really were treating him like a child. He couldn't help but smirk. Little did S.H.I.E.L.D. know, Eno was far easier to deal with compared to someone like Tony. If this situation were Tony's to handle, Ross would already be crushed without any regard for public opinion or corporate consequences. Meanwhile, back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill turned to the intelligence center, where 40 to 50 agents were working diligently to gather and analyze data. She approached a middle-aged female agent and said, look up the meaning behind what goes around comes around and karma eventually catches up. I need an answer by tonight. As evening rolled around, Eno sat in his office on the top floor of the Umbrella Corporation building. Reclining comfortably in his chair, he gazed out at the canal and the distant sunset. In his hand was a bottle of whiskey, from which he took occasional sips. Morning and afternoon were for milk tea, but evenings were whiskey time. Beep. Zhao Helen emerged from the underground lab, stepping into the dimly lit office. The atmosphere, quiet and serene, seemed to draw her in. She walked softly to Eno's side, her slender hands resting on his shoulders as she began to massage them. Eno set the bottle aside, closing his eyes in contentment. Boss, is there something happening tonight? Zhao Helen asked. Yeah, Eno replied with a hum, not bothering to open his eyes. There'll probably be a fight. This time, with something bigger. Wow. Zhao Helen's fingers instinctively pressed harder, which Eno found just right. From behind, Zhao Helen looked at Eno sprawled in his chair. His sharp features, his defined nose and lips, and even the faint outline of his chest muscles, all of it made her cheeks flush. Her hands rested on his shoulders, thumbs gently pressing along his collarbone. Can I come along this time? I promise I'll just watch from a distance. My eyesight's great, like a god's, she pleaded. No, Eno said firmly, eyes still closed. This time it's in New York. There are cameras everywhere. No matter where you stand, you'll be caught on footage. The last time Angela had been able to watch was because the battle with Ironmonger had been right in the heart of New York City, not far from the Umbrella Building. But Harlem? That was a bit farther. Fine. Zhao Helen muttered, disappointed, as she continued her massage. However, Eno added. However what? She asked eagerly. You can watch the live broadcast on TV, Eno said with a smirk. Zhao Helen froze for a moment, but after some thought, she figured it was better than nothing. Alright, I'll watch the broadcast then. Hearing the faint trace of regret in her voice, Eno chuckled softly, his eyes still closed. She really was like a little girl, her emotions so transparent and easy to read. But that was a good thing. Who would want to live with someone two-faced every day? Watching his boss's relaxed, smiling expression, Zhao Helen found herself thinking, even like this, he's so handsome. Accompanied by the atmosphere of the evening glow, Helen had been massaging Eno for over an hour. If it weren't for her enhanced physique, her delicate hands would have long since given out. But as always, good times are fleeting. Ring, ring. Eno's private phone rang. Zhao Helen got up, walked over to the desk, picked up the phone, and glanced at the screen. It's a call from Jason. After speaking, she proactively placed the phone by Eno's ear so he wouldn't have to hold it himself. Jason, what's the matter? Jason's voice came through the line, boss. A military force has entered Harlem. While their firepower isn't as heavy as last time, mostly just jeeps, the number of soldiers is several times greater. Alright, got it. Recall Red Umbrella. Yes, sir. After helping Eno end the call, Zhao Helen placed the phone back in its original spot. Eno stretched lazily in his executive chair as he spoke, a time to get busy. Seeing that Eno was about to leave, Zhao Helen looked reluctant. When will I be able to help you for real? Help me? Eno chuckled, nearly choking on his own laughter as he finished stretching. Aren't you already helping me? Who said helping me only means fighting? You're helping me right now. Angela is helping me too. Got it? Eno reached out and ruffled Zhao Helen's jet black hair. This girl still didn't fully understand the true meaning of helping. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Zhao Helen thought for a moment, then held Eno's right hand with both of hers and kissed the back of it gently. Then come back safe and sound. Eno smiled, withdrew his hand, ruffled her hair again, and lightly slid his index finger down her cheek before walking out of the office. At this point, Zhao Helen was barely meeting Eno's standards. And Eno's standards were straightforward, only two words, genuine sincerity. Stepping into the hallway outside the office, Eno opened a window. Due to the height of the building, the roaring evening wind rushed in, tousling his hair. He gazed up at the pitch-black, starless sky, then down at the glittering, vibrant city below. Divine descent. Light wings unfolding. Whoosh! The gusting evening wind was instantly swept away as Eno spread his radiant wings. He closed the hallway window behind him with a flick of his wrist. Now, high above the clouds, Eno soared through the air, feeling the bioenergy coursing through his body. His reserves hadn't been significantly drained. He could confidently guarantee that as long as he didn't overexert himself, he could fly indefinitely, only needing to replenish his energy occasionally. This balance between recovery speed and usage rate was the advantage of his formidable physique. With this thought in mind, the luminous wings on Eno's back flared even brighter. He shot upward, breaking through the clouds to see a broader expanse of stars. Continuing his flight toward Harlem, it wouldn't be long before he arrived. At this moment, in Harlem, the renowned Greyburn Academy stood, a place where Dr. Blue was currently located. Banner and Betty had found him. I've always wondered if you truly exist. If you do, what kind of person you might be, Dr. Blue said excitedly to Banner in his lab. For someone carrying such immense energy, you look shockingly unassuming. It's absolutely fascinating. This isn't like winning a lottery ticket by chance, Banner replied. It's. After a moment of struggling to find the right metaphor, Dr. Blue admitted defeat. Even if we could precisely guide the process, calculate the dosages perfectly, and everything went smoothly, we still can't guarantee whether it would cure you or merely stabilize you temporarily. I can't say for sure, Dr. Blue said with a sigh of helplessness. No one can truly predict the capabilities of genetic modifications. We're all just taking shots in the dark, even Umbrella Corporation doesn't have all the answers. By the way, Dr. Blue suddenly turned to Banner, why not try Umbrella? They have more resources and talent. I can't control myself. If I went there, I'd only end up destroying the Umbrella Corporation, Banner said candidly. Besides, no one can guarantee they could cure me. I'd rather figure it out on my own first. Fair enough. Dr. Blue rubbed his hands together. But let's be clear up front, if the dosage of the serum is even slightly too high, it will create a highly concentrated toxin. You mean I could die? Yes. But you haven't considered another possibility, Banner said, fixing his gaze on Dr. Blue. If the dosage is even slightly too low, things could get very dangerous here. Hearing this, Dr. Blue waved it off with a nonchalant smile. I've always been more curious than cautious, and I've never made a mistake. So, shall we give it a try? Faced with Dr. Blue's eager expression, Banner exchanged a glance with Betty. He didn't have many options. Meanwhile, Eno descended from the clouds, landing silently on the rooftop opposite Dr. Blue's laboratory. He watched as Banner and Dr. Blue entered the lab. If his guess was correct, the serum Dr. Blue was preparing wasn't meant to cure Banner of the Hulk. Instead, it was designed to help Banner voluntarily transform into the Hulk while still requiring calmness to revert back. Tat 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 tat. Eno's sharp hearing picked up the distant sound of helicopters. Turning his head, he saw several choppers approaching from afar. It seemed Ross was making one last desperate move. Using armed helicopters at Culver University could be justified as hunting a monster, but deploying them in New York City? That would be harder to explain. Unless Ross could control a biological weapon like the Hulk, he'd have a hard time convincing the military to back him. Change surface coloration, mimic the environment, engage visual cloaking. With a single thought, Eno's once golden and silver armor transformed, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Now in a semi-invisible state, he was virtually undetectable unless someone physically bumped into him. Tat tat tat. The sound of helicopters grew quieter as they landed on the outskirts of Greyburn Academy, specifically near Dr. Blue's off-campus laboratory. The lab wasn't located within the school but rather on a street just outside the campus. Clink. Clink. Suddenly, two faint metallic sounds came from a corner of the wall behind Eno. The next moment, ropes unfurled, and two soldiers clad in black tactical gear climbed onto the rooftop. They hurried over to Eno's position, opened a case they had brought with them, and began assembling a sniper rifle. Eno crouched nearby, glancing briefly at the gear. The rifle scopes were varied but slightly worn, not brand new. Within moments, the sniper had finished assembling the rifle. Beside him, a spotter scanned the surroundings with binoculars. The spotter's gaze swept over Eno's position but, unsurprisingly, didn't notice him. Buzz buzz buzz. On the street below, several jeeps loaded with soldiers suddenly arrived, parking on the road outside Dr. Blue's lab. The soldiers quickly disembarked, rifles in hand, communicating through earpieces as they advanced tactically. From one of the jeeps, someone familiar to Eno emerged, Blonsky. Though not yet fully transformed into Abomination, Blonsky had been shattered to pieces just days ago. Somehow, he had already recovered. Next, Eno saw Banner and Betty emerging from Dr. Blue's laboratory and returning to the living room. Not long after, Dr. Blue followed behind them. They talked briefly before entering a room filled with glass cabinets. With Eno's sharp eyesight, he could see that the cabinets contained a diluted version of Hulk's blood, reduced to at least 99% of its potency. Suddenly, the scout next to Eno reported, humidity, temperature, wind direction, wind speed, and so on. After processing the information, the sniper spoke through the earpiece connected to Ross, everything is normal, but the target is highly active. It's impossible to take a shot. The tranquilizer dart's velocity is too slow, and it has to penetrate the glass. Sitting in the command vehicle, Ross issued a firm order through his radio, wait for the right moment. Be ready to fire at any time. The sniper next to Eno, a sharp-eyed operative, reported, no shot available at the moment. We need to hold. Just as Blonsky leapt out of a jeep and heard that they needed to wait on the second floor, he ripped out his earpiece in frustration and charged straight toward Dr. Blue's second-floor lab. Inside the command vehicle, Ross's adjutant quickly reported, Blonsky is ignoring orders and moving in on his own initiative. Ross's temple throbbed in anger as he shouted at the snipers, find a firing opportunity immediately. If you don't, he'll transform. Bang! Before Ross's words finished echoing, the sniper next to Eno seized the opportunity and fired without hesitation. Eno turned his head to see that the shot had indeed hit Banner, who was arguing with Dr. Blue. Banner swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Target hit, the sniper confirmed. Receiving the news, Ross immediately bellowed through the earpiece, move in. Bring that monster back to me. He's only unconscious for a few minutes. With Ross's command, all the soldiers charged in without hesitation. However, Banner had not yet mastered the ability to transform into the Hulk at will. For the moment, the transformation only occurred when his life was in danger. If Banner had already perfected his transformation, the tranquilizer would have been rendered ineffective the moment it hit him. Even so, the tranquilizer could only subdue Banner for a few minutes in his current state. Ring, ring, ring. Ross's female adjutant glanced at the satellite phone and handed it to him. It's Senator Barry again. Snatching the phone, Ross growled, I don't care what you have to say. Shut up and wait. I'm about to capture that green monster, and once you see it, you'll all be silenced. Senator Barry, holding back his anger, replied coldly, Fine, General Ross. But if you can't produce results to mitigate this disaster, be prepared to spend the rest of your life behind bars. Ross hung up the phone abruptly, muttering, then just wait and see. About 10 minutes later, the unconscious Banner was carried out on a stretcher by soldiers. Ross approached him and, noticing traces of an unknown substance in Banner's system, leaned in and taunted, If you've managed to get rid of the Hulk, then you can spend the rest of your life rotting in prison. Banner opened his eyes slightly, smirking at Ross. Then you might just get your wish. Spending a lifetime in prison doesn't sound so bad. Ross clenched his fists in fury as he watched Banner being loaded onto a helicopter. At that moment, Betty emerged from Dr. Blue's house, her face devoid of emotion. She walked past Ross coldly, saying, I'm no longer your daughter. Everything seemed to proceed as expected. Blonsky, however, stared at Banner being taken away and turned his anger toward Dr. Blue's lab. He grabbed Dr. Blue by the collar and hoisted him into the air. Where did you send the Hulk? Blonsky, now desperate for a fight, was sweating profusely, his body seemingly unrestrained by physical limits. Dr. Blue, struggling in his grip, replied with difficulty, I don't know where the Hulk went. The experiments were unpredictable, I can't control any of it. Blonsky scanned the lab, his eyes landing on the diluted Hulk blood and Dr. Blue's experimental substances. With a fierce glare, he demanded, He's so strong, since you've studied him, you're going to make me just as strong. Hearing Blonsky's urgency, Dr. Blue felt a mix of apprehension and a strange excitement. I don't know what you've already injected yourself with, but perhaps it's similar to his. In that case, we can't predict what kind of monster you'll become. It could be hideous, and there might be no going back. Inject me. Blonsky roared without hesitation. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Eno observed the chaotic scene in Harlem. General Ross had just departed via helicopter, and the army's jeeps were retreating one by one. Compared to the battlefield at Culver University, this area was only mildly ravaged, but soon it would become a full-blown wasteland. Standing on the rooftop opposite Dr. Blue's lab, Eno watched as the final stages of mutation unfolded inside. Slowly, he deactivated his environmental camouflage. A fight was imminent. Roar. Crash. Furious roars erupted, followed by the sound of shattered glass and destruction. Boom. With debris flying everywhere, a massive creature with a grotesquely protruding spine burst out of Dr. Blue's second-floor lab. Its towering height rivaled a two-story building, its skin was a dark grayish-black, and its distorted face barely resembled a human. This was the Abomination. The Abomination scanned its surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. After a moment, it roared in rage, Hulk. Arf. On the streets, bystanders fled in terror, though a few dared to pull out their phones to record the scene. Unable to locate its target, the Abomination furiously kicked a nearby sedan. Bang! The over-ton vehicle was sent flying, skidding until it collided with a bright red fire hydrant. Hiss. Water sprayed from the broken hydrant as the Abomination dug its hands into the roof of another car. Amidst the screeching of metal, it lifted the car above its head, searching for a satisfying target to smash. At that moment, the deep, resonant wail of sirens echoed through the streets. A nearby 911 patrol car, responding to an emergency call, arrived just in time to witness the Abomination preparing to strike. Eno extended his arm, and a pool of liquid materialized, solidifying into a massive longsword. The Abomination, about to hurl the car at the police vehicle, froze in its tracks, its gaze locking onto the figure of Eno, the very being who had brutally beaten the Hulk just days ago. Ha ha ha. No Hulk. Then you'll do. Come on, fight me. The Abomination roared, flinging the car toward Eno with all its might. Slash. With a single swing, Eno effortlessly sliced the car in half, the two pieces hurtling past him and crashing into a house and a rooftop. Seeing the car so easily cleaved in two, the Abomination quickly scanned its surroundings and locked onto a nearby utility pole. It stomped over, snapping the pole at its base with a single kick, then grabbed the falling pole, tearing away the dangling wires with a powerful swing. Come on, godlike one. Aren't you supposed to be stronger than the Hulk? Fight me. Kill me, the abomination bellowed, his voice dripping with provocation. Hideous. Ino cast a disdainful glance at the creature. Evolution, in its purest form, always strives for perfection. If one doesn't understand this, it's akin to questioning why humans constantly seek to create things that are more beautiful, be it cars, decorations, or gifts. Beauty and refinement represent the direction of progress for all life. Stepping off the rooftop, Ino descended gracefully onto the street below. The abomination wasted no time, swinging the utility pole with tremendous force, the air itself seeming to tear as it rushed toward Ino. Thwack! The sound of sand being abruptly sliced rang out as the utility pole was severed in an instant. The abomination froze, staring at the truncated pole in its hands, before charging at Ino again, frantically swinging what remained of the pole. Thwack! 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 3 sharp clangs echoed. By the time Abomination realized that the lamppost he was wielding had been reduced to less than a meter in length, he was already charging straight at Ino. Standing before the radiant figure, Abomination roared with fury, swinging his massive fist at Ino. Don't think dressing fancy makes you special. It's all just for show. It's useless. Ino, clearly irritated by the noise, lashed out with a kick, so swift it shattered the air with an explosive gust, directly into Abomination's abdomen. Why do you have to run your mouth every time you fight? Can't you just shut up? Boom! The way he flew in was the way he flew out. Abomination was launched backward in an instant, his body bending into a U-shape mid-air before slamming into a nearby building. The impact sent debris flying as bricks and rubble buried him, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. Da-da-da-da-da. A rhythmic whirring sound came from above. Ino glanced upward to see a helicopter circling overhead. It was an unarmed civilian chopper, but perched precariously on its edge was a reporter, gripping a massive camera and shouting into her microphone. The grotesque monster wielding a broken lamppost charged at the celestial warrior. He was unstoppable, until he wasn't. The reporter's voice rose in excitement as she continued her dramatic commentary. The hideous beast is down. The celestial being kicked him straight into a building. Bricks are covering that monstrous creature. Wait. The celestial warrior is looking at us. Oh my goodness, he's looking at us. Even though his face is hidden behind a shining mask, his figure is powerful, and those wings are magnificent. Ino sighed, rubbing his temple with his left hand. He had anticipated this kind of attention, sure, but the over-the-top praise was starting to get under his skin. This was exactly what he had expected, but why did it have to be so awkward? The celestial warrior is touching his forehead. Is he thinking? Or could he be feeling faint? The reporter's relentless narration continued unabated. Shut up. Unable to hold back any longer, Ino pointed at the helicopter. The cold gleam of his mask was enough to silence the reporter instantly. For a moment, there was peace. Turning his attention to the pile of rubble, Ino noticed Abomination clawing his way out, his grotesque face twisted in frustration. Ino strode toward him, his steps deliberate and unhurried. Abomination, still reeling from Ino's earlier kick, scrambled backward on the ground, his voice tinged with desperation. Put the sword away. Fight me bare-handed. It's not fair if you're armed and I'm not. Ino almost burst out laughing. Was this really Blonsky? The same Blonsky who had once been so full of bravado? All it took was one solid kick. With the area evacuated and no civilians in sight, Ino decided to humor him. He drove his sword into the ground and opened his mouth to respond, but the moment the blade pierced the earth, Abomination made his move. Using the momentum of his hidden, clawed toes buried in the ground, he lunged forward, swinging his heaviest punch directly at Ino. The reporter on the helicopter gasped, shouting, "Watch out. He's going for a sneak attack." She wasn't the only one concerned. Millions watching the live broadcast held their breath. In the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, Zhao Hailuan and Angela exchanged uneasy looks. But Ino, still gripping the hilt of his sword, smirked disdainfully. A sneak attack? How predictable. A warrior who couldn't keep his focus during battle was no warrior at all. With a subtle flick of his right foot, Ino nudged the sword's blade. His hand tightened around the hilt. Light wings activated. Maximum bioenergy propulsion. Swish. A silver flash streaked through the air. In a single fluid motion, Ino moved like a blade itself, slicing cleanly through Abomination's arm. What just happened? The reporter shrieked in disbelief. A flash of light. All I saw was a flying limb. His arm, it's gone. This is insane. Can our camera even capture that? I swear, I'd trade 3 months without a period just to make sure we caught it. Ino, thoroughly done with the incessant chatter, decided to stop paying attention. The reporter's mouth was like a Gatling gun, firing non-stop. Meanwhile, Abomination knelt on the ground, clutching the stump where his left arm used to be. He didn't scream, didn't cry out. Instead, he gritted his teeth, his silence speaking volumes about his resolve. Moments later, he made up his mind. He wasn't going to win this fight, not today. Survival was the priority. He sprang to his feet and bolted, leaving his severed arm behind, not even glancing back. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. I'll be back. Just you wait, he shouted as he fled. Ino watched him go, shaking his head in mild amusement. Borrowed lines and clichés, how original. Did he really think he could escape? Ino's luminescent wings shimmered, radiating a soft glow. With a powerful push, he launched into the air, soaring after his fleeing opponent. He's flying. The celestial warrior is flying, the reporter exclaimed hysterically. He flew once before at Corvo University, but that footage was blurry. This time, we have a front row seat. Look at those wings. They're breathtaking. How do they glow like that? They look so real, yet so divine. I've made up my mind. From now on, those wings are my absolute favorite thing. Wait, no, the celestial warrior is my favorite. The wings are a close second. As the reporter's voice faded into the background, Ino streaked through the sky like a comet, cutting Abomination off with a resounding thud as he landed in front of him. Screech. Abomination came to an abrupt halt, his heels digging deep grooves into the pavement. Why? Why are you this strong? Abomination wailed, his voice filled with frustration. Why can't I have that kind of power? Before Ino could respond, another helicopter appeared on the horizon. This one was military grade, carrying none other than General Ross. Beside him, Bruce Banner sat restrained, watching the fight unfold below. From his vantage point, the battlefield looked chaotic, destruction stretching for blocks. I have to go down there, Banner said firmly. He's not the enemy, he stopped me from losing control at Corvo University. I need to help him. Ross raised an eyebrow, skeptical. And how exactly are you going to help? You can't transform into the Hulk right now. The helicopter can't land, Ross continued, glancing at his daughter, Betty, who stood nearby. I'm not letting anyone jump out, not with Betty on board. Banner locked eyes with Ross. Then I'll jump. I'll take the risk. Ross stared at him silently for a long moment. Are you sure? Absolutely. Ross hesitated before reaching for the handcuff key, but Banner was already moving. If I can't transform, then what's the point of unlocking these? Banner said, leaping from the helicopter without hesitation. Thousands of feet in the air, Banner plummeted toward the battlefield below. Meanwhile, back in Stark's lab, Tony Stark munched on the last bite of his sandwich as Jarvis's voice interrupted. Sir, the celestial warrior you've been watching is currently engaged in combat on Harlem Street in New York. He appears to be fighting a grotesque creature. A live feed appeared in front of Tony. He leaned forward, intrigued. So, who's winning? The celestial warrior or the ugly monster? Based on the reports, Jarvis replied, the celestial warrior is dominating. Jarvis paused briefly. Wait, someone just fell from the sky.